On a silent night, a lonely boy stands beneath a street lamp, his face filled with melancholy. Someone nearby watches the starry sky and then turns their attention to the boy. At that moment, the night is so silent that nothing can be heard, just like the night the world was created. The man approaches the boy, and with a somber look, the boy appears hopeless, while the man's face is golden and bright. The street lamp illuminates their surroundings. The blonde man then calls the boy's attention, asking if the world's difficulties have made him fall. With an empty gaze, the boy stares at him, and the man tells him something cool, asking him to keep it close to his heart. With a smiling face, the man says that all the stars are shining for the boy and that one day, when they are both stronger, they will meet again. Meanwhile, somewhere else, people are training boxing. A white-haired boy is in the ring, landing a straight punch on his opponent's face. The crowd is impressed as someone begins talking about a person near the master, continuing to say that they heard this man is traveling the world looking for a good fighter, but never thought he would come to this gym. He is a legendary trainer who has raised 5 world champions and is known as K. A man turns his attention elsewhere and shouts at a kid to stop listening to the conversation and get back to training. Back to the fight, the guy in red tries to hit the white-haired boy, but he dodges. When he attempts a cross-punch, the boy dodges again, looking seriously at his opponent. Taking advantage of the opening, he lands a small jab to knock him out. K immediately focuses on this movement. The guy in red is already falling unconscious to the ground. A man beside K asks what he thinks of Beck. He seems to be mocking his opponent, whom he just defeated. His adversary quickly gets up and tries to throw a cross-punch, but his punch is easily blocked. In disbelief, the guy cannot believe it, and Beck hits him on the jaw again. In his mind, the old man thinks this boy is just playing around, so it's impossible to measure his ability, saying he wants to see Beck fight the strongest guy in the gym next. The other man doesn't seem to understand very well. We see a huge guy getting ready in another area. Someone arrives, calling for Chiol and saying the master is looking for him. The master tells the trainer that the big guy is ranked 3rd in the middleweight category, so maybe Beck won't win because of the weight difference. Beck continues smiling and looks over the ropes. Chiol arrives and asks if the master is looking for him, then suddenly gets surprised because the legendary K is present. His master talks to him about the situation. Chiol observes the boy, and at one point, Beck and Chiol face each other. The man tells Chiol to take it easy as a precaution. He agrees not to go all out. Stretching, the boy doesn't appear nervous. The trainer just watches the white-haired boy's attitude. Chiol asks the kid if he won't use any protective gear. Beck says if he uses it, it will mess up his hair, and besides, he likes the thrill that comes with it. Chiol says he will fix the boy's arrogant hairstyle, and Beck says he is looking forward to it. They then tap gloves while the rest watch the boy's taunts. Chiol looks displeased. The trainer is very serious. We see Beck without any guard, just swaying in front of Chiol. Everyone asks what the hell he is doing. The master thinks the boy is showing his true form and face, recalling that when he first met him, he would never forget what he saw, especially those movements he had never seen before. Beck asks if those are all the punch styles Chiol has. Angrily, Chiol tries his luck with a right cross. The boy, with an unconventional style that could even be considered genius, punches the guy in the nose. The spectators are amazed, saying it's incredible. In his mind, the trainer says the boy found an opening in the cross punch, which is not bad for an amateur, but he knows there's a vast barrier between a professional and an amateur, something no one can easily break. Quickly, Chiol tries to hit the boy, but he dodges the punch. Chiol prepares another punch and advances. Beck looks shocked as he sees the punch approaching, and his arms are raised by the bald guy. But when Beck was about to be hit, he surprisingly dodged, moving to the side and avoiding another attack coming his way. Everyone was shocked by his agility. The coach remained serious, just observing the fight. They wondered what had happened. Among everyone, the happiest was their master. Beck remarked that Chiol was quite resilient to withstand that blow, while Chiol expressed his amazement at the boy's skill. Beck thanked the compliment of the small bow. In his mind, Chiol thought that Beck wasn't a beginner, but still more abnormal than other people, and he added that he couldn't disappoint Coach K, charging at the boy with full force. Chiol prepared a powerful attack. By taking a step back, the boy managed to escape that monstrous strike, but the big guy didn't leave him any breathing room. Yet again, Beck dodged. He pretended to throw a long punch, causing Chiol to lower his guard slightly for a counterattack, but the boy only feigned, landing an uppercut on Chiol's chin. Chiol was incredulous, struck by the blow, while the audience couldn't believe what they were seeing. The big guy had no idea how he was hit by an uppercut. His master thought it was incredible. Enraged, Chiol tried to retaliate, but his blows couldn't reach back. All his attempts seemed to fail, and the boy managed to strike him again. Chiol admitted he couldn't keep up, seeing the boy move incredibly fast, appearing suddenly in front of him with amazing angles and timing. Furious, Chiol wondered who this boy was. In his subconscious, the coach talked about the boy's flexibility, adding that his elasticity allowed for various unrestrained attacks. A punch that started as an uppercut changed suddenly to an overhand. This was incredible because changing the attack midway usually disperses the force, rendering the move useless. But unlike an amateur, the boy completed his strike professionally. A boxer was never trained to handle someone like him. Baek's style was simply free, and his way of dodging was carefree with sudden and irregular attacks. The old man thought it had been a long time since he saw a style like this. While Chul looked at the boy, Baek stood facing him. The coach remarked that this was a talent granted by the gods, but noted that Baek still lacked something: experience. Surprised, the boy said he felt cornered. A cloth ended up covering his eyes on the ground. The master arrived, saying he had asked Chul to go easy. In his mind, Chul declared that if this weren't in a ring, the result might have been different. Coach K seemed to be pondering something. Everyone left, saying they didn't imagine Baek would be that good. Soon, the master asked the coach what he thought of the boy. Clearly, the coach said that Baek had the potential to be a legendary boxer, an innate talent, good physical strength, and a great athletic sense. But some of his moves were visibly flashy yet inefficient. In his thoughts, the coach mentioned there were some places to visit, but after witnessing this spectacle, there might be no need. They heard a noise from outside the window, seeing bullies apparently intimidating someone. The master was about to say something, but the coach stopped him, telling him to wait. They saw the protagonist being held by the collar without showing any emotion. A punch flew towards his face, but he still showed no expression, his gaze appearing lonely. Ken was somehow confused, feeling a kind of shock in his mind. Despite being hurt, the protagonist didn't seem to care. Paying closer attention to the boy's face, Kay seemed to recognize him, but still there was no emotion on the boy's face. The old man told the master he was going down and then went down, telling them to stop what they were doing. The master quickly ordered the bullies to get up. However, the coach continued to observe the protagonist return to leave. The coach questioned why he didn't even try to dodge. They just stared at each other in silence. To him, the boy could have easily dodged those worthless attacks. The boy remained silent. In his mind, Kay said that if his hunch was correct, not even a professional could touch the boy. Seeing the old man, the protagonist said he didn't care about the aggression. He fell silent, incredulous at what he had heard, bowed to leave the place, and the coach just watched him. A guy on the ground says that the boy deserved it because he shows no respect to veterans. Soon, the master asks what they know about respect, but the old man keeps watching the protagonist walk away. Kay says he will trust his intuition, but if he is wrong, something serious could happen. But he says he has always lived like this, then starts walking forward. The old man calls the protagonist's attention, so the young man turns around. We see the trainer going all out to hit the boy's head. He sees the fist coming his way and easily dodges it. The master asks what the trainer is doing, and the trainer directly asks if the boy wants to learn boxing. The boy, with an empty look, asks if it would be fun, if hitting people is fun. Kay looks at the protagonist and thinks that he doesn't have it. The boy has no desire for fame, money, power, domination, or any longing for superiority. The boy is certainly different from what he saw today because he either grew up rich and spoiled or in the worst conditions. Answering the protagonist's question, Kay asks if it's not obvious. Looking at the guys on the ground, the trainer says that those people have no guilt for hitting him and confirms that hitting other people is very fun. Humans are weak creatures longing for meaning in their lives, so there's nothing fairer than using fists. Just like in nature, brute force is the easiest way to prove your dominance. People are fanatical about the thrill of seeing a show of strength. Shouting, the old man says that the protagonist is also human, so he must strive as hard as he can. Saying that he must spread his wings and fly until the sun burns them, destroy his enemies, that's what it means to be alive. The trainer asks the boy to watch him. Then the old man assumes his stance, soon the man prepares, and then begins to demonstrate some punches, a sequence of punches. The trainer says this sequence is called 1-2, suddenly saying that the protagonist has 1 month, that's the time he will stay at the gym and to come see him when he is ready. The master observes what just happened. On another day at school, we see some students talking and just being students. Our boy is sitting at the back looking out the window. Some boys insult a blonde kid, stealing a large amount of money from the young boy. The young boy named Jay seemed to be enduring something until Bak tells him to lean a little more, a rather deplorable situation. But Bak talks normally with the boys about going out and ends up saying that he has boxing classes so he can't go. The boy continues to endure the wait. Bak smiles, hearing his friends talk about him being the future boxing champion. In this world, there are 2 types of people, the weak and the strong. The same guy from before arrives and slaps the protagonist, saying that he got them into trouble. He goes towards Jay, saying that it's already recess and asks him to come along. During recess in another place, Baek is eating instant noodles along with the other boys. The bully says there's nothing better than a cup during lunch and asks if Jay agrees. He says yes. Baek questions if he likes it so much, why hasn't he eaten anything yet? Jay is trembling with a caterpillar in his bowl. The bully says there aren't enough ingredients, then stands up and spits in the boy's bowl. Baek takes the guy's lollipop, saying it will give extra flavor. Everyone starts to mock the boy. Jay is almost crying. Baek asks if it's still not seasoned. The boy says nothing and continues to eat. They laugh at the situation and Jay goes to the sink to vomit. He leans against the drinking fountain. Later, the boys are playing soccer. Our protagonist and Jay just watch. Buck controls the ball and kicks it towards the goal. Both seem completely desolate. Jay asks Yu why he is not playing. The boy says it's not fun. Jay agrees, smiling. The boy asks the protagonist if he has something he likes. He thinks for a moment and says he has never thought about it. The image of the trainer reflects in his mind, and he wonders if he is not human. You ask Jay if he has something he wants to do in the future. He says he wants to be like his father. Jay says he bought a new game and asks you if he wants to come to his house to try it out. They keep talking and Beck notices this. Jay tells the protagonist that he always wanted to get to know him better. Suddenly, Beck kicks the ball towards the boy. Yu easily catches the ball. Beck watches the situation. Jay is astonished by this. We see that Beck is furious about it, so he walks towards them. Looking at the protagonist, the boy slaps him, pulling his hair, and says it was just a joke and asks if he can't take a joke, adding that if Yu gets in his way again, he will be dead. The protagonist has no reaction, while the boy is trembling with fear. Later, after the bell rings, Jay tells Yu that he will go ahead because he has something to do at home. Alone, the protagonist just watches. In another place, someone is training, throwing the equipment on the ground. We see someone teaching Jay when he was little how to do a jab. The boy grits his teeth and keeps punching the air, saying he has to be brave, but all he did was stand there trembling. He calls himself a loser. Sitting down, the boy says he needs to pull himself together and face the enemy head-on, but he is afraid of facing back. He says that since he was a kid, he has watched boxing, so he already knows who is weak and who is strong. He then squeezes his arm. The boy says back strength is certainly not normal, besides the weight difference. The guy was at the level of a professional athlete, but Bake was smiling while beating him. An ordinary person can't do anything in front of absolute talent. Later, when Mike falls, someone opens a door. Jay just watches the person enter. Getting up, the boy greets his father. He is surprised that his son is still awake. Jay asks his father about when he was a boxer and faced a stronger opponent, what he did. His father looks at him in silence and says that he was a professional boxer, so he always did his best. Slightly disheartened, Jay agrees with his father. His father gets up and says that he rarely encountered someone terribly strong. When that happened, he would tremble and everything he learned became useless. Instinctively, he would throw random punches, hoping his opponent would knock him out, and when he fell to the ground, he would say that finally that hell was over. But even after kneeling to the opponent, he knew he could still get up, and that is what a true boxer does. Jay's eyes shine with admiration. His father says that this only applies to a boxer. In real life, if you meet someone stronger, you should run as fast as possible. That is true courage. Both the courage of an ordinary person and that of a boxer should not be underestimated. Jay thanks him and says he will go up to his room. The boy sleeps thinking about what his father said. In another place, still at night, our protagonist is walking. School had ended 4 hours ago. Beck says he is late and adds that he was waiting for him, also mentioning that their teacher kindly provided Yu's address. The protagonist walks past him, but Beck asks where he is going and then kicks him, making him lose his balance. Yu falls to the ground. Beck pulls his hair and asks if he knows how to punch because earlier, you seem to have good reflexes. Beck gets even more serious and makes the protagonist get to know the asphalt more closely, saying he seemed like a ghost for having no reaction. Even after this, Yu still has no reaction. Beck says that from now on, the protagonist's life will become a nightmare and adds that tomorrow he should bring 150 in cash, spitting on the young man's face. Leaving, he says the protagonist is a loser. Our boy is left alone in the dark. Buck walks back home. Suddenly, he feels something strange and becomes alert. Looking ahead, he sees several people. A bald guy with a scar on his mouth asks if the kid is Bakrio. He answers yes with a smile. Then the bald guy says he is here to find out if he is really that strong. The boy takes a few steps forward and punches the guy, who falls back immediately. Beck gives a sinister smile, making the others scared. A little later, the others are already finished. Beck looks and grabs the little guy, who apparently is scared. The boy says that's the expression he wants to see on him. Even apologizing, screams are heard around the moon. Everyone is down on the ground, while the victor is back. At the protagonist's house, he is holding a cat in his lap. While staring into nothingness, the next day we see Jay washing his face. He seems quite cheerful. The boy eats his breakfast and says he will eat a bit more today. Then he puts on his clothes and says that from this moment, a new version of him will emerge. Later at school, as usual, the boy stays in his corner. The bullies arrive, and one of them says he feels great after beating up a kid. Jay tells himself not to be afraid. They pass by him and do nothing. The boy doesn't understand why they did nothing to him, but on second thought, Yu was a bit late. The class ends and everyone is talking normally. Jay wonders why he wasn't bullied, remembering what the bullies said when they arrived. He asks if that's possible. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, the bullies are beating up the protagonist because he didn't bring the money. A bald guy tells him to get up because it's not over yet. Adjusting his stance, the guy punches our boy. After a while, he asks Bak if his stance is correct. Bak says he needs to rotate his hips more. Suddenly, Jay arrives, asking them to stop. Everyone looks surprised by his action, while Jay can't believe he actually said that. The hooded guy asks what the hell the boy is doing, and the young man starts trembling. Jay is overcome with fear, wondering why he did that. Beck watches him, and then the boy says he can't back down now. The bully says Jay is trembling, but the boy says he can do this. He assumes his fighting stance. Baek laughs psychotically, while Yu watches from the ground. In his thoughts, Jay says he must stay focused. The bald guy approaches, saying they must have gone too easy on him before since he is standing up wanting to fight. Jay rotates his body and then throws a jab at the guy's face. The bald guy is quite surprised. Rotating his hips and putting his body forward, Jay throws a straight punch. All the bullies around are impressed. The bald guy stumbles to the side. The young man stays alert, having landed his first punch on the bully. The others ask what the boy is doing. In his hand, the bald guy sees ketchup and gets furious. Jay closes his guard, saying his punches are having effect. The bald guy hesitates to advance. Jay looks at him, thinking to himself not to be afraid. The bully trembles. Baek arrives, telling the bald guy to back off unless he wants to become a basketball. Baek asks if the boy has learned boxing. As the boy approaches, Jay waits for the right moment. The guy next to him says the boy skipped the easiest level and went straight to the final boss. Getting closer, Baek smiles and says he will see what Jay is made of. The two stare at each other, and Jay says he can't win if he fights fairly. Baek jokes, saying he is right in front of him and asks if Jay will hit him. The boy says if there's a chance, he will take it. Jay manages to throw a punch, but Baek easily dodges. The boy tries to corner Bak with aggressive punches, but he dodges them all. Jay says that if he can land just one punch on Baek when his guard is down, he might have a chance. While the two fight, the bullies are surprised. Jay says he just needs to land one punch, just one, but in all his attempts, Baek dodges. The boy is already running out of breath. Baek says if Jay swings his arms like that, he is bound to get tired, so every punch needs to be precise and bold like the one he just landed. In his mind, the boy says the first strike is crucial. It determines the advantage between you and your opponent. Baek asks what is wrong because Jay froze. Staring closer at him, Baek says he knows the boy is scared. Jay screams, throwing a punch, but the boy just sidesteps and delivers a terrible critical hit. Jay falls to the ground. Baek calls for his attention. The boy says that Baek is a monster, on a completely different level from him. Baek says he went easy on him and asks the boy to stop being a coward. On the ground, Jay is trembling with fear and exhaustion. He doesn't know what to do and wonders if there is a plan B. He says he is screwed, and for a moment, his mind goes blank. The coated guy says he knew the boy had no chance. Baek asks if Jay is giving up. The boy realizes something. The image of his father in the ring comes to his mind, then he stands up. Baek says it wouldn't be fun if it ended so soon. Jay sighs determined and says that for now he will raise his guard to block Baek's attacks. If he can hold on, eventually the kid will get tired. Baek says he likes that look in the boy's eyes. Then the kid says he will start the second round. He puts his hand behind his back. Jay feels uneasy, while the kid says the fight will start now. The boy says that one arm will make it easier to block him. Baek asks if Jay won't do anything. Suddenly, the boy takes a punch and is surprised, but says he can't let his punches go through, so he must focus on his stance. The kid says that's not bad. He rotates his foot, launching several blows. Jay tries to endure. He has to endure because he's used to getting beaten up. Baek smiles and then punches the boy in the stomach, making him step back a bit. Baek says this feeling is great. Jay says the kid focus his attacks on his face to distract him, then hit him in the stomach. To prevent this from happening again, he needs to block him completely. Baek says the boy is thinking of covering all sides and wonders if he should play a bit more. The kid throws a quick punch and then sends another sliding sequence to the side. Baek hits the boy in the ribs but quickly moves to another attack. Jay says he needs to endure this. The orange-haired guy says that in the end the boy is getting beaten up. Jay says if he can hold on, eventually an opening will appear. The boy notices Baek's foot stop moving and realizes he is preparing a knockout blow. The movement is too long, so it's now or never. He will gather all his strength to land this punch, so he only needs this chance. Surprisingly, Baek just dodges and launches a crushing counterattack. In a flashback with a total of 13 wins, 12 losses, and 2 draws, Jay says probably no one remembers his father as a strong boxer, but no one thinks he is weak either. His father was a courageous boxer, which is why Jay always admired him. His father is working at a construction site, looking at the horizon, remembering his happy son, subconsciously wishing his son good luck. Beaten on the ground, the guy asks if they saw that, and the other questions if Jay is not dead. Baek watches the boy on the ground. He wonders why he is dizzy, while the world is moving. He wonders where the ground is because he needs to get up. Jay says he needs to resist. Baek says if he stays firm, he will surely get tired and then have another chance. But at this moment, he hits him again with all he has and questions if that was the plan, laughing and saying it's too obvious. At this moment, Jay doesn't know what to do, but he says it's not over yet, so he needs to pull himself together. He says he can still move. He tries to punch Baek again, but Baek dodges and counterattacks with a blow to his face. The boy doesn't know what to do. Baek seems to enjoy this. Immediately after, he slaps the boy in the face. At this moment, Jay is incredulous. The kid slaps him again and again and again. Baek hits him. Jay lies on the ground, breathless and without any strength. Baek says in the end, the boy only knows 1 or 2 things about boxing. Jay remembers his father's words, saying that even if he is on his knees, he can still get up. Beck says this was very fun and from now on he won't bother him anymore, so he should stay in line. He stands up trembling. The boy asks Beck to wait while his father's words resonate, saying that a true boxer doesn't give up. Jay tells the kid it's not over yet. Beck glances back. The orange-haired guy says the boy has courage, while the hooded guy says if he keeps this up, he will end up dead. Yu does nothing. Beck looks back with great anger. Jay sees a punch coming, but unfortunately, it was impossible to dodge. He is practically unconscious. Beck grabs the boy and starts beating him. The bald guy asks what will happen if the boy dies, and the other says he asked for it. Beck asks if he hadn't warned Jay to stay in line. People like him should be beaten until they learn their place, and questions if Jay really thought he could fight, asking if he thought learning boxing would let him defeat him. No matter how much Jay tried, he would never beat him. The boy says he never tried to win. Beck doesn't understand what Jay is talking about. He continues asking if Beck doesn't get it. Jay says he's not the same as before, so he has already won. Besides, he doesn't care about being the best in the region. Beck is speechless. Jay shouts that he will become a great boxer. The kid gets furious again and starts punching Jay. As he punches, he asks if Jay still thinks this is for wimps. In the background, someone asks if this is fun. Everyone watches. We see the protagonist standing. He asks if punching people is fun. Elsewhere, the master asks what the trainer was doing with the boy earlier. He asks the master what he thinks about trusting his instincts. The master doesn't know what to say. Kay says that when he looked at each athlete he trained, he had a specific feeling about them, the feeling that they would conquer the boxing world. He felt the same way about Bake, but that boy is a completely different animal, an unknown feeling. The master asks what kind of unknown feeling the trainer is talking about. We see the protagonist standing. The bald guy asks if today is some special day for crazy people. Approaching Yu, he tries to say something, but takes a devastating punch and several more in succession. The trainer says he felt chills, a fear that made him tremble. No one understands anything. Bake looks back while the protagonist shows no reaction. The hooded guy sees and tries to run to attack Yu, but the protagonist easily punches him, instantly knocking him out. The orange-haired guy gets scared and runs away. Bake is confused. The master questions, and the trainer asks if he hadn't felt it when he first saw him. That expression, his look. He seemed bored while those fists hit him. The master seems not to understand the situation. Yu stands vaguely looking at Bake. The master asks if it's possible to be bored while being beaten. Smiling, the trainer says it's impossible. He threw a punch intending to take his life, but he dodged it easily. The master is surprised. Then the trainer explains that an ordinary person's speed can't keep up with a boxer's. That's why boxers train for years, but that guy was able to see his fist coming, moving with precision and grace, almost as if he had planned it. Then he asks if the master knows what that means. The trainer says he has met many geniuses, but never saw a child like that. But can you stare at each other? Bak wonders what this tension is and why the hell the boy is looking at him like that, approaching him while threatening. But in a brief moment, his face was reduced to nothing. The trainer says that it's not just reaction speed. While Bak screams, the trainer says that time flows differently for Yu. The boy asks if his eye is still intact. It continues, saying that the boy is not a genius, but of a completely different breed. Beck is terrified. While the trainer says that the boy is not human, but a monster, going back to Beck's past, everything started with a simple why. Why doesn't he dodge? Why doesn't he punch harder? It didn't take long for Beck to find that answer. A guy bumps into him. He gets annoyed serious. Beck just stares at him. Shortly after, the guy is on the ground. Beck says others are weak and he is strong, adding that the feeling of being superior is good. Since that day, he started fighting. Beck asked others to idolize him more, to fear him more, much more. Before he realized it, his fame spread. People came to fight him, thinking they would defeat him. His heart raced every time he found an opponent. Along with the pleasure of winning and defeating everyone, Beck realized something: how strong he is and how weak they are. This way of thinking took him to the top. Beck felt chosen, but now he is scared of a simple jab. He wonders if it's really possible to throw a punch like that. Beck says it's impossible because he is the chosen one. Even the trainer recognized him as a genius. Standing up, Beck says he made an embarrassing mistake, and that punch must be pure coincidence. At this moment, Beck gets angry, then goes after the protagonist. Beck says now he will give 100%. Yu just watches. The boy wonders how he will hit the boy while moving fast. Beck says he will put all his strength into this punch and beat him until he bleeds. The boy prepares for the attack. Yu assumes his stance. Beck thinks the protagonist will dodge, then breaks Yu's guard, saying that this is the difference of a talent chosen by the gods. But with some ease, the protagonist dodges. Beck is astonished by this. Yu comes from below and punches Beck, almost knocking him out with this blow. Yu follows up with another punch, hitting him brutally. Beck is in disbelief. With several blows, Beck passes out. The boy wakes up asking where he is because he can't see anything. He asks where Yu is. Beck feels something scary. Turning around, Beck sees his talent has become insignificant. Looking at it, he is frightened. He is panting, but a few minutes later, Beck Ryu understands. No part of his body is intact. He can't even move a finger. This is a feeling Beck had never experienced before. Then Bake realizes that this feeling is the bitter taste of failure. He cries. A 17-year-old teenager, this unhappy and weak person, cried like a 5-year-old child. Later, in another place at the gym, two people observe the trainer while the guy in yellow says he thought the old man would recruit Bake. The guy with the pompadour asks if they can't take advantage since the great trainer K is here. Approaching, the two ask if the trainer could give them some tips, but he says he is not interested in small fry. The guys walk away desolate. K falls into deep thought. He says he wants the protagonist. Never in his life has he wanted someone so much, and he will have him even if he has to kidnap him. The master mentions something about Bake not having arrived for training yet. The door opens. The master says Bake took too long. We see that it was our protagonist who arrived. Everyone watches him. K asks if he wants to learn boxing, and the protagonist says yes. The trainer says he will make him a professional boxer. Yu says he has a condition. Our boy's hand is all injured. K notices this. Yu says he needs money to pay the hospital bill. The trainer realizes what happened and asks if Bake was a formidable opponent. Yu honestly says he is weak. The master is incredulous. K asks if he really only needed the money for the hospital bills. The old man says he would buy the entire hospital if necessary. Then the trainer tells Yu to show him the way to the hospital. Leaving, K says he owes one to the master. At the hospital, we see Bake in bed. K says Bake was definitely beaten. Probably after this incident, his ego is quite hurt, but that's not his concern. Jay is also in the hospital. Yu watches him while remembering the boy shouting, which makes him smile. The trainer asks if Yu is ready. He says yes. Arriving at the boy's house, K asks if that is where Yu lives because it is empty. The trainer asks if the boy had parents. He says no. K says he will return in a week with all the paperwork. The trainer asks the boy's name. In a flashback of a woman, for a brief moment, she says Yu. His cat approaches. Then the protagonist responds that his name is Yu. K says that from today, Yu will receive a new life. He will introduce him to a whole new world. Destiny leads each person to a predestined path, just like some who achieve greatness without much effort, while others are left behind. In this impetuous and rational race of life and destiny, only the will of the brave will remain, and they will be the only ones to march with their heads held high. The trainer asks if Yu is ready. Holding the cat, Yu says yes. He looks at the protagonist, thinking that something doesn't seem right. The trainer puts gel on his hand, smooths Yu's hair, and says that the protagonist's appearance is much better. A while later, the two arrive at the airport. The cat is a bit tired from the trip. K sees the people who took care of the luggage. The woman welcomes them, and K asks if things are going well while he was away. The butler says he will take the protagonist's luggage, but Yu says it's not necessary. The girl observes our boy and introduces herself, saying her name is Carmen and she is the gym manager. Carmen says there is a car waiting for them. Arriving at the destination, they get out of the car. The protagonist looks around. The girl says this is the house where you will stay. She says the protagonist didn't want a big house, so she made an effort to find a smaller one and adds that if he needs anything, he should just call her. The trainer says the protagonist doesn't have much luggage, so they will go straight to the gym. K says this is his gym and it is called Lions Boxing Club. When the trainer arrives, everyone watches. The manager says this gym can be considered the largest in the country with many benefits. Carmen continues to talk about the gym. The people look at the protagonist, impressed by his newness. A boy also watches him. Carmen says most of the boxers in the gym are professionals, but few are trained by the trainer. Our boy says he understands. The girl gets angry, saying these geniuses always have the same attitude. Kay introduces Yu to another trainer named Arnaud and adds that soon they will give the protagonist a tour and get accustomed. The trainer notices Yu looking at another corner. Kay says those posters are world champions he trained himself. They are so worthy that their names mark the boxing world. The one on the right is his best masterpiece, but at this moment he is already at another gym. Kay tells Carmen to prepare 2 heavyweight slots tomorrow for Yu. She agrees. The trainer silently asks Yu to watch closely to realize that there are also monsters like him. In a championship, people are screaming. From above, the trainer and Yu observe a fight happening below. The guy in the ring looks scared. We see a monster directing a blow at him, followed by several punches. The world champion's fierce attacks continue. The other guy is struggling, his arms are being crushed. In the end, he is knocked out. The fight is over. The challenger is being taken away on a stretcher. Everyone asks if there is anyone who can take the belt from the invincible champion. The trainer laughs, saying the guy has the same destructive power as always, and then asks you to listen to those cheers, because in the near future, people will go crazy for him. All the wealth, fame, and honor will be his. Kay shouts that he will make you a king. In his thoughts, he says that finally, the moment of his dream coming true is approaching and adds that he is looking forward to it. In an unfathomable darkness, you saw that oppression is under the sun, and there is no comfort for the weak, and power is on the side of the oppressors. He then declared that the dead are happier than the living, but better than both is the one who has never been born. Yu remembers the words of that light, saying that someday they would meet again at the top when the protagonist is stronger. In the middle of the night, Yu is awake in his dark room. He gets up with his dead eyes. The protagonist strokes the kitten. The next day at the gym, we see old man and another boy. The trainer says that Josh wants to fight Yu, and if he wins, he wants to take him as an apprentice. While the boy agrees, Kei says if the boy can even scratch him, he will make him a champion. Sometime later, Josh is getting ready. Everyone around talks about the fight the boy will have against Yu and adds that Yu is a genius, but Josh is not weak either. The boy seems angry. We see that a moment ago, Josh was complaining to the trainer because he had won a youth competition, and most professionals respect him. Kei says he has said many times that in the world, a boy's talent is nothing special. On his short trip, he found 2 people with more talent than him, and it's not fun to train someone whose limits are obvious. The boy is a bit furious, but says he only needs 1 punch, then asks the trainer if he really just needs to scratch him. Josh shouts that he will crush you and prove him wrong. Kei says he is looking forward to it. In the present, we see the boy already in the ring. The trainer is teaching Yu how to wrap his hands. Josh is angry because Yu doesn't even know how to wrap his hands by himself. The crowd is excited, asking for the fight to start soon. Someone asks if everything will be alright, and another comments on the protagonist's body, saying it looks like he has never set foot in a gym. A guy tells everyone never to underestimate someone the trainer brought in. In his thoughts, it reminds him of when the trainer first brought Eren. Their talents were on a completely different level from his. He wonders what Josh will do when he sees there is an opponent he will never surpass. Kei says everything is ready and then asks if the protagonist is nervous. He says no, but questions why there are so many people gathered. Kei says this will be Yu's first boxing lesson, so from today until the end of Yu's career, he must not be hit even once. The boy agrees somewhat reluctantly. Kei says that is all the protagonist needs to know about the first lesson. The 2 are already in the ring and the trainer is very excited. The referee starts the match. Josh charges our boy with tremendous force. Yu just observes, calmly dodging. Again, he evades. None of the boy's punches are hitting Yu. Josh tries again, but the protagonist dodges. The crowd admires Josh for being so fast and having such sharp jabs. However, the trainer is in pure excitement. Everyone starts to realize that none of the boy's punches are landing on Yu. The same guy as before says the protagonist doesn't have power but speed, as he is easily dodging those relentless punches. He asks if he was seeing Josh's punches in slow motion. The protagonist dodges again. Everyone says this is unbelievable. Josh is exhausted, saying it's impossible since he couldn't land a single punch. The boy realizes that when the trainer said he couldn't even scratch him, it wasn't a joke. He was serious. Josh sees a huge wall in front of him. He says he needs to calm down. At this exact moment, Josh says he will combine several attacks to make them less predictable. Even so, his effort continues to be in vain. He questions how this is possible, saying he is working harder than anyone for many years, trying to be a champion, but all his dedicated time seems worth nothing. The trainer says he knows how unfair it is because he knows Josh is a good boxer, his footwork and direct jabs along with his exhaustive training hours, but that's all the boy has. No matter how much Josh wants to deny it to himself, his effort can't surpass divine talent. The referee blows the whistle, saying the first round is over. Josh is exhausted, while the trainer says it's time to end this. Kei says now it's time for the second lesson. He says if you get someone on the chin, they will pass out. In other words, you just needs to dodge and hit. The trainer asks if it's easy. Yu says yes, dodge well and punch well. A boxer works for years to perfect these 2 factors, but a genius is born with a natural ability to create his own style of movements. Yu's a prodigy, so just give him simple objectives instead of teaching mediocre moves. His existence is the very incarnation of boxing. Josh is angry seeing the trainer teach Yu what he doesn't care. The boy admits that Yu's reaction speed is amazing and adds that he has never seen such talent in his life. However, there's one thing talent can't do for him. Energy and endurance only come with effort. Josh says Yu seemed exhausted at the end of the first round. The boy says he lost a lot of energy getting nervous, but in the second round he will press Yu until he gets hit by his punches. The referee starts and Josh passes out. The referee wakes the boy, saying he is happy he woke up. Josh watches Kei walk away. The referee says it was a good try. Josh is sad, saying he now understands that Yu is on another level and understands the trainer's words that there is no fun in training someone with such obvious limits. The protagonist asks if Josh wants to go another round, but he says going further is too much and can even be considered humiliation. Yu tells him to do as he pleases. He is extremely frustrated. The boy says he has a question. Josh says that when the trainer visited the protagonist's country, he mentioned another person who is also strong, then asks if Yu knows who it is. Yu confirms, then asks if this other person is stronger than him. The protagonist remembers our brave one and says probably yes. Josh is sad and then lowers his head. The boy is left alone. We see a journalist talking about the latest boxer Kei is training. He says the lightweight matches this year will be exciting. A guy with glasses asks if the blonde found any scoop. The 2 talk about the first official match of the boxer Kei is training, and the blonde says it's hard to get information because the old man is very protective of his boxers. But this time, he managed to get a piece of information. He says the new guy has only been training endurance for the past 2 years. Our protagonist is running while remembering some boxing moves. Yu continues to run. Arriving home, he passes by his cat and goes straight to the bathroom to wet himself. We then see the boy's body. After that, at the gym, Carmen is introducing Yu's first opponent. She says his nickname is Rookie Killer and adds that he earned this nickname after defeating other rookies wanting to ascend to professional. His specialty is defeating amateur fighters using dirty tricks while fighting, but he is not a big threat if the fighter doesn't get caught by the dirty tricks. However, there is a concern that even though they trust the trainer's skill and insight as they always have, they believe Yu's weight reduction was excessive. Moreover, all they've done in the last 2 years is get Yu in shape and have him watch boxing matches, so they wonder if it will be okay. The trainer says this is a dilemma. Elsewhere, we see the so-called Rookie Killer training. The blonde from before is watching the training, commenting that the punch combinations are intense, and John's trainer says that's his main weapon. The guy says this is the big dirty trick. While using consecutive hooks, he ends up holding the opponent's head by accident, thus causing a knockout. Because it resembles a technique used by wrestlers, the spectators call it the guillotine hook. The massive power John has is the reason he has defeated several rookies. Someone catches the guy's attention. His trainer says it's a reporter, and he introduces himself as Peter. John gets excited. A while later, he is laughing, saying the opponent you will fight must be a big deal since even a reporter came to interview him. The guy wonders what kind of monster K has found this time. Peter laughs, saying it's for the newspaper, but personally he is interested in John's title as a rookie killer because it wouldn't be fun if this sport were predictable. John asks if the reporter knows a thing or two about the game. He says there are idiots making a fuss about how good someone's training was or how someone trained using some secret technique, and adds that he enjoys knocking out this type of person. Seeing their expressions after their dreams are crushed gives him an insane feeling. Calmly, Peter says he understands, then asks if John's style was born to provoke these idiots. John asks what the reporter is talking about, saying he is teaching them a lesson. Rules are meant to be broken. Even suffering some fouls in the end, he just needs to knock out the opponent to end up victorious. Peter says he is a good citizen, which is why he follows the rules. John continues, saying those guys have chicken brains because guys who fight by the rules are weak and cowardly. When he breaks the rules, they get pissed as if he stole some candy and says that there are only 2 rules in this world. Either you are alive or you are dead. The reporter says any boxer would get mad at John's provocations, especially if it's in their debut. Peter says John's style reminds him of a certain boxer, then asks if he likes the middleweight world champion Fabrizio Santorino. John asks if the reporter didn't know, saying the Santorino brothers are true warriors on this battlefield and are on a completely different level. They know what a real battle should be, which is why they are the best. In his thoughts, Peter says the association chose someone very interesting for the debut, and then asks the reporter to tell Mr. K and his apprentice that he will spit and devour him in the ring. Later, we observe John and his trainer on the roof. The old man asks how the interview went. He responds that it was just a bit provocative, but asks his trainer if he will really win. He tells John to have more confidence because you never know what can happen in the ring. John says he will keep that in mind and then put on a good show. The next day at the fight venue, Yu arrives with K while various reporters are saying that Yu really is a fast boxer. Everyone asks how the trainer found Yu or which category he is aiming for. Carmen says they are not accepting interviews until after the fight. Next door, John says there is a lot of noise in the other room, and his trainer asks if he is nervous. He responds that crushing the lives of rookies is the meaning of his existence. His trainer says that's the spirit. Someone arrives saying John is next. He gets up, saying it's showtime. The crowd cheers when they see John. Everyone says he is the rookie killer, but more like a king. The audience is in great excitement, which makes John even more excited. We are introduced to the commentators Peter Cullen and Bob Norris. Cullen says everyone is excited for the debut fight, and Bob says that's because it's the match of K's latest fighter in the ring. John says this will be a guaranteed show. He has never seen so many people for just one match, so he can't wait to see the look of disappointment. Cullen says Yu has arrived standing at 175 centimeters and weighing 61 kilograms, wrapped in a mysterious cloak. He wonders what K will show them. K looks at Yu and then asks him to step up. He looks and climbs up as the trainer asked, looking up and seeing the lights. Peter asks how the match will be for someone who has only trained endurance for 2 years. Someone in the background watches. The trainer tells John to keep a close-range fight to prevent the opponent from making quick movements. K tells Yu to do exactly what he asked, no more and no less. Cullen says the match will begin, asking if the big guy will finish off the opponent or if the young one will emerge victorious. John thinks Yu is too calm for a rookie. He wants to see if he will stay this calm after the fight starts. Everyone watches the fight begin. The referee starts the match. John says it's time for a welcome trot, but something happens. Someone like this awakened a fear in John that he had never felt before, making him tremble until he swallowed hard. A kind of fear he never thought he would experience, like a gun being pointed at him. Everyone talks around, some saying Yu will try to keep a long-range fight. John curses Yu in his mind. When he moves forward like a shot, a punch heads his way, blood spills from his cheek, and everyone is astonished. Kei just smiles. Going back to a few days before the fight, Carmen says she doesn't understand. Kei wonders how he will cook him to leave the audience in shock. Punches are aggressively thrown at John. The trainer prepared our boy to present himself to the audience, and even if there's a chance to finish, Yu is not to do it to show the crowd who exactly Yu is. The audience is impressed. The other trainer asks what kind of monster he brought this time. John looks at the ground, saying he blacked out for a second. Then he sees blood. The referee blows the whistle to stop the fight. Cullen says that in quick movements, the protagonist turned John's face into a pool of blood. The physiotherapist pauses to check the wounds. In the ring, the doctor doesn't understand. The physiotherapist says that in 21 years of work, he has never seen movements like those. Seeing the situation, the referee asks if there's a problem. The man, seeing that specifically the wound says punches or injuries only cause skin cracks, but unbelievably, those cuts are clean. Looking back, he asks how the boy did that with those gloves. Yu stands in an unshakable pose, while John is hallucinating, scared, his heart beating faster and faster. The doctor says there's nothing wrong, so John can continue the fight. Approaching him, the referee asks if John can fight. He says those were just scratches. The referee starts the match again. Bob says John is bleeding a lot, but it seems the wounds were not that serious. He says there's something wrong with the protagonist because he is different from any other boxer he has fought, not just because his skill is good. Boxing is a structured sport with rules where skills compete with skills. It's not like they are some kind of assassins, but he doesn't feel any kind of restriction from Yu's punch. Memories of his youth flash before his eyes, and he remembers the most dangerous type he encountered, the one devoid of emotions. John stays alert, saying Yu is very dangerous. The guy tries to do something, but the boy lands a straight punch. John staggers back, spitting blood on the ground. John says he hit him and notices the boy is visibly far away. He asks if he was even human. In a moment, the protagonist is beside John. Seconds later, a punch is thrown. The audience sees it. John tries to do something, but Yu dodges and hits him continuously, non-stop. What the audience sees is only blood. His trainer realizes it's impossible for John to win. In fact, even he must have realized he can't win. Yu is making a toy out of him. Kay smiles. John asks what the boy's punches are. Where the blow comes, his guard is pierced instantly. Then he realizes Yu is not throwing any decisive punches on purpose. The protagonist lands a blow to his rib. John is in disbelief. In his mind, violence, the instinct to survive, blood, and violence resonate. There's nothing better than entertaining the audience. In the background, someone says Yu is the devil. He this time has outdone himself. The fun turned into ecstasy, the ecstasy of frenzied madness. Everyone is screaming, saying the trainer brought the devil himself. John says the protagonist is the kind of person who won't feel anything even after killing someone, so now he must try to limit his movements. Trying to play dirty, he attempts to step on Yu's foot, but Yu quickly dodges. John is astonished, but again he is surprised by another blow. He realizes the boy is reading even the movements of his feet. The crowd shouts, saying John tried to play dirty, calling him scum, and they demand that John just die. Yu throws a punch. The guy can't do anything anymore. Our boy hits him, landing several punches in succession. While the trainer says John still has a chance since Yu has dropped his guard and is within reach. John can grab him. No matter how good the reflexes are at that distance, he can't dodge, but unfortunately, the pressure from the crowd is overwhelming. John is exhausted, and his trainer asks him to pull himself together. More and more people are screaming, and John finds himself in a deep void. The trainer wonders in his mind if he is okay with this. In a flashback, we see that not everyone was born to be in the spotlight. 4 wins and 7 losses. With his ordinary skill, John didn't hit the jackpot. He was just someone disposable who had a few good hooks. His trainer arrives, asking if he is working hard again, and John greets him. He says the hooks aren't bad, but still have a long way to go. John says he is good at this thanks to him, and the old man says he lacks respect. The two stare at each other. John is angry because the old man said he still has a long way to go, and the trainer says his opponent has already been found. John gets excited, asking who it is, and his trainer responds that it is Isaac Dresner, a super elite athlete who has dominated several tournaments and is now trying to win the Olympic medal. John says he heard Isaac is trying to turn professional and then asks if he is in the same weight class. The trainer looks at him. John asks the old man not to make that face because he already knows he has no chance. He is practically being sacrificed for Isaac to make his debut. The old man lowers his head and apologizes, saying John would be better if he had more to offer. Smiling, John asks what he is talking about. Boxing is in his blood and in his head. He is the best, even if he isn't. If it weren't for boxing, he would be in the gutter right now. So he asks the old man not to apologize because he taught him a lot. Besides, punching the punching bag, John says it's not over until it's over. The trainer says those are wise words coming from a rookie, but anyway, he is still a rookie with a big mouth, and John complains. As expected, it was a one-sided battle. His trainer even tried to ask him to pull himself together, but he knew it was impossible to win. The guy keeps getting beaten, seeing in Isaac's eyes that he doesn't care about John. As expected from an elite athlete, John tries something, but the guy dodges, hitting him with a punch. John tries again, but Isaac counterattacks. Even getting beaten, John doesn't give up, but living for boxing for just one more day is enough. His life was always about stealing or being stolen from, betraying or being betrayed, attacking or being attacked. Everyone followed the wrong path, advancing through the wrong life. A predator eats another predator, a dark and chaotic world. His memory is the old man complaining to him. But it was there that, for the first time in his life, John saw the radiant glory of this world. Whether caught by luck or misfortune, his arm trapped the guy's neck, but he knew he couldn't stop now, so he punched him. Everyone is impressed, including himself. Knocked out, the referee blows the whistle. No one expected John to win. Somehow, Isaac got up again. The humiliation of suffering his first knockout gave John a miraculous victory. Later, on the roof, the old man asks what the association said. John says they overlooked the fouls and ask him to fight like he did today, and if he can stabilize, the association will arrange fights so he will make money. The trainer asks what John's response was to that. He replies that the world also needs villains. Now at this moment, the crowd is shouting that justice was served, continuously demanding that he die. His trainer is frustrated. John doesn't know what to do. Cullen says this is a terrifying sight. Everyone tells the guy to try to do something. His trainer remembers that in the last interview, John said he admired Fabrizio. But he knows he would never admire that trash. The trainer says that at the end of every match, John suffers deeply in his room, yet the fouls cannot be justified, and John knows this better than anyone. If he decides to cheat again, the trainer will support him at any cost. No matter if others hate him, he will always be rooting for John. The guy continues to get beaten. His trainer says he will always recognize his talent. Hitting the ring floor, the old man shouts for John to give it his all to stay standing because he will always be by his side. John tries to fight back. He says he honestly envies him. Someone as talented as John would never need to worry about being sidelined. In fact, he would never be thrown out. He could even dominate the boxing world. But still, John's talent is second rate. People watch. Peter notices John will try to grab you. He says he will never retreat. The protagonist defends, the lights illuminating the ring, everyone watching in fear. John is confused. We see Yu delivered a devastating punch that fractured his opponent's bone. The guy steps back, yet the pain is overwhelming. Without any emotion, Yu finishes and John is knocked out. His trainer is astonished. Kay has an expression of absolute victory. The opponent kneels and then falls to the ground. The referee ends the match. The crowd screams, asking if John is dead. Cullen says Yu delivered a right that made the opponent collapse. The trainer asks John to get up. In his subconscious, the trainer says he should have stopped John back then. He wanted to tell him not to be a disposable boxer who just puts on a show, but unfortunately, those words never left his mouth. Because of his foolishness, the trainer did not have the skill to make John stronger, so he couldn't say a word, but he is sure that if it were that golden person, he would have managed to stop John. Almost crying, the trainer apologizes. On the ground, John asks why the old man is making that face again because he said before. The referee counts to end the round. John says the trainer taught him well. Ka realizes the guy got up. John adds that he learned a lot. The trainer is impressed, as is everyone present. The referee continues counting. John is almost standing. Yu does nothing. The referee continues the count. John says there is no reason for the old man to apologize because back then, he helped him a lot. John says he did something stupid again. What he really wanted was to be a boxer like him. In his last words, John apologizes. Finally, the referee blows the whistle, ending the match. Cullen says this is a horrible sight, a performance as merciless as a demon's, and then says that evil itself has just debuted in boxing. In the background, someone is watching. Everyone shouts and applauds, but he just walks away. Peter says the way you destroyed that guillotine hook was shocking. A short punch literally is supernatural technique. Moreover, it was impressive that the protagonist used a hook to stop another hook, but only John received damage. Probably you aimed precisely at a weak spot. The boy's quick reaction goes beyond human limits. Looking at Kay, the man says he found the most powerful monster of all. Smiling, he says this is very interesting, a rookie who played with a rookie killer. First, it was Qasim, but now it's you. He adds that he can already feel the excitement of the strongest boxers, the appearance of a giant destined to produce waves big and small that will affect everyone around. A guy says you was incredible. He asks Josh if he didn't like the fight. He says he was just thinking about some things. Josh kind of feels relieved. What he always had was never an achievable dream. Josh tells his uncle he will do his best in his bartending show. After that, we see some people were disappointed. Sometime later at the gym, we see Chiel saying he wished the rookie killer had won. He asks Jay if that is the friend he talked about. He says yes. The boy says Yu is ridiculously strong. Jay looks at the protagonist and gets very excited. In his mind, he says he knew Yu had something more. Chiel tells Jay not to get too excited because the protagonist is living in a world totally different from his. The boy says he knows, but when they meet, he wants Yu to be proud of him. Then he starts jumping rope much faster than before. Chiel watches in awe. Jay shouts that he can do this. He says this is not bad. The boy shouts louder, saying he can do this. Chiel says this is amazing. The two start jumping rope extremely fast. Next to them, the master asks what's happening with them. Elsewhere, we see someone watching Yu's fight, saying it looks great. Behind him are several security guards. He asks if the man can beat him. Someone arrives saying Sumi's men are there. He says he's going and Big follows. The boy looks at the TV and then gets angry, feeling a deadly hatred. People scream. We see a man beaten up. The guy says the boy did a good job. Around him, several opponents are on the ground with bloody fists. We observe that Back feels slightly envious. Near where the tournament took place, a blonde man is happy. He asks Gene what he thought of the new fighter from Trainer K. The guy stops. Gene remembers the protagonist's punches. The man calls his attention. Gene says something. He says he is in love with you, and this Gene is the lightweight division champion, Jean-Pierre Manuel. In a dark place, someone is eating pizza and drinking beer. We see that another person is watching you fight, saying that's the guy. He says he thought it was someone worthy. Guys like the protagonist are worth 12. Suddenly, he shouts that this year's lightweight rookie is him. Another day, we see Peter saying that the lightweight division will be the most famous this year. You left a strong impression on all the fans. But as if that wasn't enough, another lightweight division fighter also had an extraordinary debut, Qasem Al-Jahad, the grandson of the president of the Jahad Group conglomerate. Just by appearing in boxing, he caused several rumors, but his frightening performance left everyone in shock. You versus Qasem, and there is no boxing fan who isn't excited for a fight between these two. The winner of this fight would be recognized to compete for the lightweight belt held by Gene, who has been undefeated for 10 years. Peter says he can't wait. Someone kicks the door. Everyone around looks. We see the silhouette of someone. Qasem shouts that he is back. He has a clear smile and then asks how the trainer has been all this time. He looks at it and says that the guy had disappeared for 2 months, and when he returns, he is in a pitiful state. Qasem asks him to stop the nonsense. His trainer doesn't understand. The guy says that all this rest made him eager for a fight. Qasem asks Sebastian to arrange the victims and says he will pay 10,000 for each attack, with bundles of money. He asks the people in the back to come and fight. The trainer remembers that when he first saw him in the gym, he almost kneeled. He asked if he was seeing things but attended to him normally as if he were a client who wanted to learn boxing as a hobby. He had said he had lost interest in things that could be bought with money, so all he wants now is the belt and the champion title. He thought the guy was just a bit excited, so he sent him a session of fights to go home, but the result was scary. A mere rookie defeated several professionals. Qasem may have gained some weight, but his style hasn't changed. He asks someone to get in the ring. Another guy steps up. His trainer says that even after seeing it several times, he still can't believe his eyes. It's displeasing, but it's his style. Everything is a game, and boxing for him is just another game to finish. Even so, Qasem is formidable. Another guy appears. The trainer says his style irritates him. They stare at each other. His opponent tries something, but Qasem easily dodges and quickly counterattacks. The guy asks what was the point of perfecting his techniques. He wonders what kind of movements those are. He left his defense completely open and throws random punches. The fat guy hammers the little guy. His trainer shouts for Qasem not to use his joints, as that would be a foul. He says he forgot. He asks Sebastian if he can buy the boxing association and change the rules. The trainer says it irritates him, but still he has that, an unparalleled talent that others don't have. We see Qasem punch the guy again. We see the opponent now lying on the ground. Even with this clumsy style, the trainer says that makes 20 people. Anyway, Qasem is immeasurably strong. Without any training, he is stronger than others who train their whole lives, a strength that was gifted to him when he was born. 2 weeks have passed and Qasem is still fighting. He lands another blow on one of his opponents, who becomes dazed from the hit and falls face first onto the mat at Qasem's feet. He asks Sebastian, how many are left? Exactly 1,000, sir, replies the butler. Qasem says it's been refreshing. The trainer comments that he's crazy that anyone else would have run out the front door screaming and thinks he would like others to practice with him. He adds that Qasem was obese 2 weeks ago, but now he's back to his normal weight, having burned off all his body fat and developed a defined abdomen. No amount of training tires him because he finds it enjoyable and treats boxing like a game. He eats like a glutton and sleeps whenever he wants, as if he were the king of beasts. His physical skill and the amount of practice he puts in seem limitless, and his wild nature makes it hard to believe he's human. The trainer can't imagine him losing to anyone and believes Qasem will be the fighter who becomes the lightweight champion. We see a kettle on the stove and some picture frames on the shelf. A boy sits at the table looking sad. His father, noticing his expression, realizes it's because of the food. He tells his son they've only been eating potato soup lately, and that it must be getting tiresome. But the boy says he loves potato soup. The father promises to buy something better if he wins the prize in the next fight, and the boy is happy to hear this. He feels pleased to have cheered up his son, but thinks he'll first need to pay the overdue rent, utilities, and water bills. After setting aside money for food, there's still gas to consider. Maybe he can buy a chicken with what's left over or a steak if he gets a victory bonus. He concludes that such a bonus would be very nice. But he thinks that you never know what will happen in boxing. The scene cuts to outside the fight venue, where someone is panicking because Qasem isn't there, as the fight will take place the following day. However, someone bursts in, kicking the door open and surprising everyone present. It's Qasem Al-Jahad in the flesh. He asks if the person called Yu is among the common folk and remarks that he's been so kind to grace them with his presence but dares to make him wait, demanding that they summon him immediately. Some people wonder if Qasim al-Jahad is really there, and if it's the first time they've seen him in person. The trainer appears and asks what's going on. One of his students replies that Qasim is causing a commotion. The trainer is surprised when he notices Qasim's presence. Qasim sees him and recognizes him as the trainer K, saying he came in person to visit Yu. But as soon as he finishes speaking, the trainer grabs him by the legs. Qasim asks what he's doing, calling him an old madman. But K realizes that Qasim is an excellent specimen. His body is perfectly balanced with strong, lean muscles compared to those of a wild stallion, and of course, compared to him, he's just a baby pony. K concludes that Qasim will make a good story and that it won't be easy to find someone so well sculpted, as he's defined like a beast. K wonders if he'll enjoy watching Qasim being destroyed. Then K asks if Qasim is here to see Yu. Qasim replies that he is and assumes they will face each other before becoming world champions, so he was generous enough to come to see Yu. Trainer K responds that Yu is out for his morning run and that if Qasim runs now, he might catch up with him. Excellent, says Qasim. Outside, we see Yu hooded. He's running just as the trainer said. However, he hears something approaching. Qasim interrupts his run trying to land a punch on Yu, but Yu quickly dodges. Yu shows no surprise and simply stares at the man with a dark look. Qasim comments that Yu looks darker in person and asks if he finds it fun to box with such a depressive face. Yu remains still and calm, saying nothing. Qasim answers his own question, saying of course he doesn't. He turns around with a Machiavellian smile and says Yu should remember that people like him will never defeat him. After that, he runs off, shouting that the champion's belt is rightfully his. The protagonist stands there, not fully understanding what just happened. Later, we see the fight gym completely packed. Qasim is about to attack his opponent. James looks at him and says he knew it would be difficult, but compares his opponent to a wild beast. From Qasim's expression, he truly looks like an untamed beast. James attempts to land a punch, but his opponent dodges, ready to counterattack. He notices that the opponent is about to use a hook, but Qasim delivers a double punch, trying to land 2 hits simultaneously. James, surprised, can't believe what just happened, but it seems like Qasim wanted exactly that reaction from him. James calls him crazy and prepares for the attack. He assumes a defensive stance, but Qasim is ready to strike. Even though James isn't leaving himself open, he still feels the blow, and his opponent prepares to attack again. But Qasim, observing the fight, wonders why his opponents are so serious about boxing, thinking that boxing is just a simple game and that they should just loosen up and have some fun. James, on the contrary, doesn't seem to be enjoying himself. He just took a precise hit from his opponent, which seems to have struck him directly, sending him down to his knees. The fight commentator says it's an unbelievable way to knock someone out. Qasim forced his opponent to his knees with just sheer physical strength. Qasim remarks that the real loser is the opponent, who can't enjoy himself. Trainer K watches the fight with some colleagues and confirms that Qasim is indeed someone very interesting. He notes that Qasim might think he's attacking 2 places at once, but there's a reason boxers don't use such ridiculous moves. The power of a punch comes from the bottom, generated by the flow of energy from the legs to the core and delivered through the arms. But a position like that breaks the flow and makes it impossible for him to strengthen his punches, leaving him open to attacks, rendering that move pointless. However, his physical skill is another story. It allows him to channel his strength into punches that are out of the ordinary, turning a weak punch into one with high accuracy. His incredible beast-like athletic ability makes the impossible become reality, concludes K. We finally return to the fight, where James has gotten up and still has some strength left in him. Qasim says it's time to end this and slides with his feet, preparing to attack. James wonders what Qasim will pull out this time, and notices that the distance between them is too great for the opponent to land a punch and knock him out. But with his crazy physical skills, it might be possible. James thinks that his only chance to win is now and plans to use a counterattack when the opponent throws his punch with full force. The stronger the opponent attacks, the harder it will be for him to be hit by the counterattack. It's beastly moves against boxing techniques. Who will win this fight? Qasim charges in to attack, and so does James. Both want to win the match and are giving their all. But when James tries to use his counterattack, he misses, and is startled because he was confident he would succeed. However, his slip-up proves costly, and something serious happens. He is hit by his opponent and is thrown into the ropes of the ring. His eyes are completely white and his mouth is bleeding. His knees are keeping him propped up on the ground, but soon after, he falls completely. The commentator says the knockout was incredible, and Qasim has his fist in the air as if he's certain of his victory. In the background, we hear the fight count. Qasim is exuberant about his imminent victory, celebrating and calling himself all-powerful. But he looks to the side as something catches his attention. His opponent is getting up before the count is finished. His expression changes to something quite unpleasant. James refuses to lose the fight. He thinks of his son and the promise he made and tells his opponent not to take boxing lightly. His voice is weak, but he tries to continue. But his strength is completely exhausted and he falls permanently to the ground of the ring. Kosum scoffs and asks why he should listen to advice from a loser who doesn't know how to have fun. An opponent in the ring looks extremely scared, wondering what he's fighting against. On the other side is the protagonist with his dark gaze. His opponent is not at all comfortable fighting him, but Yu doesn't change his stance and is ready to fight. With just one punch, he has his arm raised by the referee and wins the fight. His face shows no emotion as usual. On the other hand, Kosum is also fighting and having fun. His opponent admires his athletic ability and can't believe what he's doing in the ring, comparing him to an animal. The fight between the two doesn't last long, with Kosum landing a knockout on his opponent and easily winning the match. With both arms raised, he celebrates his victory, proclaiming that it's undeniable he's the winner. As expected, Yu and Kosum quickly cause a stir in the lightweight division, with both rapidly becoming the best in the world. The protagonist enters the ring with clean, clear, and intimidating movements, while Kosum dominates his opponents with his unique, unconventional punches and an animalistic instinct. But who will make the first move? In the post-fight interview, an interviewer praises Kosum's performance and asks what he thinks of the match result. Kosum starts by energizing the crowd and asking if they enjoyed the show. Then he hits straight to the point, saying he wants the belt and will soon achieve it. But first, he has someone else to deal with. He threatens to crush Yu and then declares that he will take what is rightfully his, the title of the best in the world. He tells everyone to say goodbye to old boxing practices because Qasim Al-Jahad is here to usher in a new era. As expected, Kosum was the first to make a move. Trainer K listens to the interview and struggles to hold back his laughter. But he can't resist and bursts into loud laughter, annoying everyone in the room around him. While Kosum is laughing on TV, K is laughing in his office and he sarcastically says he'll have to give the enemy the best fight of his life. Kosum leaves the ring and is escorted to the locker room. His trainer thinks that his post-fight statement was as bold as his personality. The trainer didn't like him at first, but now he's dancing to his tune. Kosum has been leading him by the nose before he even realized it. His charisma influences everything and everyone around him, just like his boxing style. The entire audience shouts his name in the fight's farewell. Kosum has made a mark in the boxing scene, splitting fans into two groups. One group passionately supporting him, saying he has created a new boxing style that rejects current techniques, and another skeptical group criticizing him as a circus act that won't hold up against a real opponent. An expert defends that modern techniques are optimized based on fighters' experiences over time, but Kosum's style, while entertaining, is limited. Another commentator disagrees, saying this mindset shows someone stuck in the past and that it's high time for an evolution in the sport. Just as everything in life evolves, so does boxing. This is the moment all fight fans have been waiting for, and in other words, the outdated cannot stop progress. Surrounded by opposing opinions, Kosum, without hesitation, continued advancing and at his own pace defeated the more orthodox fighters, proving his strength, until gradually the opposition dwindled and became a disregarded minority. Kosum is openly paving the way in boxing. His trainer admires him and recognizes his potential and knows he was born to rise to the throne and proclaim himself king. On the other side of the story, we see Yu training with a punching bag. His trainer says he's been challenged, and the challenger is someone he's encountered before. Qasim Al-Jahad, the same person who confronted him during his run. This guy will be a bit different from the fodder the protagonist has been knocking out so far. Yu, as always, shows no reaction upon hearing this. Quickly, the day of the match arrives. The commentator announces that this is the main event everyone has been waiting for. Kosum versus Yu, a lightweight bout that has turned the division upside down, will begin. It can be said that this fight will determine who is closest to claiming the lightweight throne. Jean-Pierre, the lightweight champion, is in the audience. He came personally to watch the fight. Kosum's trainer mentions this to him and says that he's also worried about the outcome of this fight, adding that the chance to capture the championship belt Kosum has always wanted is just around the corner. He just needs to win this one and then face the champion. Kazim, in turn, asks the trainer if he thinks a mere belt will satisfy him, and then says he wants something greater than that. He aims to hold all the titles in every division and conquer the boxing world. The trainer thinks, as expected, this is the real deal, and he is eager to see how far he can go. The champion also seems interested in what will happen, but he has a vacant look similar to the protagonists. Yu is already in the ring with his trainer, who asks if he remembers what was said before, and Yu implies that he doesn't. Good, says the trainer, and with that, he exits the ring. The long-awaited match. Both boxers are ready to begin. Qasim, the unconventional fighter, comes armed with fierce intensity, while Yu, the boxing genius, approaches with a quiet and prepared demeanor. Who will be the victor in the most anticipated lightweight match of the year? The referee signals for the fight to begin. The excited commentator announces that it's time for the show to start. Kosum begins to move his feet, circling the ring with his unique beast-like gait. With his beastly gaze, he locks eyes with his opponent. Who will be the first to make a move and end this suspense? Kosum recalls his first encounter with the protagonist and notes that it was a casual meeting, a bit of what was to come. He then clasps his hands behind his back and says that now is the time for real fun, inviting his opponent to strike him. All other fighters can only use horizontal punches or cross punches from a certain distance, he says, referring to himself as the power that no one can defeat since everyone else is so formal and proper, unlike him, whom he considers more modern and creative because he views everything as a fun game. He moves his feet again, but just when he least expects it, an opponent's punch catches him off guard. His trainer is shocked by this, while Yu's trainer is extremely pleased. Qasim al-Jihad, who seemed untouchable, took a precise and unexpected blow. We see a flashback from before the fight when Ki warned the protagonist that his opponent was different from the others, and the protagonist, although still, listened to what was said. Kei says that so far, Yu has had to hold back against his opponents to put on a good show for the audience, but this guy is strong enough that Yu doesn't need to worry about that. He tells Yu not to hold back. On the floor, we see a mound of sand that fell from the punching bag through the hole the protagonist left while training for his big fight. In another moment, we see a trainer helping an athlete with sit-ups as he struggles and is almost completing the exercise. Another is exercising with weights and is putting in a lot of effort. The gym they're in seems to be packed. Others are practicing boxing, and the trainer tells one of them to use the backhand guard. Some are training the punching bags, punching and dodging. Others are stretching ropes to strengthen their punches. While some fall, others get up, and even running is part of the exercise routine. The scene then cuts to Qasim's face, which is terrified. He's about to take a punch from his opponent, which, though fast, Qasim's reflexes allow him to see coming. When the punch lands, it's powerful and spreads blood across his face. He panics and cries out in pain. Trainer K smiles as he watches the fight. He was expecting something like this to happen. According to him, there are only two types of people in the world who can dodge such a punch. Someone who lives in a world where time moves at a different speed, and someone with wild instincts. But even with animalistic instincts, it's a miracle to dodge some punches, as it's practically impossible to avoid them all. So the body instinctively focuses on minimizing the damage, resulting in excruciating pain in exchange for not being knocked out. Thus, the boxer must sacrifice another part of the body to absorb the impact and protect the chin. However, even if the vital points are protected, strong and precise punches to the body will naturally break through the defense. Qasim's body is managing to absorb most of the damage. Qasim says that the protagonist's hands are the heaviest he's ever seen, as if they were sandbags. He is extremely frightened because he doesn't know how to react. Yu, on the other hand, is focused and ready for more, landing a punch to the opponent's abdomen, causing him to freeze with the impact. Another punch from Yu follows in quick succession, and he lands another hit on the opponent, who is unable to react and can only scream in pain. The commentator says that Yu landed 2 consecutive body blows, and with that, another side of Qasim is revealed. His trainer realizes that he is now the prey and not the hunter, and never imagined the gap between them would be so large. Looking at Kei, he says he's an old sly fox. Kei, in turn, is simply satisfied to see Yu's opponent getting beaten badly. Qasim is about to hit the canvas. His emotions are completely shattered. He wonders what he's doing there. His opponent stands tall in front of him, staring at him with his dark gaze. Qasim wonders why he is fighting someone like Yu, and why everyone in the audience is applauding him. Is this fun for you? He asks, and the audience's happy faces at seeing him lose are evident, which deeply shocks him, to the point where he feels he needs to escape the fight. Yu, meanwhile, remains calm as always and focused on the fight. Qasim's trainer is surprised and irritated by his current behavior. Qasim retreats, trying to flee from his opponent, while Kei stands outside, laughing at the current state of the fight. Trying to revive Qasim, his trainer asks what he's doing going to the corner of the ring, and tells him to raise his guard, but Qasim is so confused that he barely knows how to react. He tries to lift his guard as instructed, but it's not enough to prevent the next blow from his opponent. He's hit again, nearly losing consciousness. His trainer is stunned by the opponent's strength, and at this point no longer believes in his athlete's certain victory, thinking he hasn't taught him anything. Qasim wonders what he's supposed to do since he's never been in such a situation before. He tries to attack the opponent but fails. Yu, on the other hand, doesn't stay idle and lands a punch right to the opponent's face. Qasim even spits out his mouthguard involuntarily from the punch, and is stunned in every sense by this blow. His trainer blames himself for the outcome, calling himself a big fool. Naively, he clung to the idea that they were inaugurating a new era of boxing by reforming things but forgot to teach his athlete the basics. This makes him consider throwing in the towel and ending the fight, but he thinks it's not the right time since Qasim hasn't been knocked out yet. He says they haven't shown everything they have to their opponents yet and believes that once you're in the ring, you should give it everything you've got. He shouts at Qasim to hang on until the end of the first round, and then he'll provide the next strategy. However, he looks at the ring and is surprised by what he sees. The protagonist stands still, watching the scene, and even the referee is stunned by what is happening. Kei, for his part, also watches joyfully. Qasim can't take it anymore and surprises everyone by trying to jump out of the ring. His trainer looks at him furiously, unable to believe he's behaving this way. The commentator also can't believe he's seen Qasim trying to escape the ring. This unpredictable situation has left the audience and the referee in shock. Qasim is reprimanded by his trainer, who scolds him for trying to flee the fight. But he doesn't care and just tells them to get out of his way. He says the trainer doesn't know what it's like to face you, and that he's not crazy enough to keep fighting him. With that, he says that everyone else is crazy, but he's out. The trainer, in shock, definitely didn't expect such a reaction from him, and then asks Kosum if he really thinks boxing is just a mere game. Then he slaps him in the face. Furious, he shouts that yes, the opponent is stronger. Maybe he's the strongest in the lightweight division or even in the whole world of boxing. But then Kosum asks what he's doing there. The trainer asks it if he really thought he would only fight weaker opponents and says that no matter how strong the opponent is, he must give his best. All fighters shed blood, sweat, and tears while training to step into the ring and fight. Kosum is impacted by these words from his trainer, but still believes his previous intentions were true. He remembers that he had scorned his opponent in the last fight, saying that the advice of an old loser was worthless to him, and that his intentions were just to have fun. But now everyone is watching him, and he wonders if that really was his goal. He also recalls that he heard earlier that boxing is not just a game. With that, he breaks down in tears. Crying, he runs away from the fight scene. The audience reacts, which makes him cry even more. Seeing this, his trainer blames himself for ever letting him step into the ring. But due to the opponent's withdrawal, the bell rings, and the referee declares Yu the winner of the fight. Thus, the much-anticipated clash between the two rookie prodigies ended in an unbelievable way, with Yu winning in 1 minute and 32 seconds. Trainer K laughs heartily at the opponent's swift retreat. After this match, no one saw Qasim Al-Jahad step into the ring again. The scene shifts to James's kettle on the stove. The door opens, and the bell rings. The boy notices someone has entered the house and is holding a bag of chicken. James, injured but happy, sees his son, who is also happy to see him. The boy enthusiastically smiles. The protagonist is in fighting stance, his opponent staring at him with a shining gaze. He says Yu is trembling with fear against the mysterious cat boxer, as if Yu had never had a chance against this wild hunter, the Cat King. The cat prepares to attack the protagonist, and a fierce battle ensues with very fast exchanges of punches. Yu gracefully dodges all the attacks coming his way. The cat also has sharp reflexes. Trainer K rejoices, laughing. The cat's eyes shine, while the protagonist remains static. But with a brief slip, the cat lands a blow, and Yu is surprised by it. However, we see that all of this was just a dream, and Yu is awakened by his cat in real life. He says that as a professional fighter, one must know how to handle their own body. At least that's what he usually tells his students. Since the protagonist seems to know exactly what he's doing, this no longer applies to him after his last fight. However, there is still the possibility that his body has accumulated some stress, so he recommends Yu take it easy. He praises Yu's performance in his last fight and says he should rest a bit, not wanting to see him in the gym until the day after tomorrow. The sun shines in the sky. The outside of the protagonist's house looks peaceful. His clock shows the time as usual, and he, as always, pets his pet cat while watching something on TV. The expert from before asked another if he still thinks he is stuck in old habits, and reminds him that he warned that experience cannot be defeated. But the protagonist changes the channel to a news story about a giant penguin found on the beach. He changes again, this time to a horror movie, but it doesn't interest him. On the next channel, a soap opera is playing, but he switches to another channel showing an anime. Nothing pleases him, and he remains bored. On his clock, only a few minutes have passed. He recalls the time when a friend bought a new game and invited him to play at his house. With that, he thinks about it. His cat, apparently sleepy, is about to doze off on his lap. The scene cuts to outside a game store. An elderly man in his 50s says it has been 30 years since he founded his tabletop hockey association. People laughed and said he was wasting his time doing something. But now he finally found what he was looking for. As he plays with his opponent, he concludes that he has finally found the genius who will lead the revolution in tabletop hockey. On the other side of the table is the protagonist, who doesn't quite understand what the man said. The old man continues, saying he has the potential to be the best in the world at tabletop hockey and invites him to join him in changing the sport's direction worldwide. But Yu declines the offer, and the old man questions why. He says he doesn't have any hospital bills to pay or anything like that, so he says goodbye and leaves the place. The old man is Indiana Jackson, president of the Tabletop Hockey Association, and at the peak of his age, he was heartbroken. The protagonist moves on to another game and tries to learn how to play. It appears to be a music game, and he manages to score a perfect score. Some who observed say the protagonist achieved the highest score in the game's hardest song, wondering if he was some sort of game professional. After that, he moves on to a fighting game, and apparently performs very poorly. His opponent in the game is surprised by his performance and comments that his moves are like those of a beginner because he doesn't know any combos and everything he does is the classic 1-2. But he wonders how the protagonist is blocking his attacks and considers the possibility that he might be using some kind of hack, even though it's just an arcade game. A few hours have passed since the protagonist arrived there. He barely played and is already bored with the pastime. The end of the day arrives and the sun's about to set. The protagonist sits on a park bench gazing at the horizon. He observes people passing by and sees a couple with their child. Yu doesn't show any reaction and just keeps watching the leaves falling from the trees until someone approaches him and calls his attention. A boy with a smiling face and a radiant look stares at him, seemingly recognizing him from somewhere. The protagonist notices his presence, and the boy asks if he is the boxer he saw on TV. Yu simply remains silent and does not respond. But the boy insists he saw him boxing and asks for an autograph. The protagonist replies that he doesn't have one. The boy asks him to make one. He thinks about it for a moment, and then takes a notebook and signs his name in a very simple way. That was enough to please the boy. He says Yu is really strong, and so is the red-headed guy, and then tries to narrate the fight according to his childish perception. This manages to irritate the protagonist. The boy asks if Yu will face the champion soon, and he replies that maybe. The boy gets excited because the champion is strong too, but he thinks Yu will win the fight. Does that mean he'll be the strongest? The boy asks. Maybe. The protagonist replies with no enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, the boy says he wants to be strong like Yu, but Yu responds that there's nothing good about being strong, and that it doesn't matter how well you fight if you die when someone shoots you in the head. The boy is shocked to hear this, but Yu continues, saying a car can also kill if it hits someone, and a painful death can also happen if you encounter a lion or a tiger in the jungle. With a determined look, the boy stares at him and says he wants to become strong enough to defeat a lion or a tiger, but the protagonist cuts him off and says he could still die from a disease. And even if you're lucky and don't get a disease, you will still die like everyone else when your time comes. He tells the boy that his mother and father will die, and that he will also die someday. And even before that time comes, people can choose to commit suicide if they're tired of living. With that, he concludes that there's nothing good about being strong. The boy's face turns tearful, and the protagonist looks at him mildly. The boy then simply runs away crying, but this doesn't affect the protagonist in any way. The streetlights turn on and night falls. Yu, hooded, still remains there. He walks a bit on the sidewalk. Another boy appears in the same place as him, and as Yu walks, the boy follows him. Later, we see the entrance to Yu's garage. He enters his house, and is warmly greeted by his cat. With his usual somber look, he greets the animal, and says he hopes it lives for a long time. The sky is well studded with stars at night. A boy seems to be sleeping inside the garage, and Yu sleeps in his bed next to his cat. Elsewhere, we see only a heartbeat. Outside, the champion is slowly opening his eyes. After finishing his meditation while sitting in the ring, Jin, the champion, has a sad look. He is sitting at the table, ready to eat, but his wife looks at him furiously. She notices his expression and sees that he's not eating, so she asks if the reason is that he doesn't like her food. Still, he gives no answer or reaction. The woman remains angry, glaring at him, but Jin just stares at her, and seeing her only thinks about his future opponent and can't even pay attention to what his wife is saying. In another place, we see a secretary working, typing on her computer, and after working, she stretches a bit. But then she gets up and, looking out the window, sees a man jumping rope. It was Yu training. The secretary notices that he's there again, and that other boxers would normally use this time to rest. But she thinks the protagonist really doesn't need it, though she thinks he should at least take a day to rest. And the same training routine day after day, and he does it without fail. This is because he is a professional boxer despite everything. Even so, sometimes he wonders if Yu is some kind of robot. For over 2 years, he has always had the same empty expression, never making any friends. He's always practicing completely alone, training according to his coach's instructions. The secretary, seeing the protagonist in this state, notices that he doesn't seem genuinely interested in boxing. But does he really like anything to begin with? She wonders, and thinks that maybe he likes his cat. His next opponent will likely be the lightweight division champion. Thinking about it, they share similar vibes. She continues drinking her coffee and observing him, but concludes that Yu is a bit more, something she can't quite describe. Even if he wins the title, while she thinks this, Yu just stares blankly ahead. The secretary concludes that she can't imagine him being happy. The scene cuts back to the champion with his eyes closed. He is meditating in the middle of the ring. His coach is watching him, and notices that Jin has been meditating for longer lately. Trying to think of the reason, he concludes it might be to better prepare for his opponent. The coach asks Jin about his condition for the fight the next day. Jin simply replies that it's excellent, but excellent isn't good enough. The coach suggests they do one final test. Jin keeps insisting that being excellent is not enough, and that he needs to be better than excellent. In another location at the protagonist's gym entrance, his coach tells him to pay close attention to his opponent's last fight. The announcer introduces the event and says the match will start in a few minutes. The title fight between the number 1 in the world division, Till Schneider, and the lightweight world champion, Jean-Pierre Manuel. The protagonist watches the fight with his usual expression. The coach says that currently there are 5 top fighters in the pound-for-pound rankings worldwide. Junior welterweight, Yuto Takeda. Middleweight, Fabrizio Santorino. Junior heavyweight, Victor Grigorievich. Heavyweight, Aaron Tide. And finally, the protagonist's next opponent, lightweight, Jean-Pierre Manuel, winner of 37 fights and 31 by knockout, a genius who became champion without losing a fight in 10 years. Among the 5 mentioned, Jin is the best in terms of boxing technique perfection, and the coach warns the protagonist to observe how well-aligned his punches are. He moves his fists at the opponent's eye level, blocking their line of sight and sense of distance. Jean-Pierre can see his opponent very well from his position, but his opponent cannot. Jin's long reach and powerful movements are major obstacles. All he needs to do is position his extended fist in the right place and he'll control the other fighter. His total reach is an incredible 2 meters. The protagonist doesn't react to this, but the coach mentions that this is 15 centimeters more than his own reach, which averages 173. So 2 meters is a devastating number. But technically, his reach is not just 2 meters. In the video, Jin moves very quickly. His feet never stay in one place. With this, he strikes his opponent with great force and precision. The coach draws the protagonist's attention to the speed of the jabs and the great distance when he moves back and forth. The perceived reach of his jabs exceeds 3 meters. He asks Yu if he knows what this means. Jin's look is very similar to Yu's, and he replies that it means no fighter can escape his reach throughout the entire fight, from start to finish. The kinetic energy generated by his incredible speed and long arms makes the power in his jabs equivalent to blades. Almost imagining how the match is from the opponent's point of view. The opponent faces Jean-Pierre, but he behaves like a fencer. When attacking, it's as if his arm is a sword ready to cut the adversary, and his punches are so constant they seem to come from all directions. The opponent notices the force of the blows and thinks they're more oppressive than he imagined, but he doesn't just sit idle. Jin remains static, waiting to be attacked. His opponent moves toward him to strike, but he fails to land a punch. He defends the attacks launched, but warns that he knows Jin will use his crab defense to block the punches. So he tries to land a right cross, but Jin wouldn't be the champion if all he had was his reach, and by observing closely, we see how he defends against the opponent's punch. And then he immediately counterattacks, landing a solid hit. The opponent reacts with a cry of pain. Jin moves his feet quickly and strikes him again with force. He used a shoulder roll to deflect the punch, then switched to a southpaw stance and slipped sideways before delivering a right hand to his opponent. That was a perfect decision, says Kay. Only 2 boxers in the world have reached this level of technique close to perfection in such a short time. One of them is Jean-Pierre Manuel, and the other is the protagonist. But he has another weapon besides his reach, which Yu does not have. What is the other fighter seeing at this moment? Jin's right fist is now being completely oppressive, indicating that the timing and positioning of his movements have changed. The complete switch to southpaw has completely confused his opponent, who can no longer gauge the timing and distance. Jin's opponent tries to guess his movements, but fails, taking a right jab in the process. Then, when it seems like his opponent is adjusting, Jin switches back to an orthodox stance. Jean-Pierre is an ambidextrous boxer who skillfully and almost perfectly uses both the orthodox and southpaw stances. His opponent is extremely confused by this and feels completely lost, unable to gauge timing or distance. What he is doing is instilling desperation in his opponent, keeping him in the dark. All the opponent can do is stand there, desperate and completely blind, knowing he is being annihilated. Jin's technique controls time and space in the ring. He lands every blow and wins the fight. As always, his performance was flawless from start to finish. The coach asks if the protagonist understands that perfection in technique is what he's after. Long distance and short distance, orthodox and southpaw, timing, speed, rhythm, control, and psychological warfare, all aspects are close to perfection. The announcer declares Jin the undisputed champion. As expected, the fight was entirely in his favor, and he is asked how he feels about the fight he had. Jin replies that he is not satisfied. The timing between his steps and the coordination of his weight distribution failed several times, according to himself. But he promises to improve in the next fight, and says that if he makes the same mistakes, it will cost him his belt. The announcer asks which fight he is referring to. He responds that the question is quite obvious. The fight against Yu, number 3 in the world rankings, and says he is eagerly looking forward to fighting him. Coach K laughs upon hearing this. He says that Kosen was a big fish in a small pond, and that guys like him are small notes, but Jin is different. He is not content where he is because he is a true boxer, carefully honing his skills in an effort to reach the pinnacle of boxing technique. He also says that he understands Jin's talent and is amazed by his obsession with perfection, which makes him even more eager to see Jin's fight with the protagonist. Jin is standing, observing something. He notices how his opponent moves. The internal muscles are visible to him, even the arm movement when throwing a punch. Yu lands a punch on Kasim, and Jin watches the fight, absorbing everything about his next opponent. He sees Yu's guard, and observes the force he used when attacking Kasim. When the fight ends, he hears the bell ring, and also hears the announcer announce the unbelievable result of Kasim being disqualified after fleeing the ring, giving Yu the victory by TKO in 1 minute and 32 seconds. The protagonist's calm expression intrigues him. It seems that somehow Jin identifies with him, even finding the fight's outcome beautiful. Jin is lost in his thoughts, and doesn't notice that while serving his own coffee, he's spilling it outside the cup. His wife doesn't understand what's going on in his head. She tries to call him by name, but is ignored. so she calls him again, this time shouting. With a shout, he snaps back to reality, realizing his mistake with the coffee. The woman asks what's wrong with him, noting that he's been sulking lately, but he doesn't respond. She insists that he's lost in his thoughts about boxing again. His gaze remains lost and vacant. The wife says it's always the same with him, that Jean always seems to be elsewhere when he's with her, wondering if he no longer cares about her, and if he still truly loves her. Jean simply responds that it's irritating. The woman is surprised by the response. He continues saying that her incessant chatter annoys him. Sometime later, an interview with Jean-Pierre takes place. The interviewer asks the trainer if he can tell a bit about what kind of person the boxer Jean-Pierre is. He's an artist, replies the trainer, saying that this is the most fitting way to describe him. He has invested his entire life sculpting the beauty that comes from perfect technique, and anyone could say that he has devoted his whole life to this beauty. The interviewer, alongside his team, emphasizes the perfection of the technique, and mentions that he heard the champion's training style is quite unique, asking if they can see a bit of it. The trainer responds that he can't show too much of his training, but shows Jean meditating in the ring, and the entire team watches him closely. The interviewer confirms that it's true that Jean meditates before starting his training, and says that he once interviewed another boxer who trained at the same gym as the champion. Recalling the interview, he mentions that he thought at the time that Grigorievich, the fighter, was crazy, but with Jean he has no idea what's going on in his head. In the interview, Grigorievich says that Jean always meditates first before training, but it's not just for a few minutes, it's more like at least an hour. Sometimes he sits and meditates all day. And after he gets up from his meditation, the way he trains is very different from the usual parameters. He assumes a fighting stance and remains as still as a rock. At first, Grigorievich had no idea what Jean was doing, but then he observed him more closely. He saw that Jean's position changed after he went back to hitting the heavy bag for a while. This left him super confused. Then he would take a breath and come back to see if he moved again. But an hour passed and he finally understood what Jean was doing. He then asked the interviewer if he wants to know what Jean was doing, and answers that he was practicing a jab. He was breaking down every movement into parts for a whole hour until he finally completed a jab. The interviewer, upon hearing this, can only conclude that Jean is truly crazy, and Grigorievich agrees. Back in the present, the interviewer concludes that everything Grigorievich said was true, but it doesn't make logical sense to him, as what is the purpose of this type of training? He asks if the meditation is meant to relax his mind and body. The trainer responds that on the contrary, saying that Jean is meditating to awaken all his senses and enhance them before entering battle. And he concludes by saying that he's sure the interviewer knows what it's like to concentrate intensely on something. He responds that of course he does. All stimuli around Jean disappear, and only the object he focuses on becomes vivid. He is meditating to intensify this feeling multiplied several times. The trainer says he could spend the whole day explaining, but the interviewer would only understand if he tried it himself. However, he declines, saying he doesn't want to interfere. "Trust me," says the trainer, "it will take much more than this to make him lose focus." Even feeling awkward, the interviewer agrees to try. He sits in front of Jean and also tries to meditate. The trainer says it's quite simple. He just needs to sit in a comfortable position and focus on the present. The interviewer takes this opportunity to sneak a peek at Jean, and concludes that he can now see for himself that he certainly seems to have a unique aura about him. Now that he realizes this, the interviewer closes his eyes completely and tries to truly concentrate on meditation. The interviewer follows the trainer's instructions and tries to focus on the present. After a few seconds with his eyes closed, he wonders if he's doing it right. He then tries to concentrate more and understands that the present is silent. "Can you feel your heartbeat?" asks the trainer. The interviewer tries to listen to his heartbeat, and it beats strongly. Indeed, he managed to feel it. The more he concentrates, the more clearly he can feel it. The trainer says that this was good enough for a test, and says he's sure that he can feel something distinct even in this short time. If an untrained person can clearly feel the beat of their heart, imagine what a master in meditation could feel. Jean is deeply focused on his meditation. He feels every pulse of his heart, every fiber of his muscles, every living cell in his body, all the central connections in his brain, and his entire bodily nervous system. The trainer says that the champion's desire is to achieve total control of his muscles, from the strongest to the weakest, from his head to the tips of his toes. And with all this control, he aims to reach the pinnacle of technique. The day has turned into night, and the champion awakens from his meditation. He asks if the reporter has already left. The trainer responds that he has. Since the meditation took so long, he said he would return next time to complete the interview. The trainer asks Jin if this is because of that boxer. Jin simply replies that it is, and says that the way he moves and his timing are different. Strategy, reach, evasion, stance change, and defense, all techniques that Jean has honed and polished, are all useless against him. He says that's why he needs to intensify his focus even more. The trainer doesn't like hearing this and tries to get his attention. Then a training partner overhears what Jean said through the trainer, and says he tried to argue but wasn't listened to. Everyone present in the gym is surprised. Jean, with his cold gaze, prepares to fight all three at once, and not only that, but all of them are armed with knives. Jean simply tells them to come at him. The guys are stunned and don't know how to react. One of them thinks they just have to trust Jin's ability and everything will go well. Another says he can't be responsible for what's going to happen. With that, the three of them launch their attack. Jin also moves towards them. His trainer, who was watching everything, is amazed by the outcome. He's already finished what he wanted. And on the ground, we see only one of the guys fallen with a knife beside him. Jin says this won't work and then it's not enough. There's no murderous intent in your opponents. At another moment, Jin is interviewed and asked what boxing represents to him. The pursuit of beauty, he replies. Every heartbeat, every breath, every movement from the largest muscle to the smallest fiber must be perfect. The belt is the confirmation that the one who wears it is the closest to achieving perfection. I see perfection, he says, the perfection that is only sublime in its beauty. That first jab of the fight. How many people truly understood the meaning of that jab? Even Jin was surprised by it. Trainer K looks proud. Jin tries to maintain his composure, but his eyes are glued to the fight. The perfection he has been pursuing his whole life was there. After this, we see a patrol car driving through the city in the rain. One of the officers comments that a strange rumor is circulating among the local criminals. His partner asks what kind of rumor. In an alley, a fight is happening. The thug with a white weapon in hand who is there takes a punch right to the face and falls to the ground with a bleeding nose. The officer continues, saying that a guy suddenly appeared and started beating up the local criminals with his bare hands. We see a hooded man in the alley near the fallen thug. As we get closer, we see that the man is Jean-Pierre. The officer doesn't know this, but concludes that this man must want to be some kind of hero or something like that, and hopes that's all it is. According to the thugs, the man is also collecting their blood. A scene cuts to the side of an old mansion. Inside, a painting is being created with blood instead of paint. Heavy thunder crashes outside the house, making a lot of noise. But this doesn't scare the painter, the same one who attacked the thugs on the street. He says that this isn't enough. Later, in another location, we see a training session. The fighter's feet are moving very quickly. Jin's trainer watches him and asks what happened for him to be like this. He notices that in just a few days, Jin's shadowboxing technique has changed completely. His movements are imperative and desperate. Jin is moving faster than usual, yet he is still extremely precise in his movements. He is able to evade attacks more quickly. His trainer thought he had already achieved perfection, but recently he is improving at an incredible pace. But how is this possible in such a short period of time? The trainer admires Jin for this. His training ends and night falls in the city. Jin says goodbye to his trainer. The trainer, in turn, calls him by name and says he has seemed tired lately and asks if everything's okay since Stella, his wife, was worried about him coming home late at night. Jin pauses for a moment and asks if that's how he looks. He then says that he has never felt as good in his life as he does now. The trainer seems to have anticipated such a response. Jin turns to leave, but his trainer calls him again and tells him to stay well and not get too deeply absorbed. Jin hears his trainer and walks away. It seems the words had no effect on him, but he continues walking and leaves. In an alley somewhere in the city, a thug is chatting with his gang, and someone approaches him. The person stares from a distance and hooded moves into the alley. Their movements are light and calm. The thug wonders what this is. Then Jin stands in front of him, surrounded by the entire gang. His heart is beating faster than normal, but his eyes are as cold as ever. The thug asks if he's the guy who's been causing trouble in the alleys recently. Jin simply assesses the situation and notices that about 3 meters ahead, there's a man carrying a gun. At 11 o'clock, an individual who appears unsure if he's armed. At 9 o'clock, about 5.5 meters away, a woman carrying a knife. At 1 o'clock, about 3.5 meters away, a man holding a knife. At 5 o'clock, about 4.5 meters away, another guy with a knife. His heart is still racing from adrenaline. Jin in turn says they're not good looking. The armed thug asks what he's talking about and holds his weapon, saying that he just made a big mistake by acting like an idiot in front of him. But before any of them can do anything, Jin strikes him in the face. He says he will first use the jab, the punch with the best reach and speed, to temporarily incapacitate the armed man. While he faces the next gang member, Jin notices that the fastest they can react to an unexpected situation is in about 0.4 seconds. Next is the guy who must be armed. He will use his strongest punch to incapacitate him for a good while. That was a very good move. He says he will take a quick breath and go after the guy with the knife at 2 o'clock. Thus, he concludes that it was the perfect time and distance. He has 2 seconds until the guy at 10 o'clock with a knife reaches him. Jin dodges the knife of the guy at 2 o'clock and says his move is obvious and predictable. Then he will land a right hook. Since it's a clean hit, he doesn't need to worry about this target anymore. Immediately, he switches his stance and uses the rotation of his body to deliver a full-powered punch and put the guy with the gun to sleep. The knife guy at 10 o'clock is in shock. Jin finds this method inspiring. Now for the last guy at 5 o'clock. He turns around but is surprised because the guy points a gun at him. This is the worst possible scenario because the man is about 10 meters away. Jin's heart, which was already racing, now accelerates even more. He panics for a moment thinking he's going to die, with his heart feeling like it's about to explode. At the same time, a gunshot happens. Gene concentrates and manages to feel the internal movements of his body, but the man still points the gun at him. He remains standing in front of the armed man. All of his organs and nervous systems react electrifyingly to the gun pointed at him, awakening a type of adrenaline he has never felt before. The currents in his brain seem like a light show from how hard they're working. With all this reaction, the man is struck full in the face, as Gene had all of his energy focused on that punch. The city, seen from the horizon, looks calm, and the commotion is confined to the alley where the chaos occurred. Gene is sweating coldly after the fight. He looks at his hands and wonders if he really did that. He finally achieved what he wanted. For the first time, his eyes show some satisfaction as he finally reached his goal. Back in his sinister mansion, he paints another picture with human blood he collected. He emits a satisfied smile as he now has achieved his satisfactory result. While he brushes his painting, he remains enthusiastic in his own way, saying that now it's time to meet him. Someone enters through a door. It was the trainer who arrived at the gym. He sees Gene and says that he arrived earlier. But upon closer inspection, he sees that Gene isn't acting normally. Gene, in turn, tells the trainer that he needs to preserve this current feeling. With that, he gets up and quickly goes to the punching bag. The trainer calls his attention and says that his eyes are changed, and he wonders if something happened last night. Gene is already training with the punching bag. The trainer thinks he might have finally achieved what he wanted. Gene is intensely focused on his training. He thinks about his opponent, Yu. With this, his eyes widen. What does it mean to be human? He thinks. As he strikes the punching bag, he reflects. Humans are imperfect beings, according to him. This attitude doesn't please his trainer, but he continues, saying that the countless errors in justice make everyone look clumsy and foolish. His expression shows dissatisfaction with all of this. He concludes that he has to overcome all errors and imperfections. With a knee strike on the punching bag, he throws it away until it hits the wall and stops. This satisfies him for a brief moment. His trainer observes everything he does and notices the sand falling from the punching bag through the hole caused by the punch. He says that perhaps Gene has achieved it. Gene says he is seeking perfection. Elsewhere, Stella, his wife, is crying and calling Gene an idiot, wondering how he could say such terrible things to her earlier. The bartender at the bar where she is wonders what's wrong with her, as she's had only one non-alcoholic drink and is already so upset. He tells her that he has to close the establishment now. In turn, she glares at him angrily and asks if he finds her annoying too. Serious, the bartender replies that he does. She continues crying, saying that all men are equally idiotic, and wonders why they find her annoying when she is beautiful and sweet. The bartender hears this and thinks he just wants to go home. Elsewhere, Yu is being instructed to do another set, just like the one he's doing. He performs the exercise faster and faster. Gradually, he finishes the sit-ups. The secretary watches from a distance, noting that Yu has intensified his training as the fight for the title approaches. His trainer tells him to keep up the pace of the training. Yu doesn't seem tired at all. Kei says he needs a strong body ready for any movement and prepared for any situation. He also advises him not to imitate anyone but to do what he has always done and what his body tells him to do. That's all he needs, says his trainer. The secretary, watching from afar, thinks Yu will win this time as well. Otherwise, the coach wouldn't have brought him. That's the kind of person he is. His life's purpose is to win. While listening to the coach giving instructions to Yu, the secretary is sure that in his mind, there is nothing but victory and defeat. Kei tells the protagonist to take a short break now, and then they'll go straight back to training for the next exercise. But the secretary wonders what it's like for Yu and says she doesn't know what he's thinking. Why did he become a boxer? She asks. The day passes and night falls. Outside, the secretary sees Yu leaving and asks if he's done training for today. He just looks at her without saying anything. She says she has something to ask Yu and inquires why he decided to become a boxer. The protagonist looks at her over his shoulder and thinks about the answer he will give. Then he says he's not sure how to describe it, but that for a moment in the past he thought he saw a light and wanted to confirm what it was that he had seen. A light, the girl asks, not quite understanding. He remains silent for a brief moment and reaffirms that he is still not sure. With that, he says goodbye to the girl. She is intrigued but lets him go and tries to understand what the light you mentioned could be. She wonders if Yu will be able to find something there. As he walks away, she watches him from a distance, still surprised by what she heard. She didn't expect the protagonist to be sentimental. Everyone has their own reason for stepping into the ring. For some, it's for honor. For others, it's to try to find themselves. But some, though they are just one in countless numbers, still have a reason. Now, among all these boxers with their reasons and purposes, the two best face off in a match to determine the lightweight champion. Photographers try to capture the moment of the two fighters staring each other down. Their faces show no reaction as expected. But for a brief moment, Gene tells himself that he cannot wait, and that he can't stand waiting any longer to face his opponent in the ring. The night takes over the city. Shin's trainer watches him. Gene looks back at him. "Are you serious?" asks the trainer. Gene replies that he is. The trainer says that every individual has an ideal that he or she keeps close to their heart. He questions the point of living a life where you turn your back on your ideal. Jin says that even if it means he might die in the fight, the trainer shouldn't give up. Hearing this, the trainer becomes serious. Quickly, the day of the match arrives. Jin brushes his teeth after waking up. Meanwhile, he looks at himself in the mirror and notices something interesting. From the top of his toothbrush to the tips of his fingers, he can feel the shape of each tooth. When he puts on his clothes, he can feel every fiber on his skin. And even with each step he takes, he vividly feels the contraction of his muscles starting from his toes, moving up through his heels, knees, and thighs with each step. It's a world where every moment in time feels precise and everything is clear. Suddenly, he shows a slight smile. In front of him is the painting he made, which is responsible for evoking this feeling in him. His expression reveals a kind of morbid joy. In the arena where the fight will take place, the stands are packed. The announcer greets everyone and says that the day has finally come to decide the lightweight champion. The incomparable 10-year champion who has never lost a match against the top boxer or contender for the title. On TV, the secretary watches the fight, apparently anxious about what might happen. Others are also watching the match. The championship belt is prominently displayed. Trainer K asks if he was watching and says he will have it soon. He guarantees that the protagonist will gain more than just a belt. Soon, he will be the best among the weight classes and will hold all the belts in his hands. He looks at him with his classic serious expression, and the trainer tells him to go and claim what is rightfully his. Jin's trainer says he is sure that Jin knows more than anyone about the strength of his opponent, but he adds that Jin has surpassed all his limits, and this is probably his best chance to achieve his desired ideal. Finally, he tells Jin to go and fulfill his ideal. The fight between Jin, Pierre, and Yu is about to begin. The announcer asks if the 10-year undefeated champion will be able to protect his title or if the belt will have a new owner, ushering boxing into a new era. All boxing fans are focused on the most anticipated match of the division. The long-awaited fight has finally begun. Soon after, Jin tries to land a punch on Yu. Yu, in turn, dodges it effortlessly. Then Jin throws several punches in Yu's direction. The announcer points out Jin's reach and speed. The commentator says it looks like the champion came prepared. Yu continues to dodge all the blows. His trainer praises his performance and is just waiting for Jean-Pierre's defeat. Yu, in turn, stands with his traditional posture and thinks this match will be more enjoyable than he expected. What follows is a story about the author's unusual personal experience. It happened about 16 years ago when the creator was an elementary school student. Obsessed with sports in school, he played basketball. He still vividly remembers that moment. Once he jumped higher than he ever had before, surprising all of his teammates and opponents and even himself. At that moment, when he jumped so high it felt like flying, it was the first time in his life he experienced a feeling where gravity seemed to not exist. That jump was the first and last perfect jump of the creator's life. From the start of the run, to the bend of the knees, the bend of the hips, the swing of the arms, and the final extended jump, every movement flowed smoothly and effortlessly as if someone else were jumping in his place. After that moment, the creator tried to recreate the same jump countless times but was never successful and never flew again. Here's another story, you may have heard it before. If you watch interviews with baseball hitters at the peak of their career, you might hear some of them say, "There was a moment when I could see every stitch of the ball coming toward me, and I would move reflexively." A clear, sunny sky contributes to this. And there are countless other legendary moments that go down in sports history. Just like Roberto Carlos' free kicks, where he struck with a curve and the ball would bend, allowing it to change direction mid-air and easily go into the goal, confounding the goalkeeper who didn't know how to react. Similar moments occur in tennis, when a player tosses the ball high and hits it with all their strength, with the racket, leaving the opponent thoroughly confused, and the ball striking the clay court with precision. In the fight, Jun's movements are no different. His feet and his classic stance compared to top-level athletes in other sports and Yu's dodging is equally impressive, as only a worthy opponent can evade so many attacks. Jin observes his opponent's movements, noting the angle of his foot, the tension in his calf, his cold and calculating gaze, the tension in his waist. All of this impresses him. He notices that the opponent will soon enter through this angle and thinks about the best course of action. When Jin attempts to strike Yu, he misses, as the protagonist dodges the attack but fails to counter. The announcer mentions that the challenger, who dominated all of his previous fights, is struggling to get close to the champion. As expected of the champion, he is showing his opponent that he is in an entirely different league, the announcer concludes. Trainer K says he is surprised. Although he knew the opponent was a remarkable boxer, he could only call him a genius at best. But now he is a monster at the limit. Did he reach that realm through his own efforts? Ku wonders with a sarcastic smile. Most soldiers who have spent a long time on the battlefield probably experienced that moment of war. Trainer K was one of those. He recalls his time in the Special Forces using a mirror to try and spot the enemy, only to have it shattered by a distant shot. K turned to one of his comrades and said he would go first. He then decided to advance. In the midst of battle, where the tension was extreme and life or death situations were relentless, an enemy projectile comes toward him, and K manages to escape. He too experienced that moment, when the heart races due to adrenaline. As he ran, he dodged bullets as best as he could, Numerous bones and skulls of the dead were in his way, leaving him extremely terrified. However, that moment lasted only a fraction of a second, but when a bullet almost hit his face, it felt as if time had stopped. Humans are born with potential to reach the extremes of their cognitive ability. And with this potential, they surpass the limits of human capacity. A major mistake is to assume that this transcendental cognitive ability only conveys tremendous evasive skills. No, what this ability gives us, according to Trainer K, is control over the body. Dozens of muscle fibers and joints all contract and relax at precise points and with perfect timing, and no energy flow is allowed to escape. The ability that sets world records, that remains unbroken for a long time, that creates legendary moments and immortalizes them in the sports world, is the same one that makes unrestricted technical perfection possible. The same ability Gene uses. Trainer K says he has been waiting for an opponent like him to appear. He says boxing is not a sport for breaking records. It is a sport where two people face off at the limits of their abilities. Therefore, no matter how strong a boxer is, it is impossible for him to show his true strength if his opponent is weak. But if the opponent is Gene, perhaps K will see both performances at their peak. Gene's trainer, in turn, only watches his fight attentively, but K wants him to show his true strength. As someone striving to push the limits of his abilities, Gene is capable of demonstrating how far he can go, and Trainer K wants him to show the full extent of his true power. Meanwhile, the protagonist, who is also in the fight, dodges his opponent's attacks, tries to strike him in sequence, and then dodges again, trying increasingly to close the distance between them. Gene is very close to him now. Yu tries to hit him, but Gene dodges. The opponent attempts to counterattack, but also misses. With a punch, Yu tries to attack again, but misses. The audience, however, finds the match very exciting, wondering how the two are evading the blows so swiftly. Even the announcer says he can't believe what he's seeing and that a fierce battle is taking place. The tension in the ring is so palpable, it can be felt outside. Trainer K wonders what Chen's next move will be. The way things are going now, he's going to take you by surprise with his long reach, K concludes. Jin keeps his guard up and observes his opponent's movements. Yu, on the other hand, remains stationary. He's thinking about what was said before the fight. His trainer reminds him that his fight is tomorrow, and asks if he has been watching the title matches of the most famous champions every day as instructed. The protagonist responds that he has and will imitate his opponent's movements according to the situation. But K doesn't like hearing that and bursts into laughter. He says he doesn't know what made you think that, and asks if he didn't notice anything unusual when watching the videos. Why didn't you notice? Why do you keep moving like that? Why are you hitting so lightly? This is what you need to understand. Remember his movements, but don't mimic them, K says. Think and decide for yourself. Listen to what your body tells you. That's all you need to know, concludes the trainer. Seeing Yu change his stance, K smiles. The announcer wonders why the protagonist did that. The commentator notes that he shifted his weight precariously forward. Gene observes the extreme weight shift. It reminds him of the initial crouch in track and field. Yu's face is fully exposed, and it looks like even a light touch would be enough to knock him down. However, thanks to his new self, Gene knows he will be in trouble if he attacks now, so he intends to focus exclusively on his defense. But in a brief moment of distraction, Yu lands a precise blow on him. This leaves everyone watching the fight stunned, except for Trainer K, who seemed to be anticipating this moment. The entire fight venue and the audience come to a brief halt as Jean-Pierre, the undefeated champion for 10 years, falls to the canvas. He showed his true self. Jun's wife was in the audience with the others. Watching the fight, she noticed that he had fallen to the canvas and became worried. Not just her, but everyone present was surprised by this. Gene lay on the ring floor with his face covered in blood. In the audience, everyone wondered what had happened. Even the announcer who saw what occurred couldn't believe it, saying that the stadium was in chaos now. The commentator, in turn, was left speechless. Coach K no longer reacted, as it seemed that what he wanted had already happened. Noticing this, the commentator wondered how far he would go to achieve his goals. With 4 fingers raised, the referee pointed at Gene and asked if he was seeing. But Gene, still lying down, showed an expression of desperation. His coach remarked that he had fallen at a concerning angle, but he remembered that Gene had said that even if death was near in the fight, he should not throw in the towel. He listened to the count and, despite his concern, decided to follow the instructions. Gene remained sprawled on the canvas doing nothing. He reflected on what might have happened, but he couldn't see anything. However, he seemed to have understood something. In his thoughts, Gene felt he had reached perfection, but his opponent had been in a different dimension from the start, and he concluded that he wanted to see more of this. Thus, he kept his hand firmly on the canvas. Coach K noticed his movement and immediately changed his stance. Gene was still down, but seemed to be trying to get up. The referee was still counting and was already at number 7. His body moved slowly, and his coach watched him rise from the ground. Yu, who had been static until now, looked at the opponent and noticed his reaction. Gene gradually got to his feet. He was not completely back yet, but his gaze showed something, which Coach K noticed. Even the protagonist reacted to this. Gene's coach did not seem pleased, and the referee finally stopped the count. This made the announcer go wild, saying that the champion had returned and recovered from the shocking blow. and that the damage he had suffered reflected his current state. The referee said that this was becoming dangerous. The punch Gene took, and the way he was getting up now, somehow raised a doubt in him about whether to let the match continue. He looked at Gene and said he couldn't read his eyes, but it seemed he had already made his decision. So he asked Gene if he could continue the fight. Gene tried to respond that he would be fine, and with a grim expression, he answered yes. This made the referee shiver. He said that even though Gene was the champion, as a referee, he had to stop the fight if it seemed like he was in danger, and told Gene to keep this in mind. Gene, for his part, told him to stop the nonsense and get back to the fight. With a serious expression, the referee prepared and resumed the fight between the two. Gene tried to assume an elevated guard position. Yu stared at him over his shoulders and focused on attacking again. The champion thought to himself that he must concentrate every nerve in his body, and that this time he wouldn't lose. An extreme center of gravity that seemed balanced on just one toe. Muscle fibers so tense they were ready to tear the skin and explode out. The movement of his pupils focusing on the target to attack. Once, no, twice. I'll manage to land a counterattack twice as fast, Gene said. He looked at him with his usual dark gaze, and Gene simply said that it was okay and wanted him to show what he was capable of. The protagonist leaped into the ring toward his opponent. As he moved to attack, Gene thought he wanted him to demonstrate the pinnacle of human technique. He got very close to his opponent and rated his feet in an attacking position. The opponent attacked, but he dodged and countered with a punch. Gene noticed that he used the muscles in his toes to accelerate once more before closing the distance. He observed the punch coming toward him and awaited the impact with anticipation, saying he wanted to see more of this. The punch hit his face, but he turned his head in time. Coach K noticed that he did this as a desperate effort to minimize the damage, and said that this technique wasn't so bad. Gene's face was covered in blood, and Coach K simply told him to do his best as he wanted to see how long he could last. Then Gene took another punch from the protagonist, but this time he did not fall and only stared back. He closed his guard, protecting his face. He was on standby to attack again. The coach simply watched the fight from a distance. Next, the protagonist landed another punch on his opponent. Gene isn't a boxer who can take many hits to begin with, said his coach. With the towel in hand, he recalled the first punch, and said it should have been impossible for him to get up after that blow. But his obsession and madness had lifted him back up again. Using his life as a guarantee, he had pushed beyond the limits of his body. He observed Gene, who was cornered in the ring. The protagonist was still attacking him. Gene maintained his boxing style as Yu advanced toward him, and his coach wondered if Gene's style was really so impressive to him. Yu prepared to land a hook and bombarded his opponent with blows. The longer he threw punches, the faster and stronger they became. There was little loss of kinetic energy between the movements. In fact, without losing control, he was increasing the energy. It was evident that he felt no nervousness about the fight, no desire to win, or fear of losing. There was no past, present, or future. None of that existed while he fought, only the technique as a means to an end. Gene perceived all this and concluded that it was magnificent. But he was back on the ring floor again. The announcer said that it was only the first round and the champion had already been knocked down twice. After recovering from the shock of the first knockdown, the crowd was already cheering for a new champion. But Yu only looked at his fallen opponent with his usual gaze. Gene lay on the canvas, bleeding more than before. In his thoughts, he wondered what it means to be human. Foolish and flawed organisms. One of his memories from the past resurfaced, a broken frame with a photo of a family, and one that appeared to be his mother saying she no longer cared and that everything between them was over. In the argument, his husband ordered her to leave his house immediately, and Gene wondered if this is what it means to be human. He said his story was nothing remarkable and full of cliches. In the real world, the count had started again. But still in his memories, Gene thought his story was about a treacherous mother and an incompetent father. A house with endless arguments where she was faithful only to her desires and he was clumsy in everything he did. This led Gene to question why they had him in the first place. Back in the fight, the count was already at 6. The coach said Gene couldn't continue and asked him to please stay down until the count finished. Gene reflected again that the answer to his birth was clear. He was a mistake born of the union of a foolish man and a silly woman. Imagining his past life, he still heard the count. His coach was agonized by this. Coach K, meanwhile, was anxiously waiting for his defeat. Yu, as always, showed no reaction. Holding the towel of his coach, couldn't believe what he saw. Gene was on his feet again, and said that this is who he is. With his mouth full of blood, he thought that this is what he was searching for. A being that transcends humanity. And he saw this being in a bizarre way in the protagonist. Gene, in his memories, found himself alone with his father. He asked his father if his mother wasn't coming back. His father, in turn, only wondered why things had turned out this way. Gene looked at his father and simply stared, and said that at that moment he felt pity for him. He was a person desired at work and relationships in general. Unable to calmly assess his situation or any problems he faced, he would continue making the wrong choices. That's the kind of person he was. Gene picked up the broken frame from the floor and looked at the photo for a brief moment. But as he gazed at the family photo, he then threw it in the trash. Compared to his father, he was a competent individual. He could assess situations calmly and prepare for the future. and he tried to imagine what would soon happen to his father. Back in the fight, the announcer declared that the champion was back on his feet after being knocked down for the second time. His level of tenacity and sheer madness. The crowd was cheering for the champion's fighting spirit, concluded the announcer. Meanwhile, in the audience, Jun's wife was desperate and afraid for him. The referee restarted the fight, and the protagonist, unlike his opponent, was fully prepared to continue. Coach K observed the champion's determination but said he was just a standing corpse, and this match was practically over. Then he wished for Yu to finish the fight once and for all. Jun's wife remained in the middle of the audience. She was praying for his well-being, like lightning the protagonist charged at his opponent. But before he could hit Jin, the referee intervened and grabbed him. It was the end of the first round, a miserable round for the champion. Once again, Yu proved that even the undefeated champion was no match for him. However, the champion was the only fighter who had stayed on his feet during the first round against Yu. During the break, a coach cleaned the blood from Jin's face and noted the destruction, saying he never thought Jin would take such a beating. This fight was no longer about the champion defending his title. He could really be killed, concluded the coach. He then pleaded with Jin to quit the fight, saying that he had told him not to throw in the towel even if it ended in death, but still wanted him to value his life. But what is life? Jin asked. You're born and then you die. That's all there is to do, and it's so meaningless. Where you can die in pursuit of your goal, isn't that the only meaning in life that humans can create? Jin questioned. The coach became furious upon hearing this, but Jin continued, saying that the coach had tried and failed to stop him, and that he must confirm his own existence. He addressed the coach as peer and told him not to dare throw in the towel or he would never forgive him. Only a few seconds remained in the fight. The coach still begged Jin to leave the ring, but Jin ignored him and prepared to fight. This made the coach extremely worried about his athlete. However, the match resumed and Jin was ready to fight. The announcer said that the shocking first round was over and now we were entering the second. Could the champion recover from his crushing defeat or not? He concluded. While his wife worried about him in the stands, Jin showed no concern in the ring. He remembered his father again, taking him somewhere, holding his hands. The boy said he knew his father would do this, but intended to stay calm during the journey. He concluded that he would not be knocked down by his emotions and would not be sad. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. His father stopped walking for a moment, and Jin imagined he would say something now. Then the father called the boy by name and said he had suddenly remembered he had something to do, telling the boy to wait for him here and that he would be back soon. The boy Jin thought his father's act was tragic. In turn, the father handed him a banknote and said to buy some snacks while waiting for him. Hearing this, Jin concluded he had expected it, saying that his father was clumsy even when abandoning his child. So he took the money and simply told his father to come back soon. The father cowardly turned away, leaving his son there, and walked away as if it were nothing. He didn't even say goodbye to the boy. As he walked away, Jin just watched him with the money in hand that his father had left, and thought that despite this, he would remain calm. For a moment, he stood still, but then he decided to leave as well, and turned in the opposite direction from his father and walked away, saying he would not be knocked down by his emotions and would not be sad. He sought perfection, that which is sublime in its beauty. Back in the fight, Jin looked at his opponent, and saw in him the ideal he had been pursuing. A perfect being that transcends humanity was right in front of him. Jin adjusted his stance and told the protagonist to show him one last time. The meaning of his life is ideal. Coach K went wild with happiness over this, but Jin's coach thought he really planned to die. Only a monster could adopt such an extreme stance, where everything depended on a single attack. Referring to Yu, the coach thought he was sure of this, just like Jin. The destructive power was strong even when Jin focused entirely on defense, but now it would be countered with all of the opponent's strength. Totally frustrated by having no other options, the coach picked up the towel and apologized to Jin, but said he was also a father and couldn't make his daughter a widow. Mentioning that he had taught Jin everything about boxing after discovering his remarkable talent for the sport, but regretted not having taught him the most important thing. Don't wish to be a monster, Jin. Live the life of a human, said Pierre. You need to learn that there are more significant things in life, he concluded. His daughter, Jin's wife, wondered why he was doing this, but Jin was distant from her, ignoring her. She asked again why she felt that Jin was about to leave her side forever. Jin, on the other hand, seemed not to care much about this. His wife wondered if he was really going to leave like this, but with a completely sinister expression, he stared at his opponent. Yu, for his part, focused on the fight. Jin moved his feet. The protagonist did too. Both were about to clash. However, the coach, with the towel in hand, was about to throw it in and said he was very sorry. Jin, noticing this, said that wasn't what he wanted. His wife left the stands and went toward the ring, telling him not to leave her. He quickly changed his expression when he saw her. The woman shouted, asking where he was going without her and saying she couldn't live without him, begging him not to leave her behind. But Jin remembered again when he was a child. On the day his father left him among the crowd, he clutched the money his father had left him, crumpling it, and said that, to be honest, that was what he wanted to say too. With a sad, tearful face, young Jin also wished he could have told his father not to leave him. Out of his thoughts, his wife shouted that he was going to be a father, Jin was in shock upon hearing this, seeming to not believe what was said. His thoughts went blank again, and he wondered what he was doing, staring at his opponent on one side and his wife on the other. With his face still covered in blood, he remembered that someone had approached him when he was a boy and asked why he was crying. As he lifted his head, the boy saw who had called him. It was Peter holding his daughter's hand, asking if Jin had lost his way. This made him finally understand something. His memory connected with his present. The past faced the future. Jin realized he had also been a clumsy person. Back in the fight, the announcer said there was a disruption from the audience, but the match resumed in a minute. But then something surprised him. Coach Kit was furious. You also noticed, but remained calm. The announcer said that the champion had left the ring, the bell signaled the end of the match, and the champion lost by disqualification. Jin told the two men there to get out of his way, and said that what they had belonged to the one qualified to receive it. The two men were at a loss for how to react. The audience didn't quite understand what was happening, wondering if Jin was fleeing like Kasim had. The announcer couldn't understand what he was doing amidst the intense clamor from the crowd. Then he looked more closely. Jin's coach seemed a bit more relieved. His wife, with tears in her eyes, also seemed relieved. The only one not satisfied was Coach K, who was about to explode with rage. Jin returned to the ring with the belt in hand and handed it to Yu, saying it now belonged to him. Yu, as always, showed no reaction to his victory. K, in turn, pounded the ring floor in frustration, asking how Jin dared to spoil the protagonist's victory. The announcer noted that the champion was handing over his belt to Yu, and the commentator said it seemed that Coach K had been deceived. For 10 years, the title holder had remained the same, but now the lightweight championship belt was being handed over to Yu. The protagonist observed the belt. The audience was ecstatic with his victory. The announcer declared that for the first time in 10 years, there was a new champion. A new boxing legend was born, and he asked what the limit of his overwhelming strength might be. Yu of the Lions Boxing Club claimed the title of World Lightweight Champion. The match lasted 2 rounds and 11 seconds. His record is 7 fights with victories and no defeats. Back in the locker room, the coach told Jin that he had suffered a lot of damage and should forget about boxing for a while and focus solely on his recovery. Jin just listened with his face covered in bandages. He then asked Peter if he would be a good pair. Peter replied that he certainly would be. The locker room door opened. The coach noticed someone had entered. It was his daughter who stared at Jin. She had a red face from crying so much. For a while, she stared at Jin, and then hugged him. Her father told her to be careful as Jin was in a fragile state now. Jean-Pierre Manuel, 39 fights, 38 victories, 32 by knockout, and 1 defeat. The protagonist held the belt as the announcer declared his victory. Yu was now the new lightweight champion. The crowd cheered for the new champion, and he just observed them from the ring. But his victory didn't provoke any reaction from him. He was simply annoyed by all the noise. In another location, we see a woman asking someone what he thinks about what he's seeing. The guy responds that he is incredibly strong. We see that he's referring to the protagonist, saying he possesses speed, technique, insight, and athletic abilities beyond normal human levels. The woman replies that Coach K won't be satisfied with just a mere belt. She tells the man to be prepared as the protagonist is the strongest competitor he has faced throughout his boxing career. Yes, Coach, the man replies. He is the junior welterweight world champion, Yuto Takiya. The scene cuts and we see another setting where someone is searching for Ryu, pressuring one of his guards. The guard tells the other that Ryu ordered them to stay there because he would deal with the butcher alone. Furious, the man asks if the guard really left him alone. He then says everyone should go after the butcher together. We see a large, angry man. He is the number 2 of the Sumi gang, nicknamed the Butcher. Ryu faces him and asks why he is there. The Butcher responds that it was he who invaded the place. He then attempts to kill Ryu with his knife. The henchmen outside notice several men lying on the ground and deduce that Ryu must have dealt with them all alone. They see the Butcher's henchmen scattered everywhere, and they notice a strange noise coming from one of the doors. Upon entering, they ask their master if he is alright, but they are shocked by what they see inside. Ryu was standing in front of a glass window. The Butcher and the rest of his gang were lying on the floor. Only Ryu remained standing in the room. He had the image of the protagonist holding the belt in his mind, and he seemed furious about it. His men tried to talk to him, but Ryu's face was filled with hatred. He couldn't shake the image of the protagonist from his mind. So to vent his anger, he kicked the Butcher so hard that he was smashed into the table he was leaning on. This didn't satisfy him, and he kept kicking. When he finally got tired, he stopped and glared at the Butcher. His men tried to call them again. Ryu asked what the hell he was doing. The scene cuts to a dazed look. On TV, Yu's fight against Jin is being broadcast. A young boy watches the match in awe and sees that Yu came out as the world champion. This leads him to wonder why the protagonist doesn't seem happy with the outcome, and he also questions why Yu became a boxer, saying that it's still a reason to celebrate. He looks around and asks if the men with him saw the same thing he did. One of them is angry because the chatty kid keeps saying Yu is the world champion. The other doesn't believe it and says he's not surprised that Ryu was devastated. He's the boy's coach and tells him not to be too impressed, and that he should focus on being well prepared for his debut match. He adds that the training period was long for a good reason, so he shouldn't be impatient or worried about being far behind his friend. The boy agrees, saying he will improve slowly and steadily because he will always do his best. The coach thinks the boy's face looks innocent, and then he doesn't fit the image of a boxer, while the boy fantasizes about putting on a great show. He comments that he doesn't believe the boy is his son. But when the coach thinks about the difficulties his own father gave him back then, he concludes that the boy will also be tough to handle. He then says that from now on he won't watch Yu's fights anymore, which surprises the boy. He tells the boy that Yu's style is in a different dimension, copying him is a dream for average people, so watching his fights won't be of any help. Instead, he will watch the fights of Yuto Takeda. The boy asks if he means the junior welterweight world champion Yuto Takeda. The coach confirms, saying Takeda is the best in-fighter there is, and that this is the only path for the boy, so he will be a good reference. However, the coach thinks what he said to the boy is different from what he really believes, as he and the boy are more like that boxer than like Takeda, although the child is like a candle's flame compared to him. He tells the boy that he and his father always remind him of a certain boxer. Hearing this, the boy asks who. The coach thinks about the best way to describe him and says that he is respected by boxers of his generation worldwide, and that he was like the sun. The boy is surprised to hear this, but he is not an ordinary boxer, says the coach. But that doesn't matter. Just watch many of Takeda's fights, the boy agrees. Finally, the coach says that the boy's debut match is approaching and he will intensify the training. There are many different stories in the world. A story of hope where the protagonist overcomes adversity and continues to grow. Or a tragic story of a protagonist whose life was once great, but then spirals downward. Even a story where someone thought they were the protagonist, but ends up being the final boss that others must defeat. Everyone has their own narrative. The scene cuts to another setting where someone tells the children that it's time to eat. The children eat while watching the fight that Jean-Pierre lost. A man tells them to stop getting distracted by the TV and eat already, but one of them says that Jean lost the fight. The man is surprised by this result. There are stories where the true protagonist only appears at the last moment. While Yu holds his belt after winning the fight, the man's wide eyes watch him. He is standing in front of the TV, not believing what he sees. It seems that the man who was once a boy grew up and is now drawing a lot of attention. The man just gives a faint smile. In another place, we see a boxing training session. Someone enters the gym and greets everyone. The coach stops the training because his attention is diverted to something. His disciple also stops, not quite understanding what's happening. But as he looks more closely, the coach is astonished, and his student is astonished too. Then the boxer mentioned earlier appears at the gym's entrance, saying that he suddenly remembered a promise he made, but we'll return to that story later. Now the boy is running, imagining himself as a professional one day. He runs as fast as he can, imagining that he will finally become a real boxer. Thus, we see the story of a new protagonist continuing to grow. A few months after the fight, Coach Typhon Kim, 42 years old, owner of a small boxing gym. He looked out of a window in deep melancholy. Anyone who saw him would say that his midlife crisis arrived early. Well, they wouldn't be entirely wrong. Anyway, there was a good reason for this glum mood. Let's say a jeweler found a large raw diamond. Someone greedy would have tried to polish the diamond and take all the wealth. But Typhon was the person, so that's not what he did. More important than wealth and fame was making sure that the true beauty of the rough gem could shine, so he entrusted the gem to the best jeweler he knew. Typhon Kim, he was a real man, and his name is cool too. Full of determination and self-sacrifice, he made his choice, but fate had a different plan in mind. Something he perhaps didn't expect. A raw diamond the size of a building suddenly appeared and crushed the raw gem he discovered. Unfortunately, what good did his determination and spirit of self-sacrifice serve? Life became as meaningless as his effort to cure this middle-aged man's baldness. Learning that Ryu had left boxing, he stared out of the window. One of his companions even wondered if he was going through puberty or something like that. But fate had another unexpected twist. Someone walked through the door where he was and greeted Coach Kim, asking how he had been. He looked back and saw who had called him. It was the boy and his father. The coach was surprised to see them there. While training the boy and putting him through speed exercises, the coach tells him that to survive in the world of professional boxers, it's better if he runs until he can't anymore. However, his vision was the problem. The coach looks at the boy and asks if he is really the son of the man standing in front of him. The man replies that yes and says he didn't want the boy in boxing, so he could have an easier life than his own, but the boy is sure he wants to fight. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, says the coach. He wonders why he was chosen to train the boy, but the father responds that he is the best boxer he knows. With that, he thinks the two have been rivals since their boxing days. Kim had a better career, but he lost more direct confrontations. Currently, he is out of shape but used to be lean with an elite background, while his opponent was always a voracious boxer. Kim was a coach who wanted to make every punch count, but his opponent was reckless and aggressive, carving a path through all the punches he received. The father said he had been training his son with the basics since he was little. However, the coach mentions that he thought the father didn't want the boy to fight. He then looks at the father for a while. but the father replies that the boy's vision is a problem. Jay injured one of his eyes when he was younger, leaving him blind in one eye. The coach then realizes what this means. The boy has trouble orienting himself. He then understands the boy's situation, and during training he continues telling the student to keep running. The boy obeys the coach without hesitation. After running, he works on his back and neck, then his abs, says the coach. The student follows the instructions diligently. Clever old fox, that's it, concludes Kim. He thinks that the boy's father believes he can understand the strength of this style because he has experienced it firsthand. Then he tells the student never to think about using reach as a weapon, and then he only has one choice. He must endure all the punches and force his way through, no matter how many punches he takes. Next, he asks the student if he thinks he will have an advantage by closing the distance with the opponent. He answers the question himself, saying no. The student doesn't have the punching power to knock out his opponent, and now his opponent is close enough to knock him out with a hook or an uppercut. The coach also says that the student will need to learn to stay close to his opponent and train hard if he wants to be on the same level as anyone. The words slightly irritate the boy. However, the coach says he doesn't care if he is blind in both eyes. From this distance, his punch will certainly hit, and he really can. If another guy hits him once, he has to hit back twice. If he gets hit twice, he has to hit 4 times, and so on. He is also advised by the coach to train without glasses in the gym to feel the distance between himself and the opponent. What he needs is the energy and determination to dodge and close in on his opponent. He also needs to strengthen his neck muscles and have a body of steel to gain an advantage and survive in the battle. The coach reminds him that fighting in fight is the only choice. Slowly and steadily, he will win the race. The boy agrees. He says that the boy saw back Jongwon's alley restaurant on TV and asks what his motto is. Choose and focus, replies the boy. Jay still remembers that the slogan asks the customer to simplify their menu and focus on just 1 or 2 dishes. Exactly, responds the coach. He also says that some boxers might play around with this, or that this is not a pretty style of fighting, but you should just focus on one style and show how infighting can be intimidating. Yes, coach, replies the boy, as he continues his run. The coach said he heard the reason why Jay became a boxer and felt a bit responsible for what he went through. He thinks about it for a bit, and imagines that other boxers might be like gems, but Jay is like a tree. Yes, a tree might be less valuable than a gem, but the value of a diamond is decided when it is born, and once broken, it cannot be recovered. Now a tree is different. Even if it breaks, new life grows in the hope of growing more than the last one. The coach tells Jay to become a giant tree, and with that, he will be rooted in this place despite any adversity. Then the coach reflects on time. He says that time is the same for everyone. Some achieve things in the blink of an eye. Others waste time chasing the wind. But some wisely make every second count, waiting for the time to come. And time continues to pass. The coach tells Jay that his debut opponent has been decided. Finally, says the boy, extremely excited. But the coach is not sure what to say. Jay asks what he heard. He responds that the first opponent is very strong. His name is Rock Kang, a veteran with 40 fights and a record of 24 wins, 4 losses, and 12 draws, a fierce boxer even past his prime. The coach remembers he told Jay to show other boxers what an infighter can be, but this guy is one of the best in his category. He is the living example of someone who trains solely as an infighter. Besides that, he has a strong punch and practical experience, things that Jay doesn't have. In other words, he is an improved version of Jay. The coach explains to Jay a bit about his opponent, Rock Kang. While his peak may be over, he is a fierce boxer who is a champion, even if only for a short time. He is a living example of someone who trains solely as an infighter, an improved version of Jay, says the coach. The boy is stunned to hear this. Normally, a beginner shouldn't have a match like this for their debut, but all the low-ranked fighters are already occupied, so you ended up facing the Rock. One of the coach's assistants is surprised that Jay is debuting against such an opponent. The coach asks if his assistant thinks Jay can win, but the tattooed assistant responds no. Neither of them believes in the boy's victory. But the coach corrects himself, saying he doesn't agree with Jay's defeat and that it brings bad luck. He tells Jay not to worry because they have a national champion infighter at this gym. Jay thinks it's hard to believe this is true, but he introduces Steel, 29 years old, a national super middleweight champion. The coach tells him to use the Rock's strategy in training against Jay. Steel says he'll take it easy as long as Jay doesn't have a mischievous smile. Jay, in turn, is very frightened. With that, the coach announces the start of the training. He comments that in a match between 2 infighters, boxers usually use hooks and uppercuts when they are close enough to touch shoulders. In other words, whoever has less spirit and strength loses. He advises Jay to use his hard legs and torso to maintain his body while landing punches. He tells him to keep pushing the training object forward. But to be honest, he says, when it's strength against strength, Jay has no chance. While the Rock has a strong neck and torso, Jay has a body and physique better suited for an outboxer than an infighter. So when faced against someone who clearly surpasses his physical strength, what Jay needs to do and understand is crucial. Steel notices that Jay has gotten a bit stronger. Jay, for his part, seems quite determined. He moves quickly around the ring. while Steel praises his performance. Jay responds with quick steps and speed. When their bodies are really close and under pressure, Jay moves to the side. His opponent will lose balance and open his guard. He is advised to gradually close the distance and work his way up to close range to stay out of the opponent's line of sight, continuously moving to the side. Steel notices his movement and lands a punch, saying that he is slow and needs to go faster. The coach says that unless Jay is a natural genius, there will be a big difference between the skills of a veteran and a beginner making his debut. A veteran has advantages in almost everything: mental toughness, real practice, tips, and the ability to handle unexpected situations acquired only by fighting countless times. But there is one advantage beginners have over veterans. While watching the opponents fight, the coach warns that this is information, and says that there is no information about Jay, which is his advantage. On the other hand, there is plenty of information about The Rock and his fights. He cannot predict his movements, but we can predict his, says the coach. He concludes that this will be the strategy against the opponent. In the first half of the match, The Rock tries many hooks and uppercuts, but the punches that will knock out are his straight punches. Knocking someone out with a straight punch is almost an obsession for him. If The Rock sees any opening, he will try to land a straight punch. So what Jay needs to do is train intensely to hit the opponent's right side after dodging. In other words, a liver shot. No matter how tough the opponent is, even he cannot escape a liver shot, as this punch targets the liver, causing extreme pain. The coach consciously instructs Jay to create an opening when pressured. This will make the opponent try to land a straight punch, and that's when Jay will dodge and land a liver shot. Listening carefully, the boy agrees. His coach instructs him to push harder, be shorter and faster, use his body weight correctly, and to unleash his true potential. The coach tells Jay to move as he imagines, and continue with his elbows down. Using all this, Jay manages to perform well against Steel. Jay takes a short rest afterward, but it doesn't take long for him to start a new session. His coach pushes him to go a bit further, and makes the boy reach his limit. Faster, the coach shouts. Jay, with all his strength, tries to meet the imposed goal, and shouts as he runs as fast as he can, covering the entire designated course. Looking at himself in the mirror after training, Jay notices that his physique has improved significantly. Night falls and a starry sky emerges. Jay is already lying down, ready to sleep. He thinks about his upcoming debut match. His anxiety keeps him from falling asleep. His father gets up from bed, thirsty, and goes to the kitchen for some water. But on the way, noticing Jay's room, he doesn't see him there. Under the starlight, Jay trains outside his house. He imagines his opponent in front of him. With that, he practices what he's learned so far. His father watches and comments that Jay's shadowboxing is sharper. Proudly, he watches his son train. Jay notices that his father is awake. The father asks if he can't sleep. Jay replies that he is nervous because his opponent is a real strong guy. He knows he just needs to do his best and show how hard he's trained. But he doesn't want to lose in his debut. He fears he might fall into oblivion. His father looks at him for a brief moment and says that he himself was once a beginner, so he understands what Jay is going through. He confirms what Jay said, that for a professional, winning or losing is different from fighting and disappearing. But there is definitely something more important than winning or losing for a professional. There is a boxer whom Jay's father has admired since he became a professional, and every time he watched his matches, he felt something. His eyes light up as he remembers this. He concludes that there is something beyond winning or losing. Hearing this, Jay reflects on it, and thinks that now the best thing to do is focus on his match. Regardless of winning or losing, he will focus on giving his best in the ring. The day of the match has finally arrived. Someone approaches and says it's Jay's turn in 5 minutes. His coach asks if he's nervous, and the boy replies that he is. Steel says it's understandable since Jay is inexperienced. He's never experienced this before, but he's sure the boy will get through it. The coach says Steel was just as nervous in his debut and even had diarrhea on that day and couldn't fight. Compared to that, Jay is doing superbly, he concludes. Steel doesn't like to remember that. On his debut day, he was locked in the bathroom. Jay feels a bit more comfortable, but Steel is extremely embarrassed. The coach says the waiting time is over and they need to go. Jay looks extremely excited. He walks down the gym hallway toward the ring. His expression is pure focus and concentration. His father wishes him good luck from the stands. The arena lights up. Jay gets excited as the moment has finally arrived. He climbs the stairs and is finally entering the ring. As he steps through the ropes and into the ring, his eyes widen in surprise, because there are many lights shining in his direction. On the other side is his opponent. It's The Rock. Jay thinks he looks bigger in person, but he tells himself not to be intimidated and just do what he's trained for. His coach tells him to remember the strategy for the first round. Theme being an outboxer and keep distance, then surprise the opponent by switching to infighting. The strategy will only work once in the match. After that, Jay will have to fight as he trains, says the coach. Jay confirms and says he can do it. Approach, speed, lateral steps, and hooks with uppercuts to the opponent's left side as soon as he throws a straight punch. Revisiting the tactic in his head, Jay reassures himself that he can do this. The referee starts the match. Jay prepares for combat. But almost immediately, his opponent's punch appears right in front of his face, and only the sound of the impact is heard. Jay is hit squarely by his opponent. His coach is shocked. The referee points out that he's down. The Rock just stares at the opponent on the canvas. The final count begins. The coach is disappointed by the opponent's quickness, and thinks that if the fighter doesn't know what his opponent has up his sleeve, the best thing to do is knock him out as soon as the fight starts. It's almost impossible for a petrified beginner to prepare and recover from a surprise attack in their first match. Obviously, they did everything they could to prepare for this match. However, one way or another, there is something they couldn't foresee. Jay is used to taking punches. Furious, the Rock stares at the opponent getting up. Already used to taking hits from bullies, punches from a brilliant classmate with incredible talent to a national middleweight champion. The boy is already a veteran when it comes to getting beaten up. He gets up from the floor and says it wasn't that bad. After being punched, this familiar feeling returned, actually helping Jay calm his nerves. He is calmly resting and waiting for the standard 8 count, which is proof that his mental state is intact. The Rock concludes that Jay hasn't done badly for a beginner. He minimized the damage by tucking his chin before the punch landed. Jay is used to being hit. It seems that training sessions with steel were like real matches. Standing completely upright, Jay is ready to fight again. His opponent perceives that this doesn't mean Jay hasn't taken any damage. He says not to hate him. It's just his fighting style, always going all out. The match resumes with both fighters ready to continue. The Rock declares that he will finish Jay off now. Then he proceeds to attack him again. Even surprised, Jay manages to evade the blow. He moves to the right of his opponent as instructed. Jay notices that the opponent is indeed aggressive. He continues to dodge the attacks and moves quickly between them, trying to corner his opponent as he trained. The Rock concludes that Jay is an outboxer. Comparing Jay to a slippery eel, he asks how long Jay thinks he can keep up this pace. Then he tries to close the distance and attack Jay. But Jay notices his opponent increasing the pressure, continuously invading his space. It makes a standing effort to attack an outboxer. The Rock observes how Jay moves around the ring and says that outboxing is for weaklings and he will show that real fighters are infighters. He then positions his foot to strike, and Jay notices his movement. The opponent charges at him with determination. However, Jay dodges because he anticipated what was going to happen. Then he prepares to counterattack, leaving his opponent very confused. After positioning himself, Jay lands a hook right on the opponent's chin, just as his coach instructed, making the same opponent vibrate from outside the ring. The opponent drops to his knees, and soon after it, he falls completely. Jay is surprised that he managed to do this. The referee starts the count for the fight. Still on the ground, the Rock thinks he was caught off guard and reflects that this was the opponent's strategy all along, and he is surprised by the punch he took. He realizes that Jay's level is completely different from the outboxing skills he displayed, and finally understands that Jay is actually an infighter. Jay's coach notices that now that they've exchanged punches, the advantages have shifted. The Rock then gets up before the count finishes. With that, he resumes his stance, and the real fight starts now. The referee allows the fight to continue. Quickly, the two move toward each other and clash, staring each other down. First, they begin the psychological warfare. Whoever has the higher hand will have the advantage. The Rock notices that his opponent is quite solid and decides to test him to see how far he is trained. Both land punches simultaneously. Jay quickly dodges his opponent's blows. The Rock, in turn, also keeps up. They continue hitting each other mutually. Jay's coach recognizes his talent, but says he has average skill, and reminds him that he wouldn't stand a chance against geniuses like Yu or Ryu, let alone the current opponent. However, there's something about him that catches the coach's attention. He's not sure how to describe it. He thinks it might be Jay's consistent effort to always do his best, but says all professional boxers try to do that. But with his expertise, he can't quite pinpoint it. As the coach reflects, an old man walks near where Jay trained. Standing in front of the bandaged tree, he wonders if it's always been tilted that way. The coach concludes that Jay definitely has something beyond just effort. Back in the fight, The Rock is impressed with his opponent's resilience and realizes that he has trained a lot, saying that Jay has more spirit than the average beginner. Still, he doesn't stop attacking. Then he lands a punch to Jay's abdomen, making the boy feel a lot of pain. Next, he lands a blow to his face. Jay tries to defend, but notices that his opponent is truly strong. He thought he could somehow get used to the pressure of fighting after training with steel, but his opponent is too aggressive. This makes him conclude that the best approach is to use speed. With that, he quickly moves to the side of his opponent and tries to keep moving quickly. The Rock is surprised by his speed, but Jay lands a punch to his face. His coach notices that he landed a 1-2 combo without defense. The opponent observes his technique and asks if this is how it's going to be. Jay thinks he can dodge what's coming next. He has already been hit by faster, sharper, heavier, and stronger punches. The Rock takes another punch to the face and becomes even more irritated with his opponent. The coach says Jay is performing better than he expected. This is Jay's debut match, but he's already outdoing his opponent. The coach mentions that he knew there was something special about Jay, but didn't think the boy could go this far. He believes Jay is capable of maintaining his current pace. The Rock tries to hit his opponent, but Jay dodges. Then he realizes what he had anticipated. Jay, in turn, does not lose focus on the fight. He recalls the training sessions he had with Steel, and repeats what he learned in the match. With each punch the opponent throws, Jay dodges because he trained for this. And with a counterattack, he hits the opponent in the face again. Steel watches the match and notices that Jay is doing well. His coach also admires him. Jay dodges faster and faster. The opponent isn't making it easy for him. Still, Jay manages to evade effortlessly. Jay delivers several attacks in the direction of his opponent. The Rock tries to counterattack, but Jay dodges. Jay's coach begins to think he might actually win, and encourages him to keep it up. His father, watching from the stands, also hopes he keeps up the good work. However, the first round ends. The coach tells Jay that he did a good job implementing what he trained and says they are ahead on points, finishing by telling Jay to keep up the good work in the second round. Jay simply responds with a yes to his coach. The Rock, in turn, says it's been a while since he's seen a beginner worth his time, and that he can see ambition and signs of hard work in his opponent. He also comments that Jay would easily defeat an opponent who fought all 4 rounds instead of him, and that the boy is particularly skilled at dodging his punches. Lastly, he says it's just a guess, but he thinks there might be someone behind Steel who influenced Jay. However, he says that regardless, Jay has no chance against him. The boy is a bit tired but determined to win the fight. His father thinks it might be dangerous. The second round begins and the referee authorizes the fight. Both fighters charge at each other and clash. Jay is pleased that his training seems to be paying off, as he realizes his movements are really working. He then moves around the ring, attempting to strike his opponent and hitting him from various angles. He notices he has an upper hand. Meanwhile, The Rock has switched to a defensive game, which makes Jay conclude that he has more points, and that he could actually win the fight. The opponent tries to land a cross punch, but Jay easily dodges it, and he concludes he needs to stay on his toes and increase his accuracy, and his speed as well. A man, apparently The Rock's coach, is also watching the fight, and he is pleased with the outcome. Jay's father observes that something might be dangerous, and hopes Coach Typhoon understands too. Jay's coach, in turn, observes Jay and concludes that he is performing better than in practice matches. His concern about facing a stronger opponent no longer bothers him. He also concludes that if Jay keeps this up, he could indeed win the fight. Another round of the fight ends. The coach tells Jay that he did well in the second round, but advises him not to get too excited and to maintain his rhythm. The score difference is now clear, so the opponent will try to land a decisive blow. Finally, he tells Jay to be cautious about this. The boy, panting, listens to the instructions carefully. His coach wonders why he seems so tired, as he prepared him well for speed-based matches, and it's only the second round. But then he pauses for a moment, and notices Jay's opponent. The Rock is exuding energy and doesn't seem tired at all. Jay's father observes that his opponent was slow because he's an outboxer, and explosive movements are not enough to tire an opponent like that. There is also the pressure in the fight. Psychological factors will also make a boxer feel exhausted. The fight between in-fighters is an aggressive clash of hooks and crosses thrown non-stop. Each punch shakes the boxer's composure. Without realizing it, the fighter becomes more rigid, expending more energy with each move. The pressure in a real match is different from a practice session with protective gear. And on top of that, this is Jay's debut match. He's just a novice, and of course, he doesn't have the experience to handle the pressure. His opponent is an experienced veteran in-fighter and has used that knowledge to his advantage, landing punches here and there that pressure Jay. The coach understands the opponent's strategy and concludes that even though it seems like Jay is on top, he has actually been in control the whole time. This is bad. He should have played defensively and tried to last until the end of the round by avoiding the fight, the coach questions. But then he recognizes that this isn't the best approach and says that The Rock's specialty is precisely to target boxers who try to run away. This leaves the coach with only one option: to believe in his athlete. He needs to trust in the hard work Jay has put in. The coach tells Jay that they have only 2 rounds left, and the boy just needs to keep doing what he's been doing and stay focused. "Yes, sir," the boy responds. "Good, now go," says the coach. The third round is about to start. The Rock glares at him fiercely, and Jay, though tired, meets his gaze with intense focus. The referee allows the match to resume. This time, The Rock comes in more aggressively. Jay notices that the opponent feels heavier than in the previous rounds. This makes him realize that Rock has been pacing himself and saving his strength, making it no longer possible to win face-to-face. So all that's left is speed. But Jay's body feels heavy, and the opponent continues to close the gap. Jay tries to attack, but is already quite exhausted. His coach notices that he has significantly slowed down. Now he's against the ropes and can't escape. Jay's legs are stiff. The Rock is hitting hard and fast, so Jay needs to stay focused and stay on his feet. While he keeps his guard up, the opponent continues to hit him. But a precise punch from the opponent lands on him. Jay remains with his guard up, protecting his face. But that's all he can do, as his opponent keeps attacking relentlessly. The boy tries to counterattack, but he's cornered against the ropes, making his movements difficult. His coach realizes that The Rock wants to finish it in this round. The power of his punches is incredible. Jay's whole body aches from the constant pounding. The Rock lands a right hook. Jay, unable to block it, continues to be pushed backward and needs to get off the ropes if he wants to react. Soon after, the opponent feints and delivers a left hook, anticipating his movements. Jay watches his movements closely and manages to dodge the attack. The dodge impresses his coach. Even his opponent is surprised by the evasion, but he thinks the boy is no match for him and charges towards him. Jay notices he's trying something different, so he blocks a punch from the opponent, but then he takes another hit with his guard down. The boy feels a lot of pain from this. The Rock doesn't let up and continues to attack, pressing Jay against the ropes. His father is shocked by the scene. His coach is also growing desperate. Jay's chances of winning this fight are dwindling. His opponent is extremely focused on the fight, and Jay loses his strength, dropping to one knee in the ring. The referee announces his fall, and then starts the count. On the ground, Jay concludes that his opponent is very strong. He thought he could come out on top, but The Rock only had to land a few punches to turn the game. The difference in experience between the two is immense. Yet Jay prepares to get back into the fight and says he has something left up his sleeve. Before the count finishes, he gets up, leaving his opponent very impressed. The Rock notices that Jay minimizes the damage by reflexively putting his hand between his fist and his face. His reaction speed is commendable. This is definitely the move of someone facing a stronger opponent. Jay is ready again and has his guard up. The fight resumes, and The Rock says he really likes the rookie. He mentions that he was saving his best move for the champion. And as he looks at Jay in front of him, he concludes that out of respect for him, he will use his trick in this match. Jay's father is very worried about him, and even though this has been a good match, landing direct punches is almost an obsession for his opponent, and if he sees an opening, he will try to throw a direct punch. So Jay remembers that he was instructed to practice intensively against this, and learn to dodge his opponent's attacks. The Rock didn't expect the boy to recover from this, but after dodging The Rock's direct punch, Jay prepares to punch him in the ribs. However, the opponent lands a counterattack at the last second, which impresses Jay's coach. Even his father didn't expect this. The Rock shows he's well prepared for the fight. Jay, on the other hand, was caught off guard. His punch was blocked by the opponent. Not only did he defend Jay's punch, but he also landed another one on him. The boy realizes that the opponent deliberately threw a straight punch. He anticipated Jay's movements, and when Jay's guard was down, The Rock hit him up close, throwing him to the ground. Everyone on Jay's team is shocked by this counterattack. His opponent simply turns around with an air of someone who has already won. The referee announces a fall in the match. On the ground, Jay thinks it's all over. His opponent is better than him in strength, skill, stamina, and experience, making Jay feel like he's no match for him at all. Nothing he prepared has worked, and he has nothing left to do. The count is already halfway through. What determines a person's worth? The Rock thinks it has been a long time since he had a real good match and thanks the rookie, telling him to rise from the ashes of his defeat, because that way he will surely become stronger. He also says he will eagerly await the day they meet again. The winner and the loser. In this world of winners and losers, people respect the strongest who rise to the top and generously praise them. Because we all crave value, we feverishly yearn for distinction. And can we say it's only the few selected whose existence carries any value? No. Then there's movement in the arena, and Jay's coach sighs. His father feels relieved once again, and The Rock becomes enraged. Jay stands up and says it doesn't matter if he has talent or not, or if he wins or loses. No one cares about that, he says. And with a grim look, he asks who does care. What determines a person's worth? Jay, with his face covered in blood, faces the referee. He thinks that 2 falls in a row will be just a one-sided beating if he lets the match continue. He also says it should have been stopped as a technical knockout by now, but the rookie intrigues him, and he asks if Jay can continue. The boy replies that he can. His eyes are clear and focused. This makes it clear to the referee that even though he has suffered damage, Jay seems more focused than at the start of the match. He assures Jay that he will be watching him more closely. He tells the boy that if he is knocked down again in this round or seems to be in danger, he will stop the match immediately, and Jay should keep that in mind. After Jay agrees, the referee restarts the fight. There's a fine line between stubbornness and tenacity. The Rock thinks this way, and says he wants to see which one the boy is, pressuring him again against the ropes. The coach notices that once again the opponent has pressed Jay from the start. He holds the towel, ready to throw it in at any moment. Jay is using all of his strength to defend himself. But his opponent is relentless, landing punches from various directions. This makes the referee watch the fight more closely. Amid the punches, Jay seems aware that he could be one of those boxers who lose their professional debut and quietly disappear. Then he continues to defend himself from the opponent. His coach watches him intently, and so does the referee. Jay returns to his reflection and thinks he might be one of those who disappear without winning a single match after debuting. But this doesn't faze him. He says he didn't start boxing to find out if he's stronger or weaker than others. This motivates him to keep fighting and retaliate against the opponent's attacks. The opponent in turn is surprised by Jay's renewed stance. Jay simply says he started boxing to discover what true strength is. His opponent is taking hits this time, but he counters, though Jay doesn't back down. He thinks that whether he wins or loses, he will have given his all. Even with his face covered in blood, the boy says that's enough. landing a punch in succession. His opponent takes a step back and wonders if Jay still had all that strength left. Jay's coach is surprised by what he has done. Jay realizes that his punch pushed his opponent back for the first time, but he finds himself at his limit now, his legs no longer moving. The Rock stares at him and approaches, so all that's left for Jay now is to move forward. Jay glares at him fiercely. The Rock, impressed, says that the boy is the best rookie he has faced. His father watches from afar and wishes him luck. An intense exchange of punches begins. The two try to hit each other. Jay's coach watches from outside the ring. He sees how the boy fights. Being honest with himself, he says that this was the match that challenged common sense. It's rare for a rookie to face a fighter of this level in their debut, and it's the kind of matchup reserved for former Olympic medalists or those who made their names on the streets. A confrontation the coach thinks he should have turned down. However, he saw potential in Jay. Maybe he made a hasty decision, but his instinct told him to accept the match. Watching the fight, he wishes the boy would show him why he'd accepted this bout. Jay, on his part, notices the incredible strength of his opponent. He says he should be exhausted, but his punches are even more powerful than before. The Rock doesn't stop attacking at any moment. Jay is thrown against the ropes again. He observes that the opponent used his signature right hand, and compared to Steele's, it's much stronger. Yes, that's the Rock's right hand, and it's a skill he has honed throughout his career. There's no fancy trick to it. It's just an extended, direct punch, making it his favorite boxing technique. Jay is even more impressed with his opponent. He says it's obvious how much extreme hard work went into perfecting his boxing style. Every move shows the blood, sweat, and tears he has dedicated. This is the life he chose, different from Jay's life. There are two people meeting in the ring for the first time, each with their own stories about the lives they led and who they are. Whether you win or lose, it's just a result. Jay concludes that boxing is really cool and prepares as his opponent comes towards him. The second punch from The Rock. This isn't a feint, it's coming straight at Jay. He tries to move because he needs to dodge, but his body won't listen. His limit has now been reached, but he's not ready to give up and thinks he just needs to move one more time. The Rock attacks and he manages to dodge, realizing he has successfully evaded. He thinks he now needs to move to the left side where he was hit, but his own body doesn't obey. This makes him think that if he had trained more, he could handle it. The opponent notices Jay's excitement and tries to hit him. Jay thinks this is as far as he can go. It was a good match, and he gave it his all. But just as he was about to give up, a memory surfaces and motivates him. Quickly, Jay dodges the opponent's attack. Then he dodges another attack swiftly. This leaves his coach completely surprised. His father also can't believe what he's seeing. Even his opponent is astonished by this turnaround. Jay, in turn, is determined to continue. And after dodging, he prepares to counterattack. In quick succession, he lands a hook to the opponent's chin. The Rock feels it immediately. Jay wastes no time and lands another punch to his face. The audience falls silent for a brief moment, and the referee announces a fall. He looks at The Rock on the ring floor, then signals his hands up. Still in shock, Jay doesn't know how to react. It seems even he doesn't fully understand what he's done. Elsewhere, we see a bird lying on the ground. A man with white hair appears. In court, the judge says that according to Article 258.2 of the Criminal Code, the accused, Baeksun Ryu, is sentenced to 6 years in prison. We see the bird again, and it is injured in one of its wings. Ryu shows no reaction to his sentence. The judge bangs the gavel, confirming the sentence. Back at the fight, we see Jay still in the ring. The referee holds his right arm and raises it, crowning the boy as the champion. Jay still can't believe he won. Steele goes up to him, asking how he managed that move at the end. The coach says he can't believe how he won, and confirms that his feelings were right, as he knew deep down that this would be the result. The boy's father, still in the stands, looks at Jay with a smile on his face. His opponent gets up from the ring and says he didn't expect his trump card to be destroyed like that. Jay's rational weaving speed and the movement leading to the punch in the ribs at the end were really something. It was a fleeting moment, but Rock saw movements that make the opponent worth competing on the world stage. Steele congratulates him and says he hopes he's not a sore loser. Rock simply says he's different in that sense. Then he tells Jay that it's been a while since he had so much fun, and he looks forward to seeing the boy grow. Jay is surprised by these words, and thanks the opponent for the consideration. He's still a bit green, says Rock, but with the spirit and great courage he showed during the match. His physical strength built on obvious hard work, excellent reaction speed, and the potential he displayed at the end. He will definitely become great. He can just keep winning and challenge the champion in no time. But he should be careful. And Rock thinks about that, concluding that the champion is a dangerous guy. Back home after the fight, Jay thinks he'll go to sleep as soon as possible, but once he lies down, he can't fall asleep. He still feels like he's in the ring, as the moment is still fresh in his mind. Jay stares at the ceiling continuously, thinking it feels like the opponent is still in front of him, as if he needs to react to one of his punches. Just recalling this sends a chill down his spine. Finally, his dream seems to be real, becoming a professional boxer. His eyes shine and he remembers the past. All the moments he trained to get to the fight, the punch he landed on his opponent, and the moment he realized his victory. It seems like he's finally come to terms with having defeated The Rock. This makes him very happy. With all the joy, he twists in bed celebrating his long-dreamed victory. It's the first time he feels this way. But for a brief moment, when he thought it was all over, the only reason he managed to dodge that punch. Before he could finish, Jay's eyes widen, and he freezes for a moment. At night, under the light of the moon and stars, he trains again on his terrace, saying he'll repeat that moment from his fight and try again. His eyes are fixed and concentrated on the target. In front of him is the silhouette of a past he thought he'd forgotten but now materializes to motivate him. Jay sees his imaginary opponent attacking him constantly. With that, he dodges and moves faster and faster. Just like in his previous fight, the opponent prepares to attack him, and Jay anticipates his moves, dodging the opponent's punch, and already predicting that the next one is coming right after, remembering he needs to dodge it. However, he takes an imaginary punch, and snaps back to reality in shock. This makes him conclude that the result of his fight was just luck. Jay thinks that even if he dodges one punch and the next, they would only come flying at him. Unlike other boxers, he can't read his opponent's movements in time. The boy heard about a boxer who left the sport, but has a feeling he will meet him in the ring someday. With that, he resumes training. The moonlight illuminates him, and now Jay finally seems to feel sleepy. So he decides to stop and says he's overdone it, especially after the match he had. He walks to the bed saying he'll go to sleep now, but he stops on his way, thinking that now that he's also a professional boxer, maybe he can face you, at least in his imagination. He then prepares to fight once more, and assumes a defensive stance protecting his face. He positions his feet on the ground, but takes an imaginary punch from the opponent. After that, he stands still for a moment thinking about it, and concludes that he'll just take a shower and go to sleep. Then he runs back inside the house. Elsewhere, we see Yudo Takeda also training. He looks very motivated. In front of him, he imagines fighting you. His feet move side to side. This makes him dodge an imaginary punch. Then he evades the opponent and goes on the attack, landing a solid hit on the imaginary adversary. The moonlight also illuminates his workout, but someone interrupts him and just tells him to go again. Takeda simply replies, yes, and hears that he should repeat the exercise 100 more times. At another moment, we see Peter in his office drinking coffee. After the shocking end of the last fight between Yu and Jean for the lightweight title, Kei, in a press conference, threw down the challenge to the next opponent. As expected, he says he's not satisfied with how the match ended, but he's happy with how he fought. The coach says he's sure others were waiting as eagerly as he was, but his goal is the junior middleweight title. Peter was expecting something like this from him. Kei continues, saying that if he had followed his own path, they would have challenged the champion right away, but first they need to prove that Yu is qualified to try for the title. He then says his next target is the current top fighter in the division, Elliot von Heimberg, and mentions that Yu will crush him first. After that, he'll go after the champion of the category, Yudo Takeda, and he tells Takeda to enjoy the belt while he still has it, because he won't have it for long. So take good care of it for us, says Kei. Meanwhile, Yudo Takeda watches on TV everything the coach said to him, and says he and his team are looking forward to the match. After the conference, the association immediately approved the match between Yu and Elliot von Heimberg. There was no way the association would reject such a perfect boxing match. Junior middleweight, number 1 in the world division, Elliot von Heimberg. He looks at his opponent and asks if this is Yu. On the other side of the ring, the lightweight champion, Yu. The current junior lightweight division is flooded with the strongest of the strong. It's survival of the fittest in this division. Elliot considers himself the fittest, but says Yu is treating their match as if stepping on a stone. He also says that Yu was lucky, but thinks he is superior to others, and guys like him always end up losing in the end. He tells Yu not to get conceited just because he defeated Jim Pierre, and that he will show him why the junior middleweight division is called the Hellhole. He also says he will defeat the protagonist first and then make Takeda pay for humiliating him. Sometime later, the match comes to an end. Elliot is down in the ring with a bleeding face, and unfortunately for him, it was a devastating defeat. The reporter who interviewed Jean earlier watched the fight and can't describe it. He can't even call what he saw a fight, because he was in the audience while it happened. For him, it was more like a show. Yu didn't throw a punch in the first round. He just avoided his opponent. It was like watching a professional boxer playing with an ordinary person, while his opponent was struggling as hard as he could. Yu didn't hit him even once. The audience was quite excited to see this. The reporter wonders what's going through Elliot's mind. How humiliated he must be feeling. Von Heimberg is famous for his sharp and precise punches, yet he didn't land a single one. His experience coming from a third generation of elite boxers, with his great pride. He must be feeling extremely humiliated. Elliot came into the fight furious. Yu, in turn, faced him with his usual dark gaze. At the end of the first round, the trainer warned Elliot to calm down, saying that his pride was hurt too, but in such moments it is essential to stay calm. Elliot needs to accept that his opponent is stronger than anyone he has ever faced. But according to his trainer, Yu would lower his guard because he is focused on putting on a show, and by keeping his head in the game, Elliot would have his chance to defeat him. However, when the referee starts the second round, with just one punch from his opponent, Elliot went down and fell to the canvas. The match ended in 2 rounds and 11 seconds. All Yu needed was one punch for von Heimberg to be down and out. It's exactly the same amount of time that the lightweight title match against Jean-Pierre lasted. Takeda and his trainer watch the fight. She says that Yu is a true monster, but Takeda shows no sign of fear. The reporter says he has a message for him, that the opponent is strong enough to end the match whenever he wants. It's not a matter of winning or losing. His greater concerns are about when and how the match ends. In summary, Yu has a natural talent, against the result of Takeda's hard work. After watching the fight, he gets up and says he will go for a run. His trainer simply says goodbye. She continues to watch the match, and says it was even more shocking than the previous one. There's still a bit of hope in her after Yu's match against Jean-Pierre. Maybe Jean isn't all she thought he was, but this match was different. Von Heimberg was Takeda's most demanding opponent, and the former junior middleweight champion. Outside, Takeda goes for his run. He seems quite determined this time. His trainer wonders if he might somehow win his match, because this time it's different. She herself can't see how. But Takeda isn't worried, as he believes he just needs to stay focused. That's all he believes at the moment. The sun sets and night falls. Tired, Takeda arrives home. He enters and greets the photo of his parents. After that, he heads for a bath and turns off the lights to sleep. Like other boxers, he doesn't sleep easily. Yu's eyes are fixed in his mind, because they remind him of someone he knows, the boy he met in his childhood. Takeda looks at the photo of his parents and wonders if they think he can win, as he's scared about this fight. In an interview about Yudo Takeda, an interviewer asks what kind of fighter he is. Trainer Misaki takes a deep breath and thinks about the answer. She asks the reporter what he thinks of the word fighter. Before responding, he just smiles and says that his response won't make it into the interview. But, not wanting to be rude, he speaks his mind, concluding that a fighter is nothing more than a loser. Exactly, agrees trainer Misaki. She says that if you listen to interviews with the best boxers in the world, they all proudly talk about how much they have trained, as if they are where they are because of the blood, sweat, or tears they have shed. But she frankly claims that she thinks that's a lot of nonsense. The reporter agrees with her. Misaki continues, saying that if the best boxers in the world are where they are because they train harder than others, didn't others also work hard? All fighters from outside train just as hard, according to her, and any boxer with their head in the game will train until they vomit. The best are where they are because of talent. In the end, it's all about that. And talent is what separates them from the rest, as every boxer puts in the same amount of effort. That's why she really hates the word fighter. In the world of professional boxing, if you're just a fighter, it means you don't have anything else to show. And then there's Yudo Takeda. If anyone is an exception to the rule, it's him, as he is the only one who can confidently say that he has worked hard both physically and mentally. He is the embodiment of hard work. After saying this, it's the reporter's turn to speak directly with Takeda. The trainer vividly remembers the first time Yudo entered her gym. He really didn't show a hint of talent. On that day, someone walked through the door and called Misaki by name, saying that her gym hadn't changed at all and was as empty as ever. The man was Takeda's father, who was accompanying his son. Misaki greets the boy, saying he has grown up. Takeda greets her, calling her Miss, but she corrects him, saying she is not a miss. The father says she hasn't changed at all, ignoring him as usual. She asks what he is doing there. He replies that Yudo is 8 now, so he thinks he should learn martial arts, because the boy needs to learn to defend himself. Yudo says that like his father, he wants to protect others. He says that for that, his son needs to be as strong as he is. Misaki asks if it wouldn't be better for the father to train his son himself, but he says he's always busy and only won a silver medal, while she's an Olympic gold medalist in boxing. He asks her not to be so cold and that he'll leave the boy in her care. The trainer doesn't seem very pleased at first, but she tells the father to stop laughing and ask properly, so he does and asks her to teach boxing to his son. Misaki feels a bit awkward. However, after some time, she's already training him with simple moves. Being talented in sports is all about how well you understand the sport and how effectively you can move your body. In other words, it's about your athletic ability. She instructs Yudo to punch with his left fist, right arm out, making sure to stay relaxed. Meanwhile, she reflects that people with exceptional athletic skills generate a natural flow of energy in every movement. Yudo hasn't learned that yet, and she says that people without athletic ability have trouble creating their natural flow. After trying to follow her instructions, Yudo falls clumsily to the ground, and the trainer tells the boy's father that he has no talent, at least that's the boy Yudo used to be. Currently, as the trainer watches his interview, she realizes that he is now a world champion. He looks exactly like Hiroto, his father, but surpasses Mio, his mother, in athletic ability. Misaki remembers that on his first day of training, he was awkward. With that, he had a long way to go. Hiroto left his son in her care, not for free of course, but before leaving her gym. Misaki asks Hiroto how his wife Mio is doing. He thinks about it for a moment, and says she's the same as always. Her condition has stabilized more recently. Misaki understands what he meant, and mentions that she will visit her someday. Hiroto says that will make his wife happy. Before saying goodbye, she tells Hiroto to take care. The three share a common history, having met when they were children. They used to play together, but Mio always lagged behind in races and would trip over the stones in her path. They were childhood friends and grew up in the same neighborhood. Misaki and Hiroto always waited for their friend. Mio wasn't as strong as the two of them and would end up being carried by Hiroto, while Misaki watched them closely. Hiroto seemed comfortable with that, but Misaki seemed to feel jealous of them. One day, she pretended to fall as well. However, Hiroto ignored her, calling her foolish, even though he didn't agree. Mio scolds him, saying not to speak like that to a friend, and he simply apologizes to her, while Misaki remains on the ground. Their gaze as the three musketeers flew by and their childhoods came to an end. Soon the spring of their youth blossomed. Mio seemed happy after a day with Hiroto. He, on the other hand, showed no reaction in front of her. In the gym, a punching bag swung. A minute punching training routine. Misaki stops to take a break, but notices someone approaching. The person walks through the door, calling her name. She looks to see who it was, and Hiroto appears, laughing loudly. Misaki is very annoyed by the annoying kid he was, and even to this day, she hasn't forgotten how happy he was that day. Hiroto told her that day that he was dating Mio. As in many stories, relationships change suddenly and unexpectedly, just like the news that shocked her. But she simply congratulated him on his accomplishment. Since that day, laughing loudly became a habit for Hiroto. To be honest, Misaki kind of knew they were seeing each other and was determined to act normally, even practicing what to say in such a situation. But hearing it wasn't easy for her, because it stirred something in her that made her feel a deep sadness and caused her to shed tears. But just because their relationship changed doesn't mean the long-time friendship would. They continued going out for karaoke, and even tried studying together. They spent festive dates together as well. Those were truly happy times. Their relationship was precious to Misaki. She didn't feel sad about what she couldn't have, but rather grateful for what she had and wished her dear friends a long-lasting happiness. However, sometimes life cruelly takes away what we hold most dear, taking Hiroto to a better place, and leaving Mio hospitalized. Those who remain must grow strong, Misaki concludes. At another moment, Hiroto feels exhausted. He hasn't had time to spend with his son and is considering leaving the police force for another job. But while he's thinking about it, someone calls for help. He sees what's happening and notices a woman being grabbed by some men. One of them says they're just handling some matters and that he should leave. Hiroto is extremely angry about this. He remembers when he asked Yudo what makes someone stronger. His son answers that being good at fighting is part of it. That too, he says. But most people are cowards and use their strength for evil. They lack the courage to treat others with compassion and rarely manage to protect themselves. They shout that they are dangerous or important and therefore cannot be touched. However, a truly strong person isn't afraid of danger. They instill courage and hope in others. As Hiroto helps the woman, he shouts at her not to stand still and to run. This only intensified his determination to protect her. To his son, he says that someone must have the courage to treat others with compassion. That is what truly makes someone strong. Become someone strong like that, he tells Yudo. At another moment in the gym, Misaki is scrubbing the floor, when she's interrupted by a phone call. On the other end, someone can barely speak. This makes her realize that something seems wrong. She realizes it's Hiroto and asks what happened. At that moment, she has a premonition that something is wrong. On the call, Hiroto says that he has always asked her for favors, and that this would be his last conversation with Misaki. He lost a lot of blood in the fight and thinks he won't make it. Misaki is shocked by what he said. Hiroto simply says that if he dies, he wants Misaki to take care of his son. Her friend is distraught by his final words. That day, Hiroto left them, and in the hospital where Mio was, Misaki fulfills the promise she made to visit her. Mio doesn't look well at all, and her friend says it's been a long time since she last saw her. Mio's hand is extended, as Misaki looks at her with tears in her eyes. She says she has grown since the last time she saw her. Crying, she stays by her bedside, saying that Hiroto went first. Crying as she delivers the news, Misaki hopes she will wake up, and asks her to get up and scold Hiroto for leaving her behind. She says Mio needs to call him a fool for going away alone. Misaki truly cared deeply for him, and says she also liked the three of them together, as she remembers their good times from the past. She doesn't give up trying to wake her friend. However, Mio never regained consciousness. A few weeks after Hiroto passed away, Mio also died after struggling with her illness for so long. Misaki drowned her sorrows in training until she was completely exhausted. Yudo followed a similar path. This made Misaki notice something in him. As the boy trained alongside her, Misaki asked him what the meaning of life was. The boy remained focused on his training and said that his father told him not to fear danger. He also said to grow strong enough to spread courage and hope to others, and to treat others with compassion. These words motivated Yuto to train. Misaki remained on the ground and made her think. Even though Yuto wasn't gifted with physical talent, he was endowed with mental strength. His parents had left him in her care, but Misaki claims to know nothing beyond boxing. She talks to him again and asks if he wants to continue with boxing. With certainty, he answers yes. Misaki says he will have to train harder than anyone else, and even if he does, he will just keep losing. The boy simply replies that he doesn't care, saying he wants to become as strong as his father. His words have a certain impact on Misaki. She then says that's fine, and invites the boy to get into the ring. He looks at the ring with some apprehension, but Misaki tells him that from that day on, she will train him to be a boxer. And from that moment on, he should call her trainer. Yes, trainer, Yudo replies. In her thoughts, she tells Yudo's parents that she doesn't know what to teach him and that she might not meet their expectations. However, she will teach him everything she knows. She takes a moment and takes a deep breath. From now on, Yudo will be her reason for living. As expected, Yudo's skill level was daunting. He took over a month just to learn the 1-2 combination. Yudo would get excited after taking the correct step, but the trainer would remind him that he had a long way to go. The problem was definitely his athletic ability. Yudo didn't understand the natural flow of movements. So whenever he learned a technique, he had to memorize each of the connecting movements and then force them to come together. In mathematical terms, it was as if he had to memorize each question and answer because he couldn't understand the formula. But this was the best he could do. He had to follow the only path he knew. And with each changing season, Yudo also learned to adapt. Misaki completes her final task and notices that his extraordinary effort has spread. Just like a tree grows and transforms, her student also underwent a metamorphosis and slowly began to change. Yudo remembers his father saying that someone must have the courage to treat others with compassion. That is what truly makes someone strong, and Yudo needs to become someone like that. Back in training, his trainer calls for 20 more repetitions, and Yudo starts doing them. And so 10 years have passed since she began teaching boxing to Yudo. First, the clearest and simplest way to make someone strong is to build their body. The harder you train, the stronger you become. The body is quite honest that way. Yudo runs 10 kilometers as soon as he gets out of bed, and does 2,000 sit-ups, along with 1,000 push-ups each day, plus several other exercises that boxers consistently maintain every day. Many might think this is an absurd amount of daily exercise since Yudo is just a teenager. But this is the only way it works. For Yudo to have any chance of winning a match, he must relentlessly pressure his opponent with his steel-like body. His level of talent was terrible, because at that time, Yudo had already reached his peak growth. Back to the interview, the reporter asks what peak growth means. Misaki thinks for a moment before answering, and says that in arts, sports, or any other field, people will have similar growth charts. She draws an example of effort and talent on a board. She says that initially a person starts with a blank slate and then sees growth day by day. This is when you don't need to know your limit, and it's the best time, when all you know is the joy of growing. After you reach a certain point, that growth declines and you start to see your limit. This is when the competition gets serious and whether or not you'll survive as a professional in the field is decided. If you manage to survive and continue to grow as a professional, you will soon face a decline. For some, it is long, for others, it is short, and for some, it is severe, while for others, it is mild. And if you persist through that decline as well, you will reach a point where you are good enough to be called a master. And your growth curve will be steady with a gentle slope. The key point here is the upper limit of human growth. After that, in sports, there's a brief period of decline, which means you have matured. In the end, it's a battle among the top athletes about how each personal growth curve has an upper limit. Here is the champion level, and here is the professional debut level, says Misaki. She shows the chart of an average athlete, and then the chart of a prodigy. However, she shows another chart, that of her athlete, Yudo Takiya. In his third year of training, he had already stopped growing. The reporter says this is impossible. But Misaki says that he couldn't even dream of becoming a champion or a professional. His talent was so daunting that even novices in boxing would soon surpass him. This is the kind of guy Yudo was, says his trainer. The reporter says he is the strongest athlete in his division, which is hard to believe, and Misaki admits she didn't believe it either. But one day she noticed. He showed up at a hospital, drenched from the rain. And from that day forward, everything changed. Yudo faced his school. He finally entered high school. He looked at it from the outside and said he could do it. Most people have a hero they looked up to when they were young. Some see this in TV superheroes, but Yudo saw it in his father, because he was his true hero, one who upheld justice. There was a new school, a new environment, and a new semester. These young people were in the transition between childhood and adulthood, where everything was new and stressful. Everyone expressed their unease in different ways. Some chose their own path and devoted themselves entirely to following it. Some followed the guidelines set by society, and others targeted bullies and unloaded their repressed anxiety. In Yudo's class, there was a troublemaker who kept asking weaker students for money. One of the targeted boys was annoyed, but the bully insisted on getting money. However, seeing this, Yudo decided to act and confronted the bully directly, telling him not to mistreat others. Everyone there probably thought the same. Did someone who said that in real life actually exist? The helpless boy was surprised by such behavior, and the troublemaker in turn was irritated. He tried to do something, but couldn't move his arm. Others in the class discussed who he was. One of them said they heard he was Yudo Takiya, and that he was a fighter like his father, who was on the national judo team. Yudo had been famous since elementary school. He was called a hero of justice. Everyone there probably thought the same. Just like the TV superheroes, Yudo was some kind of real-life hero. He honestly thought it was very cool. However, the troublemaker who was confronted reacted and punched Yudo in the face. At first, Yudo didn't resist. The bully continued, saying Yudo underestimated him and asked if he knew who he was dealing with. Then he insulted him. But Yudo just asked if he was finished and told him not to do that again because he wanted to get along with everyone throughout the year. The troublemaker definitely didn't expect this reaction and realized that everyone in the room was staring at him. This embarrassed him, and he ran out of the room. The whole class was surprised to see this. Yudo just tried to act normally. The confrontation became gossip throughout the entire school, with everyone talking about what happened. And the heroes that young people admire, he wondered. In the hallways, some commented that they thought Yudo would knock Kazu down with a single punch after taking a few hits, but another person realized that not doing so made him better. Does your sense of justice or your strength work? Yudo thought. Outside, the boys continued talking, saying that even so, they would like to see Kazu get beaten up because bullies deserve it, according to them. The boy who was previously bothered for money. Sadly, for most of these youths, this was the last time, because Kazu grabbed him, claiming he laughed at his face earlier. People long for strength to have supremacy over others. As the boy was cornered, Yudo appeared again to stop the assault. He asks Kazu what he gains from hitting his friends. The bully didn't expect to see him there, and thinks he can't let Yudo intimidate him again. Kazu then responds about what he gains. He explains what exactly Yudo is talking about. He says he picked someone who is asking for it because it's fun, and he adds that he doesn't fear Yudo, who he thinks is just full of himself because he practices sports. After that, he moves to attack Yudo. Nowadays, the power of effort tends to be underestimated. But at that moment, Yudo didn't hold back and responded in kind. No matter how untalented someone is, the difference between someone who has put in an extraordinary amount of effort and someone who hasn't is like night and day, concludes Yudo. After landing a punch and leaving the troublemaker on the ground, he looks down at him, saying that this is the power of effort, after hitting the troublemaker in the face, and making him roll with the force of his punch. The boy who had pleaded for help is astonished, because Yudo's strength surprises him. He hadn't imagined seeing something like this up close, but Yudo's silhouette reminds him of a superhero. So even though he's confused by everything, the boy concludes that heroes really do exist. Afterwards, the two walk home together. He apologizes to Yudo, calling himself an idiot for not being able to do anything on his own and continuing to depend on him. Yudo, in turn, tells him not to lament because the troublemaker is the one who should apologize and he didn't do anything wrong. The boy, lamenting, wonders why it is like this. He looks at Yuto and says that he is amazing because he has never seen anyone like him. But Yudo replies that there are plenty of people stronger than him in his gym and that he has no talent, just trains a lot. However, the boy insists that he is incredible, saying that someone like him could never be as strong as Yuto. This makes Yudo thoughtful. Then he says the boy is wrong, and despite his insistence otherwise, Yudo invites him to go somewhere. His trainer asks what he has, and Yudo introduces his new friend. Misaki, after her retirement, declined the offer to be a national team coach, and it has been 13 years since she opened this gym, young and devoted. She was relying on her gold medalist fame to boost the business, but it turned out to be as dead as a door. For years, she hasn't been able to get a new client. Seeing the new boy, she says she will squeeze every penny she can out of him. She asks for his name, and he replies that it is Yamaguchi. A strong name, says the trainer. He, a bit awkward, agrees. Misaki says she won a gold medal at the Olympics, and that someone like her can spot talent with just a glance. She says she sees a true champion in Yamaguchi, adding that he was born for boxing, and that by training with her, he will conquer the world. The trainer makes an offer that if he enrolls today, she will give him 50% off the membership fees, but the boy says he is just passing through. Yudo asks if there is really such a fee. She replies that there is, and that if he becomes a champion, she will earn double from the fees. This surprises Yudo, as he didn't know boxing costs money to learn. Misaki says that now that he knows, it's better to stop wasting time and hurry up to finish today's training. So he does, preparing the punching bag. Time ticks on the clock, and Yudo is already doing his exercises, while his friend just watches from a distance. Yamaguchi notices that his daily training is impressive, but the trainer warns him not to be intimidated, as Yuto's routine is a special case, and he trains more than professional boxers. She continues saying that he doesn't have a shred of talent, so unless he trains like this, he won't stand a chance as a boxer. The boy can't believe it. He thinks Yudo is too strong not to have talent, and Misaki realizes that he did something at school. But she just tells Yamaguchi to observe carefully, because it's a fact that there's a definite limit to effort alone. People with effort can change and become strong. Misaki says it's not easy, but what matters is that the boy can change if he tries, while Yudo trains exhaustively. The trainer reminds Yamaguchi not to forget the 50% discount, and the boy says he will think about it. He says goodbye to the gym and leaves. The streetlights illuminate his path, and he returns home alone at night, thinking that his new friend Yudo is very cool, and remembering what the trainer said, that he can change if he tries. Yamaguchi wonders if he can really change too. No one chooses their own abilities or where they live when they're born. Some are born with exceptional skills, some are born in places that others can only dream of. While others, like the boy, are born into a battlefield. We see this when he arrives home and encounters his mother. She asks why he is so late. The boy replies that he spent the day with a friend, and she asks if he really has a friend. Before he can answer, she throws an ashtray at him, nearly hitting him. Then she questions how a loser like him could have friends, and says she doesn't believe his lies, because he should have been home right after school. After that, she laments how her life has turned out. Yamaguchi explains that his mother worked in the city's red light district and had him after a brief encounter with a low-level yakuza. Unexpectedly, he betrayed her and fled. She only lives with him to receive government assistance. Returning to the present, the boy asks his mother if he can practice boxing. Furious, she glares at him and demands to know what he just said. Desperate, he tries to deflect. A shrew calls him stupid and says he can't even speak properly. She insults him with harsh words. Some people can lead ordinary lives with little effort, while others have to put in an extraordinary amount of effort just to appear to have a normal life. In a dark part of the city, some guys discuss something that happened earlier. One of them notices someone approaching. It's Kazu introducing himself. The others see his bruised face and ask if he's been beaten, but he denies it, even though his face tells a different story. One of the guys asks if the other knows how to fight, and another says they have a new recruit who's interesting. He refers to himself as a gentleman, and he's training to become a world boxing champion. With that, the guy introduces himself to him. Back at Yamaguchi's home, he sleeps on the floor while his mother sleeps in the bed. There are 1 or 2 times in a person's life when a burst of energy shows an opportunity for change. Yamaguchi is someone who demonstrates an incredible desire to change. Meanwhile, not too far away, his friend Yudo is doing one of his runs, but something catches his attention and makes him stop. He looks and sees his friend Yamaguchi. Yudo asks the boy what he's doing there, and he replies that he heard from his trainer that Yudo runs here every morning, and he would like to learn from him. Yamaguchi says he will try running to build his stamina and will also get a part-time job to afford boxing lessons. Yudo admires his idea and says that together they will do their best to achieve their goals. He resumes his run and advises Yamaguchi to take it easy on his first day of running. Yamaguchi listens attentively to the advice, and with determination he begins to run. But after a while he becomes exhausted. The distance between him and Yudo is significant. He realizes he started from the middle but still can't catch up. Now that he's actually running with him, Yamaguchi is beginning to lose heart. The boy sees how impressive Yudo's effort is, especially considering they're the same age. He is focused on becoming like Yudo, because he knows well that his circumstances and the people around him won't change easily. But that doesn't change the fact that he wants to believe, that he can overcome his current situation and succeed. With focus and determination, he continues to say that he will change. However, soon he stops running from exhaustion. Yudo tries to encourage him, but the boy can't run anymore. Seeing the boy in this state, Yudo says that he ran all the way here without stopping, and when he started, he gave up many times because he couldn't keep going. Yamaguchi asks if there was ever a time when his friend was as bad as he is now. Yudo tells his friend that his favorite part of running is watching the sunrise. The boy pays attention to what he says. Then Yudo continues, saying that when he breathes in the fresh morning air, he feels an intense sense of freedom and achievement that comes after the exercise. After hearing this, Yamaguchi tries to feel the same sensation his friend described. The two watch the sunrise, and on the distant horizon, the sun appears, as it was hiding behind the city's skyscrapers. Yamaguchi sees the sun rising over the city where he and others live. He reflects on everyone being together in a small space, trying to get ahead of each other, and wonders, why do people hate each other and torment themselves out of pride? It was for a brief moment, but he can feel the sense of freedom. Back at school, some boys are having lunch. Yudo and Yamaguchi sit together to eat. Meanwhile, the envious bully watches them and notices how cheerful Yudo is. Kazu recalls the gentleman he met before. He remembers that one of the gang members said the gentleman wanted to make a big splash against the strongest in the forest, where there are no rules. So the man threw a challenge, thinking it would be a great show, and sent the gentleman to face off against the killers. This led to everyone being wiped out. Alone, he defeated them all, making the man wonder where he came from. But the gentleman says that a legendary boxer needs to have a few stories under his belt to look cool. The gang member says he will bring everyone he can to fight with him, which makes him happy. He then asks Kazu who he thinks is the strongest. Kazu remembers his day at school, the person he believes to be the strongest. He says he was caught off guard and that he himself will break the enemy's face, then tells the gentleman not to interfere. During lunch, he stared at the two furiously, but was caught by surprise when Yudo asked if he would like to join them for a meal. The bully couldn't believe what he heard, but Yudo says it tastes better when we eat together, because his grandfather always gave him a lot of food since he exercised so much and needed help finishing it. People can be both complex and childish. Elsewhere, Kazu is still in pain. He checks his hand, then looks at a note beside him. It's an apology from Yudo for hitting him, saying that some ice would help. This deeply irritates him, as someone's kindness can make others feel humiliated. Kazu loses control and knocks over all the food. This makes the whole room notice him. He just says he's not hungry and leaves the room. Yudo looks at him with a pitying gaze. Under a sunny sky, Kazu goes to the school bleachers to be alone. With each passing moment, his anger grows. Those who pass by him find it odd and ask what's wrong, but rumors are already circulating that he tried to hit someone on the first day of school and was humiliated by Yudo. Witnesses thought Yudo let himself be beaten on purpose with a fight after the alley is already spread. Time passed and each went their own way. Yamaguchi got a job washing dishes. Yudo focused on his boxing training. The blonde bully hasn't been seen at school for a while, and rumors spread that he felt so humiliated he didn't want to return. Yamaguchi continues with his part-time job, and Yudo keeps pushing harder in his training. Even the gentleman trains in his free time. Yudo and Yamaguchi's runs continue, with the boy growing more determined. Yudo's trainer is tough on him, and he follows her advice diligently. Another day passes. Yudo heads home after training. As he walks, he receives a call. Noticing it's a video call from an unfamiliar number, he's surprised. But the person on the other end is the gentleman, asking if he is the hero of justice, Yudo Takeda. Yudo confirms that he has the right number but asks who is calling. He introduces himself as Kazu and says it's nice to meet him. Then he points the phone's camera at Yamaguchi, who is tied up. Seeing his friend like that, Yudo is shocked. Yamaguchi is unconscious from being beaten by his captor. The blonde Kazu is also present, and the gentleman tells Yudo to call him an anti-hero. He warns Yudo of the consequences if he calls the police, while keeping his friend as a hostage. Kazu stays on the scene watching the hostage, but seems to dislike the situation. Yudo, for his part, also dislikes the predicament he's in. After some time on the call, he goes to the meeting place. Ironically, the gentleman says he arrived quickly, but Yudo shows nothing but a cold expression. He asks what the enemy wants. The gentleman thinks Yudo ran all the way there, but he doesn't seem at all exhausted, saying their fight will be fun. He asks if Yudo is familiar with games, saying this is like a game to him. But to be fair, his opponent has to be as strong as he is for it to be enjoyable. He then says he was on a mission to find the weakest fighters, and just when he was about to give up, he heard about him. Yudo Takeda, the name that kept coming up. In turn, Yudo asks if that's why he did all this. The gentleman responds that he heard about Yudo's reputation and knew he wouldn't take things seriously unless he did something like this. Before he can continue speaking, Yudo charges at him, but the opponent easily dodges, noticing that Yudo is quite fast. Taunting, he asks how Yudo plans to attack him, using a broken rhythm or a feint. He observes that Yudo is using the good old straight punch, and that's one way to do it. Yudo is furious, fighting his opponent. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi wakes from his unconscious state, watching the fight between the two. He realizes that his friend came to help him. Kazu, for his part, stays on the sidelines, merely observing from a distance. He says that no matter how strong Takeda is, he doesn't stand a chance against the gentleman, because in just a month, he single-handedly destroyed all the motorcycle gangs in the area. It's on a completely different level. The gentleman faces his opponent, and he shows something peculiar. Yudo made his adversary realize that he is incredibly fit and fast. His movements are extremely precise. But this is exactly what the opponent was looking for, because he realizes that this is all Yudo has. The gentleman wonders how he can be so lacking in talent. He uses the same moves and combinations. His opponent thinks about Yudo, and says it feels like fighting against a programmed video game character. The enemy acknowledges that this is how a person without talent but extremely trained behaves. He doesn't know who did this, but whoever it was did an amazing job with the worst material. Raw strength is the best way to deal with average fighters. Now the gentleman understands who he's dealing with, but he claims that his opponent uses a very obvious technique. Yudo gets hit, and Yamaguchi is shocked. Kazu, who also sees this, says he knew even Takeda wouldn't stand a chance against a genius. The simplicity of Takeda's moves makes his opponent realize that his fighting strategy is simplicity itself. Motorcycle gangs aren't made up of nobodies, some used to be boxers. Yudo didn't use flashy techniques, he just attacked with precision. With this, the gentleman concludes that Yudo is a genius. But Takeda, for his part, is taking a beating. He's struggling in the fight. His opponent is already bored with him, and then lands a precise blow. Yudo sways, with his nose bleeding, and Yamaguchi panics seeing his friend injured. Kazu, for his part, doesn't like seeing this. But something surprises the enemy. He sees that despite swaying, Yudo remains standing. All three are surprised by this. The opponent asks if he's so strong, why does he react like this? But Yudo simply says that the opponent is wasting his strength on something meaningless, and that if he has such power, he should use it for others, not for himself. Upon hearing this, the gentleman is confused. He starts laughing, saying that as things are now, it's more fun. Some sounds from the fight are heard, and Yamaguchi realizes they are blows. A blow from one side, or at least what's left. It was an inflated sense of superiority, with Yudo lying on the ground. An instinct of incapability covers the boy. Sarcastically, the gentleman says the fight was fun. Unfortunately, Most people live for themselves because they can't distinguish between what has value and what doesn't. Yamaguchi walks away into the night. His expression is one of pure sadness. The moon illuminates his path. He finally arrives home. And upon entering, the scene is the same as always, except for one small detail. His mother is all battered, while others might still have a life with a battlefield atmosphere. The boy feels even worse upon seeing this. Yudo, for his part, is in the hospital. The nurse hands him a letter from Yamaguchi. He opens it and reads the contents. It says that by the time Yudo reads the letter, the boy will be on a boat. Something happened at home, so he had to leave school and find money. He always wonders what it would be like to have been born someone else. He wishes he knew what it would have been like to be born and raised in a normal family. Yamaguchi hoped that something might truly change this time if he gave his best, but he thinks it wasn't meant to be and that he should know his place. He thought he was at rock bottom, but maybe he was wrong, because he considers himself very fortunate to have met someone good like Yudo, even if their time together was short. Yudo finally finishes reading the letter. He notices something in his friend's words, and he sees a kind of transformation, similar to his own metamorphosis. This motivates him to become even stronger. On a rainy day at Misaki's gym, she stares at her own reflection. But someone walks through the door, and she's surprised to see this. With the storm raging outside, Yudo appears, injured and soaked from the rain. He tells his coach that he wants to become stronger, even more than he is now, and prove that no matter how tough the circumstances, no matter how great the obstacle in his path, where there's a will, there's a way. And from that day forward, everything changed. Yudo trained faster and harder. His coach asks how he plans to defeat the enemy being so slow. She thinks no boxing coach in the area hasn't heard of Kazuo Izuji, a God-given talent, a genius who will lead the future of Japanese boxing. It's clear that Yudo doesn't stand a chance against him, but as long as he truly desires it, and as long as it means something to him. All Misaki can do is her best to support him, so he intensifies his training even more. Yudo works hard to meet the expectations. Yamaguchi, meanwhile, faces issues at his job. Yudo runs faster and faster, and Yamaguchi works hard at his job. Both are pushing themselves to give their best. At another moment at the gentleman's building, he sees that his opponent has returned and says this has never happened before. But he says he isn't one to refuse a challenge. However, after their fight, the gentleman says his opponent hasn't improved at all and tells him to give up, claiming he has no talent and will never defeat him. Yudo, however, says he will never give up. He doesn't care if it takes 1,000,000 years or even 1,000,000,000. He will never stop until he beats his opponent. The gentleman just laughs and mocks him as he leaves. Unsurprisingly, the rematch with Kazuo ended in defeat. Yudo tells his coach he thinks he can't win like this. If you want to become stronger, you must pour your heart and soul into it. So Yudo says he wants to leave school and focus solely on boxing. Misaki is at a loss for words. She wonders if she should take the realistic path and tell him that there are other paths besides boxing. In her mind, she tries to imagine what his parents would say to him in this situation. But she apologizes to them and says that boxing is all she knows. It's the only path she can take. She asks them not to blame her too much, whatever the outcome, and says that if this is what Yudo truly wants to do, then he will have her full support to do his best. You will only have one chance to be a fighter. Yudo agrees with his coach. Soon after, he starts an intense training routine. He pours his blood, sweat, and tears into training every day. He challenges the gentleman again, and takes another beating for him. Yudo's routine becomes increasingly intense, and after that, he challenges the gentleman once more, hoping he has improved a bit this time. But it doesn't prevent him from taking another beating. Again, he triples his routine. His opponent tells him to give up because it's becoming boring to fight him, and once again Yudo ends up taking another beating. His friend Yamaguchi cries out loud in his sleep, disturbing his roommates. Yudo doesn't give up on training, and Yamaguchi is about to get into trouble with his crying. Meanwhile, Yudo continues his training routine. Many seasons pass with intense training, and he reaches the point where it's hard to count how many times he tried and failed. Yudo sees his coach in front of him, and as he holds a training object, he throws a punch. The blow is very powerful and thunderous. However, he wakes up and realizes it was a dream. So he gets up and says it's time to train. In training, he prepares to throw a punch, and lands a blow similar to the one he dreamed of. He wonders if he is really awake. Next, he dodges a counterattack. His coach doesn't go easy on him, but he seems more subdued than usual. He can't distinguish between dream and reality. However, Misaki seems very alert and notices something. Yudo, on the other hand, doesn't care much, and says he just needs to move quickly, the way his coach taught him. Misaki notices the difference in his strength and in his peak growth. With this, she says he has surpassed her expectations, evolving significantly. In a new challenge, he manages to land a hit on his opponent. The gentleman realizes that things are now different from before, but even so, it wasn't enough for Yudo to win. The opponent says he was actually a bit surprised this time, indicating that Yudo could really improve if he keeps trying, regardless of his talent. While Yudo lies on the ground, the opponent leaves, saying he looks forward to their next encounter. Yudo Tekiga doesn't respond to this. He only thinks that the timing for the uppercut was off, his punches are sharper now, He should have come down at that moment, and he needs to be more aggressive. The winds of change began to blow. The opponent noticed that Yudo had become sharper, and no one could undo or stop the change that had begun. This time, Yudo at least managed to surprise his opponent. He was even called little by him. But Yudo doesn't want to give up. His eyes are filled with focus. Elsewhere, we see Yamaguchi. At the edge of the ship, he contemplates ending everything. He has lost all hope and sees no reason to live, just wanting peace. And in the third year of combat, the angry gentleman insults Yudo. His coach notices that he has evolved. His learning curve has increased significantly. After all the exhausting effort, countless defeats, and frustrations, his opponent charges at him. But this time, Yudo hits him with all his strength. Yamaguchi reappears, and we see he's back in town, reuniting with his friend. While he was at the edge of the ship, he saw the sun on the horizon, giving him a new perspective. Yudo sees his opponent on the ground for the first time. With that, a new superhero is born. At least he sees himself that way. Back at his interview, Yudo is asked what boxing means to him. He replies that boxing, to him, is proof. Proof that no matter how tough the circumstances are, no matter how deep the sadness or pain you face, you should never give up because there is always hope. Through boxing, Yudo will prove that there is always hope. A commentator greets everyone and announces that it is finally the day of the junior welterweight title match, Yudo Takeda versus Yu. He asks if there has ever been a boxer like this in the history of boxing. The commentator responds that there hasn't and questions, will there be another boxer like this? The crowd cheers for the entrance. It's the boxer with unprecedented talent, world lightweight champion, Yu. Despite being the challenger, Yu dominates the stadium with his aura. He didn't let the then-invincible champion Jean-Pierre land a single punch during their title match. Will easily take the junior welterweight title as well. Yudo Takeda enters the ring as we speak. Today he is called the strongest in-fighter there is, but Takeda walked a tough journey to earn that name, unlike Yu. He was knocked down only to get back up again and again in a division with an unusually large number of strong boxers. But in the end, he claimed the welterweight belt, and you could say his boxing is a story of hope and triumph. Will he be able to defend his title against his strongest opponent yet? Yu, meanwhile, maintains his usual look. A child in the hospital waits to watch the fight. A bar owner also waits. The audience is also anxious. It's the epitome of natural talent against the epitome of hard work. The commentator asks what the analyst thinks will happen. He says the key point to focus on in this match is simple. How many rounds will Takeda be able to last? So, you're saying you will dominate the match and win? Asks the narrator. No, replies the analyst, it's true that there's a good chance you will win. Because his boxing is out of this world, he says. But if Takeda can last until the middle of the second round, he has a chance. Misaki tells Yudo to remember their plan. He agrees with his coach. Don't be scared, even if you're knocked down, I'll get up and fight until the end, says Yudo. He also says he will prove that there is always hope. As he says this, Yu simply stares at him. Everyone anxiously awaits the start of the match. The child in the hospital, the bartender, and the audience. And finally, the referee signals the start of the match. Immediately, Yudo Takeda charges at his opponent. He keeps his guard up and approaches fiercely from the beginning. Yu, as always, remains calm. Takeda attacks, but his opponent dodges. He continues attacking, but Yu continues dodging. The coach observes and praises his performance, telling Takeda to put pressure on him for all 12 rounds. Before this, Yudo and the coach study the opponent. The most worrying punch is that one right there, Misaki says. Yudo has seen Yu's fights against Jean-Pierre and Elliot. With your current skills, you have no chance of dodging it, let alone counterattacking. So what do you think you'll do? The coach asks. Yudo replies that he needs to keep his guard up because that's his only chance. The coach says that this isn't the kind of punch he can block and his guard will be the last resort. According to her, the answer is distance, because he needs space to position himself and deliver his punches. She tells Yudo to stay close to his opponent throughout the fight, not to let him figure out the timing, and to keep him from being a step away from him. With your stamina, you can do this, says the coach. Keep closing the gap. If you can last until the final round, we might have a chance. With his unusual talent, Yu had finished nearly all rounds at the beginning of the first turn, with his longest turn being 11 seconds into the second round. He never experienced an extended turn. Even though it seems he's in a different dimension, it doesn't make sense for his body to cooperate. Just hold on until he gets tired, concludes the coach. Coach K, observing from the sideline, says he knew the opponents would do this. He made Yu watch the opponent's fights closely. Yudo Takeda, the strongest junior welterweight. Yu watched the fight as instructed. He says he understands what kind of boxer the opponent is. First, he has muscles like armor that help him withstand punches. K says he has never seen a physique like that achieved so simply through hard work. Obviously, his muscles aren't just there for protection. They also give him explosive reflexes, followed by a weight change at the speed of light. Takeda hits opponents hard. He is the worst nightmare of any outboxer. Even while taking hits, he is relentless. No matter how many times he is knocked down, he will get back up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the strongest in-fighter. But his strongest weapon of all is his incredible stamina. In the video, his opponent only blocks. finding all the incoming punches a nightmare, wondering if the opponent is even human. From start to finish, it was punch after punch in that match. Takeda didn't stop for a second. Based on his superhuman stamina, Kei knows he will stay on Yu like white on rice. He asks what Yu will do. Yu replies that he thinks he will just hit him before he gets close enough. The answer pleases his coach. But in the fight, Yu says that's not how he does things. His change in stance startles Yuto. Misaki is also surprised, and Coach K in turn just smiles. Yuto wonders what the opponent is doing. Immediately, the match transforms into an infighter's battle. Kei closely analyzes the fight and tells Yu to show the opponent what real talent is. Takeda notices that the opponent has switched to an infighter stance but doesn't want to overthink it. He says he just has to do what he does best, but as soon as he prepares to attack, he is caught off guard. His coach is shocked. The reporter watching from the audience is also, and Coach K just gives a satisfied smile. Takeda tries to attack the opponent, but he is countered. He is somewhat disoriented by this. He waits a moment as something catches his attention. Facing his opponent directly, he tries to attack again but fails. This clears up all his doubts. Seeing Yu's gaze, he concludes that he is copying his moves in a loop, and then Yu lands a direct punch and follows it with an uppercut to the chin, pleasing his coach who watches it all. Takeda thinks he spent his whole life perfecting these moves, but the opponent is doing them faster and more precisely. His coach also notices this. To him, it's as clear as crystal. He has never been so certain of anything in his life. Now he understands that, no matter what he did or how hard he tried, he could never defeat him. The narrator asks if everyone sees what he sees because he can't explain what he's witnessing, struggling to believe it. Yu's coach tells him to take everything from them and keep them under his foot. That's what it means to be alive, he says. At this point, Takeda's eyes are filled with fear. However, Yu remains as calm as ever. The two continue fighting, and Takeda can't land a hit on his opponent until Yu lands a clean shot. It's as if they're looking at a reflection in a mirror. Yet the junior welterweight champion, Yuto Takeda, is being dominated. What incredible speed and athletic ability. As Takeda is struck by the blow, Yu shows no mercy to Takeda, showcasing his true talent. Takeda wonders what to do now. He considers feinting, but he misses and is hit by Yu. This makes him raise his guard. While Takeda is off balance, Yu remains serious, and soon after he lands a punch on his opponent. No chance, Yuto says. Given how things are going, he'll just keep taking hits until the round ends. He tries to look through his guard, thinking about what he should do. His coach is furious with what she sees, telling Yuto to hang in there. If you make it out of this alive, I'll tell you what to do, she concludes. Everyone watching the fight waits anxiously for a turnaround. There was a brutal first round for Takeda. He is lost in his thoughts, barely hearing his coach calling him. But she manages to talk to him and yell at him to regroup. He asks if the coach saw the same thing he did, saying he can't believe how strong the opponent is. Yuto no longer knows what to do. The coach says it's true, the opponent is strong. However, no matter how strong he is, the opponent can't be strong in every aspect. There's still something only you can do, so listen carefully, says Misaki. Meanwhile, Coach K watches from a distance. He asks Yu how the first round went. Yu replies that the opponent is strong, but the lightweight division is more. He says you might think that now, but he notes that Takeda is the kind of guy who gets stronger the more adversity he faces, like a comic book hero. If you're careful, maybe he'll land a punch or two, K tells Yu. The narrator asks the commentator's opinion, wondering if Takeda can turn things around in the second round. Bob, the commentator, says Takeda is a powerful boxer and won't let this be his end. The referee signals the start of the second round, and the commentator is sure that Takeda has a plan up his sleeve. Takeda looks more focused than before. He prepares to throw a punch, but the opponent is quicker and lands a hit first. This frustrates him, but Yu remains his usual cool. Takeda tries to hit him again. He remembers that his coach advised him to exchange blows with the opponent. Yuta didn't understand it at first, but Misaki says he just needs to exchange punches as he always does best. She also tells him not to be overwhelmed and lose his way and to focus on what he's good at and remember his training. This motivates Takeda to fight and to remember who he is. The two coaches watch the fighters. In the ring, Yuto thinks about who he really is and concludes that all he needs to do is what he does best. The reporter watching the fight sees that, whether good or small, we all live with hope in our hearts. Back to the fight, the narrator says that Takeda is exchanging punches while taking hits, showing his spirit and courage. He's fine with it because Yuto thinks he can keep his footing, already knowing he'll take a lot of hits. No matter how painful it gets, he can keep fighting while staying on his feet. Misaki notices something in the ring. Gradually, Yu is being pushed back. Takeda is going all out and successfully gaining the upper hand. Kai also notices this and praises the opponent. The commentator says only Takeda would take that route. But frankly, Kei's boxer isn't taking Takeda seriously. Yu hasn't even revealed half of his strength. Yuto notices something about the opponent. Something is different about him. Both are moving quickly. Takeda says the opponent has increased the distance, and he needs to close in. But before he can do anything, desperation takes over as multiple attacks come his way. He doesn't understand what's happening. and he can't get into the fight as he wants. This satisfies Coach K, but Misaki concludes that this is dangerous. Yu is in a more aggressive stance, while Takeda can't close the gap that has opened. His guard isn't good enough. It's a total loss of hope. From taking so many hits, he becomes exhausted and goes down to one knee. The referee announces the knockdown. His coach is in despair at this moment, along with everyone who was watching the fight. Coach K says that the real adversity has just begun. Yu remains standing in the ring, and the crowd cheers for him. Only one person dislikes what he sees. With trembling hands, we see his old friend Yamaguchi watching the fight from the stands. In popular culture, such as fiction, cartoons, and movies, we describe attempts at entertainment as something dynamic and intense. Takeda trained hard with his coach encouraging him, but Yu would know if someone had truly given their all. He feels pain and loneliness repeating every day. Misaki observes something from outside her gym. A couple of teenagers walking together. Their silhouette reminds her of something from her past. She watches intently, while Yudo continues his training. The efforts are indeed extremely cold and rigid. After finishing, Yudo is exhausted. His coach is downcast and he notices. He looks at her and tries to deduce what she's thinking. Misaki starts a conversation about boxing. Yudo pays attention, but Misaki isn't in the mood for a chat. She tells him to forget it and rest for a minute before getting back to training with the gloves, and he agrees. Back to the fight, the narrator announces that Takeda has fallen and finally shown his true face. Takeda is on his knees, doubled over in pain from what seems to be a heavy blow. Can he always get up, even after taking such a powerful hit? The narrator asks. His coach dislikes seeing him like this. Yudo tries to react somehow, and says he needs to breathe. The hospitalized child is cheering for him. Yudo tries to muster his strength to stand up. Even the bartender is rooting for him. On the ground, Yudo yells as he tries to rise. Yamaguchi in the stands waits for his return. His opponent Yu looks at him with an empty expression. But Yudo Takeda manages to get back up and return to the fight. He faces his opponent with a fighting spirit. The narrator says he is waiting in front of Yu and he is the final contender. He says Takeda is in trouble, but Takeda himself says he's fine. And the narrator wonders if he can find a way to overcome this stalemate. Misaki waits for the fight to resume. The referee authorizes the restart of the match. Yudo notices that first his opponent is throwing those jabs. Avoiding them entirely is impossible. He has to take the hits head-on to get in. Yu throws a punch, but Takeda dodges. The dodge surprises his opponent. Takeda is laser-focused. He hits his opponent and goes straight at him. The narrator says Takeda was on the ground a few seconds ago, and now he's closing the gap with such speed. Kei observes his incredible recovery. He can't believe Takeda is making such progress after taking such a hit and praises him for it. Takeda is being bombarded by his opponent. No matter how much he tries to close the distance, Yu keeps moving further away. Yu is coming toward him, and Takeda thinks about raising his guard or stepping back. But he says he can't win by continuing to retreat. His only chance to close the gap is now. However, a move in the ring shocks everyone, including Coach K, who likes what he sees, and Misaki, who is concerned for her athlete. He stares at his opponent with his usual cold gaze, and Takeda has a cut on his face from being hit. Coach K comments that Takeda is amazing for closing in on Yu with such an explosive charge, causing the opponent to lose his timing and aim. This performance pleases the coach. He thinks Takeda attacks like a bull, and it takes courage to get so close. Although Yu is the competition, Kate praises Takeda. He also says to keep fighting until the bitter end. The narrator comments that Takeda isn't letting Yu escape his reach. The fight is halfway through the second round. No other boxer has been able to chase Yu so relentlessly. Takeda is showing his skill as the most complete fighter around, but it's clear that the damage is accumulating. How long can he keep up this desperate fight? Asks the narrator. Takeda says he's taken many hits and his body is starting to slow down. He still hasn't given up on fighting, thinking that everything will be over for him if he leaves himself even slightly open. Takeda prepares to act. He dodges a punch, getting ready to close in, saying he must move faster. However, he is caught off guard by his opponent, who gets him squarely in the abdomen, and then once again, he is struck. The narrator announces that for the second time, Takeda has fallen to the ground. Misaki realizes that this blow has caused significant damage. She holds the towel while worrying about Yudo. The referee's count has already begun. The narrator says he's unsure if Takeda can get up again. His supporters anxiously await his return, but he remembers his father. When it seems like he's about to pass out, he gathers his strength to get back up and stands ready to fight again. His opponent faces him in the ring. Takeda says he has to fight until the end. His coach seems not to like this very much. Unlike Kei, who appears satisfied, Takeda's knee doesn't seem to be in good shape, but he can only imagine his past, saying that where there's a will, there's always a way. The narrator announces that Takeda has gotten up again and he always miraculously rises, no matter how many times he has been knocked down. But it seems the blow was too strong this time. Can Takeda perform another miracle? Asks the narrator. The referee cannot say whether Takeda is conscious or not, and will keep an eye on him. Then he authorizes the fight to resume. The crowd cheers for the fight. Yamaguchi says that Yudo isn't doing this for himself. He adds that Yudo is putting in so much effort to give hope to people like him. This concerns his friend even more. Meanwhile, Takeda dodges attacks. But an old memory comes to Yamaguchi. He recalls that Yudo showed him a new world which helped him overcome the toughest times in his life. Yamaguchi worked hard, and now, even though it's small, he has his own shop, and his mother is receiving treatment for alcoholism. Thinking about this makes him cry. However, in the fight, Takeda takes another hit from his opponent. He's about to fall, but his gaze does not betray any sense of surrender, so his knee remains steady, and he returns, trying to counterattack. But while he is spent, his opponent remains intact. In the stands, Yamaguchi says it's okay, and that he doesn't need to push so hard. Blood falls from Takeda's face to the ground, and his friend thinks it's alright if he gives up. Yudo finds himself lost in a void. The narrator announces that the second round is ended. Takeda managed to face the grueling second round. But how long will they last? Asks the narrator. It seems the fight has already been decided by you, says the commentator. Yudo's coach shouts for him to wake up. He, in desperation, asks if he's doing it right, saying that the opponent is so strong there's nothing he can do, but he's pushing as hard as he can. Misaki looks at him fiercely, and he admits he doesn't know what he's doing. The coach tells him not to worry as he's doing well and better than she expected. She also says for Yudo to keep the pace, and with that, he'll definitely have a chance. In her thoughts, she speaks to Hiroto and Mio. Sometimes she wonders if she's really doing the right thing, and if she might be doing something wrong to this boy. Misaki ponders this, and thinks maybe she could have given him a more comfortable and happy life than this terrible one. The referee announces the start of the third round. The coach wonders if she's just letting him have his own way, and if she might be shirking responsibility. The fight resumes, and the referee allows them to continue. Next, Takeda is bombarded with blows, and his coach thinks about it. Yu is not easing up. This makes Coach K admit that he can't help but be impressed. What's most interesting is Takeda's potential. The distance between them is getting smaller, like a guy who just started learning boxing. He's growing in real time, even at this moment. Takeda is really like a comic book character. Please keep growing while you're still alive, says Kay. Does Yu need more experience before dealing with him? Asks the coach. A sign announces the start of the fourth round. Takeda is again bombarded by his opponent. The same happens in the fifth and sixth rounds. Yu does not slow down at any point. The narrator says it's now the sixth round. This dreadful match is halfway through. Takeda is showing great fighting spirit. Even in the face of despair, he never gives up. He just keeps pushing forward. Even with courage, can he perform a miracle? Asks the narrator. Coach Misaki watches all this with apprehension. Yu remains unscathed while he faces his opponent. Coach K says that after 6 rounds in the ring, no matter how nervous Takeda is, he always gets up and pursues his opponent. There will be a level of fatigue with the accumulated damage. So, what will you do now? Asks the coach. If you're not ready to finish him, you'll be defeated, he says. Then Yu lands another crushing blow on his opponent. Everyone watching the fight reacts negatively to this. The narrator announces the fall and asks how many times Takeda will fall like this, and this time it doesn't seem easy to get up. Yudo doesn't have the strength to rise again. As the count continues, Misaki can't even look at the ring. Yudo tries to say something but cannot. His coach seems to lose hope. Takeda tells himself he has to get up. He tries to gather his strength and uses the ring to push himself up, but he can't and he falls again. Anxious, his coach holds back tears. Takeda is nearly unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, the coach watches him, and gradually he begins to close his eyes. A memory from his past surfaces, when the coach was drunk and told him to call her sister. She tells him to stop training and come up to the roof. Yudo obeys and follows her. Upon reaching the roof, he sees the moon. It is full, illuminating the sky. Misaki tells him that it's good to work hard, but if he pushes himself too much, Yudo, in turn, says that he has no talent. The coach responds that whether talented or not, he trains too hard. This leaves her downcast for a while. She tells Yuto that there are places in the world that you cannot surpass, no matter how hard you try. Misaki says that if he finds himself in such a situation, when facing something he can't overcome, no matter how hard he tries, what will you do? She asks. He thinks a bit about the question, and answers that he knows nothing but to work hard. You will break, she responds, and says she fears he will break if he trains too hard. Misaki reflects on this. She tells Yudo that she is worried. Back to the fight, Takeda sees the coach. She says that sometimes she thinks that maybe life is a gift. Misaki says that there will always be difficulties. She lost her precious friends, and she feels that being born into this world, meeting friends, and finding Yuto was all a great gift. Perhaps we should just be grateful for this gift given to us, she asks. She tells Yudo that sometimes he can put down his burdens and be free. Keep this in mind, she says. You're the most valuable gift I have ever received, Misaki concludes. Takeda reflects on his life and all the boxers he has encountered in the ring, all the people he has met, and this motivates him. Yu is slightly surprised by what he sees. Even though he is wavering, Takeda rises. His gaze shows hope, and his opponent sees something in him, something he has seen before. The narrator says that Takeda has gotten up again. "Is there any other boxer like this in the world?" he asks. The entire hall fills with cheers for Takeda. Even those who had already lost faith turn their attention back to the fight. The two coaches are also surprised. He stands ready to fight, and the referee restarts the match. Next, Takeda tries to land a quick punch on his opponent. Yu easily dodges the blow. He sees that his opponent still has energy. Takeda is more focused than ever. He is faster than before, and he charges at his opponent. This makes Yu a little more cautious. Now Yu is the one dodging the opponent's attacks. Kei says this is more than he imagined. Even Coach Misaki is surprised. The narrator says that his movements have changed. Takeda is suddenly pressing Yu. He started to take charge of the match. Now he is finally awakened in the fight, and his coach notices this. Yudo's boxing, achieved through sheer effort and determination, is obviously strong, but it lacks some important elements. The common trait of freedom among geniuses. The more desperately one tries, the further they move away from freedom. So freedom is the exclusive property of the talented. But he finally gained his freedom. He grew to become a world champion without any talent. Now he has talent. Even his opponent was surprised by this. The pace of growth from now on is so fierce. It will be different. A monster has been born. But that didn't stop him from being hit. This leaves Takeda even more shaken. He took another punch in succession. Everyone watching fears for him. Takeda has no time to react. In the next moment, he takes another hit. With that, he is thrown against the ropes. Without wasting any time, Yu strikes him again. Yu wants to see it again. What was that light you saw before? Takeda is bombarded with punches, and his opponent doesn't stop, making him more and more injured. He is practically out cold. Yu insists that his opponent show him. His series of punches delights his coach, but a towel is thrown into the ring. Takeda falls to the ground defeated. Yu is not satisfied with how the fight ended. Someone shouts for a stretcher quickly, and the referee stops Yu from advancing on his opponent. As soon as Takeda was hit, Coach Kei watched more closely. Then he took another heavy hit. This pleased Kei even more. Takeda is trapped against the ropes. Kei looks at him with a fierce gaze. Yu lands the final blow on his opponent. Coach Kei says this is what he expected an opponent like Takeda to appear. As expected, Yu is number one. The narrator states that Yu's brilliant connection of powerful punches ended the match. Yu is celebrated for the victory, while Takeda is taken out of the ring on a stretcher. Meanwhile, Yu watches him with his usual cold gaze. Takeda, on his part, can barely keep his eyes open. His coach, who can hardly look at him, turns to face his opponent. Furious, she shouts that Yu is trying to harm him. Misaki tries to slap Yu, but Kei stops her, saying she shouldn't use violence against other boxers. He also notes that her boxer doesn't seem to be doing well, which happens in boxing, right? He asks. Finally, Kei tells her not to get emotional, and he releases her hand. Misaki asks if it really is just a match for him. Kei only looks at her with disdain. This isn't boxing, she says, referring to the two as monsters. Hearing this, Kei gives a sly smile. From a distance, someone observes everything. It was Yu's next opponent. Seeing him from afar, he just narrows his eyes to see him up close. After that, he turns and leaves the place. In the hospital, the doctor sincerely says that Yudo's condition is not very good, and even if he recovers, his jaw is completely shattered. Misaki feels sad upon hearing this. The doctor believes boxing may no longer be possible for Takeda. His heartbeat is heard on the machines, while his coach stands by his side watching him. Misaki remembers throwing in the towel, and recalls that during the fight, looking at Yuto now all bandaged, if she had thrown the towel a bit earlier, things might have been different. Then she remembers Yuto as a child, reflecting that if she hadn't taught him boxing in the first place, maybe. And before she finishes, she apologizes as she breaks down in tears, remembering that his parents trusted her, but she now feels incompetent. Misaki says she is so disappointed in herself. While crying beside her pupil, Yuto regains consciousness and opens his eyes. He tries to say something but can't. The coach is startled by this. Takeda tries to call for his coach. She looks at him for a moment, while Yuto tries to say something despite his difficulties. Misaki tells him not to move his mouth as the doctor warned him not to. Yuto signals that he understands. Still worried, Misaki tries to talk to him. Despite the difficulties, Yuto says, "Thank you." A tear falls from his coach's face at this. He still tries to say something. Misaki holds back her tears in front of him. Yuto just closes his eyes again. But his coach can't hold back and finally cries. All of Yuto's training memories come flooding back like his first fall, his first punch on the heavy bag, his first dodge, and his evolution in striking an opponent. Misaki thinks she should say thank you, as she is truly grateful to him. Every life ends someday, but even someone who gives their all to follow their path will eventually reach their end. She believes there is a noble beauty in this, Misaki says beside a basket of Yamabuchi fruit with a note wishing Yuto a speedy recovery. Later, the doctor mentions that he thinks Yuto was born to be healthy because he is recovering very well. At this rate, he believes Yugo might leave the hospital sooner than expected, and Misaki feels relieved. While he looks out the window, the doctor says there is a big fan of Takeda in the hospital and asks if he can see him. Then the boy who watched his fight from the hospital appears. Some time has passed in the day, and the two chat for a little while. The boy's mother tells the coach that her son really wanted to meet him. She adds that her son is receiving a lot of support because of Takeda's donation, and she would like to thank him personally. She explains that her son suffers from a rare, unknown condition, and that fighting rare diseases requires great courage, day after day. As the illness worsens and how it should be treated, the mother corrects herself, saying she doesn't even know if her son's condition is treatable in the first place. This child has to fight against the fear and despair that come every day. She says she owes a lot to Takeda, not just medical expenses and money. That child must have found hope watching Takeda always get back up again, and that gave him the strength to continue. The boy tells Takeda that he will get better and become a cool and strong boxer like him one day. Yudo is surprised to hear this, as it reminds him of something he said to his father when he was young. This memory makes him emotional. He thinks to himself that he tried so hard to be as strong as him. Yudo feels sadness in front of the boy, but tries to hold back his tears, wondering if he did the right thing. In his thoughts, he sees his father thanking him and saying he is proud of him. The boy notices him crying and asks if it's because of his jaw pain. Elsewhere, we see the fight between Takeda and Yu being shown on a big screen. Yu's face is fixed on the screen, and a tattooed man says that Yu is the top contender right now. The man is the middleweight champion, Santorino Febres, and he comments that other middleweight fighters must be furious now. His coach and manager say that soon Yu will be coming for them, and that he seems to be the biggest contender in history. Santorino calls out to Yu, referring to him playfully. As he faces Yu on the big screen, Santorino says he will give the best show. Watching the fight, the reporter sees the moment of Takeda's fall. He comments that Yu decisively defeated him. As expected, Kei quickly conquered every weight class. Yu has accumulated victories since he started and won 3 weight titles after defeating the welterweight champion. The audience cheered for each of his victories. His opponents were stronger than the last, yet they were all defeated. Even a junior middleweight fighter was overwhelmed. Yu has now claimed the 4th weight class. 2 of the best boxers in the world are present, Yu and Santorino Febres. The boxing community is in a state of excitement about the upcoming matches. Yu is dominating every weight division at an incredible speed. Yu and Takeda fell easily, and Pierre had a good run, but the champion seemed too weak for him. At this pace, doesn't the next target seem quite clear? The narrator asks. The commentator agrees, stating it's a match that countless boxing fans have been waiting to see. The 2 top boxers in the world, Santorino Febres versus Yu, are as close as the sunrise. A mysterious man enters the arena. The crowd wonders what is happening. The narrator questions the scene as well, noticing that suddenly the place has become loud. He realizes the man resembles Santorino Febres and has apparently entered the ring. The commentator celebrates his appearance, saying they are not the type to wait for a declaration. Yu faces him as always, with his coach sporting a sly smile. Santorino claims he is the one who attacks first and asks why all the commotion since he is just there to say hello. The entire audience goes wild at this. He smiles at the cheers and asks to speak into the microphone. Facing the crowd, he shouts for everyone to be quiet because he came to show respect. Santorino tells Yu that he hasn't taken a single punch in past matches and asks how he did that. He adds that he respects him as a fighter, and that's why he's curious. From afar, someone watches the speech. Santorino continues, saying that everyone in the audience is curious as well. Then a weapon is drawn and aimed at Yu's face. Santorino asks if he can dodge the bullets. Coach K seems surprisingly intrigued by this, but everyone around is startled by the gun. Carmen, the manager working for Yu, watches the scene on TV. Santorino says everyone is curious, and now that he is there, they can enjoy the experiment for themselves and everyone needs to be quiet and watch. Some security personnel approach, but Santorino tells them to stay calm and not do anything foolish. All of this while still pointing the weapon at Yu. Kei anxiously awaits what is to come. Santorino has his finger on the trigger. Carmen feels apprehensive about this. Then he pulls the trigger, and only confetti comes out. The referee and security are stunned, but Carmen feels relieved. Santorino laughs, asking if he scared everyone, as he was just joking. In the audience, everyone scolds him for the bad taste and humor. However, he points up and fires a few real shots. This time, everyone falls silent and fears what might happen. Santorino, for his part, continues to aim the weapon upward with a villainous look. He turns his back on Yu and says he will defeat him in the ring legally, then tells him to enjoy the rest of his life while he can. Yu shows no reaction to this, unlike his coach who is radiant. From a distance, another strange man smiles as well. In another place we see Yu. His dark gaze remains the same. He stares at a door in front of him and slowly enters through it. His facial expression stays grim. However, he fully passes through the door and enters the room beyond. He then lies down next to a cat. The scene cuts to Carmen, knocking on Yu's door and asking to come in. She and a few other men enter the house. Yu is confused about what is happening. His cat also seems puzzled by all the activity. She says they have orders from the director to accompany him until the day of the fight. Carmen informs him that from now on, her guards will be watching him 24 hours a day with a monitoring system to protect him. He asks why this is necessary. Meanwhile, the guards find cameras scattered around. Carmen says he will understand the reason when he sees it. Someone is knocking at the door. Looking out the window, Carmen sees a package left by someone. Before opening it, she puts on gloves and a chemical protection suit. Behind her mask, she tries to see. As she slowly opens the box, she realizes the contents are quite childish. You ask what it is, and she responds that it's not a big deal. Even his cat seems curious. Then she says there's a decapitated cat inside the box, which is a clear threat. Yu doesn't seem pleased to hear this. She hands the box over and tells a guard to incinerate the contents. After that, she tells Yu that now he knows that this is how it is to fight against the Santorino brothers. They are the kind of people who will use anything to win, especially his brother Santorino Fabrizio, whose invasion of the ring yesterday was his instruction. They go after their opponents with all kinds of threats and dirty tricks, so when the fighter enters the ring, it creates complete chaos. But while they are professionals in exploitation and manipulation, we are professionals in training, says Carmen. And from now on, you will eat, drink, sleep, wake up, train, and rest until he steps into the ring, because she guarantees she will keep him strong. Staring at a photo of Yu, Santorino Fabrizio's brother asks if he liked the gift. He seems obsessed with Yu, laughing as he thinks about what he has done. Carmen, for her part, says the fight has already begun. They lay out everything they found on the table, 10 cameras and 20 traps. Carmen instructs everyone to stay away for now. Guards remain outside the house. She mentions a boxer named Chavo Juarez. After the unexpected retirement of the powerful Bob Norris, he quickly claimed the middleweight title and became the champion. He was the only boxer who managed to fight against Bob, who was considered the strongest middleweight champion ever. Bob Norris? Yu asks Carmen. She confirms and asks if he knows him. Yu thinks for a moment and replies that he's a boxing commentator now. The third trainer's boxer, Richie, is much better than Piero at keeping opponents in the corner. He was an incredible boxer who could punch like a heavyweight. He was also a legendary champion, just like all of his disciples. Well, among other things, says Carmen, the last two are beyond belief to be considered human. Carmen, for her part, continues the story. Chavo Juarez was the only boxer who could compete against Bob Norris. But shortly after he became champion, something unexpected happened. At that time, the boxer who couldn't even maintain his middleweight position, Santorino Fabrizio, completely ridiculed and defeated him. The cause of the loss was a condition caused by acute enteritis, a deterioration of judgment due to depression, panic, and emotional control issues. The moment he stepped into the ring, he was already defeated mentally and couldn't follow his game plan. Carmen asks if you understand, saying that this opponent is not someone you can simply defeat by fighting in the ring. If you have recently encountered any inappropriate situations or made any mistakes, please be honest with me, she says, no matter how trivial it may seem. From now on, the person you need to trust is me. Please keep in mind that it's just me and the director. Yu starts practicing with the punching bag. Carmen mentions that after reviewing the recorded videos, Yu's life has been a simple routine of going home and then to the gym. Is that a good or bad thing? Carmen asks. She says that these days Yu seems emptier than before. Obviously, after the fight against Takeda, his boxing sharpened, as if he had given up on something. She recalls when Yu said he thought he saw something in boxing and wanted to check it out. This makes her think for a moment. He thanks Carmen for her effort as he leaves. But Carmen says she will accompany him starting today. The streetlights illuminate their path. They walk together while talking. Yu asks about the guards. She replies that they are securing the front of the house. She adds that the Santorino brothers' goal is to put on a show for the audience and make money. There is no direct threat to the opponent's life, so you can be sure. If anything happens and I'm attacked, don't worry about me and seek safe shelter, she tells Yu. And she can protect herself. At home during the night, Carmen is preparing dinner, saying that from now on, Yu should only eat what she makes for him. She also mentions that she ordered the guards not to enter the house. Some of them have already been bribed by enemies. Yu's habits and movements have been exposed, so she warns him not to eat out, as it's very easy to bribe a restaurant employee. Carmen also tells Yu to use only ingredients and tools that have passed toxicity tests, so he can trust her cooking. She serves the meal at the table. Everything she prepared is a true feast. This makes her realize that it's the first time she has properly prepared dinner, but it's a piece of cake for a professional like her. Then, quite seriously, she sits at the table across from Yu. What was that? She asks, just for a moment. She thinks she has never seen Yu change expressions before, and that Yu could at least smile. Yu thanks her for the food. She simply tells him to enjoy it. However, as soon as he starts eating, Carmen is startled. He goes for the soup first, with a somewhat sad look. This shocks Carmen when she sees it. Yu continues eating the soup. Seeing how he reacted, Carmen yells. The guards rush in due to the noise, asking what happened. She says it was nothing. Even Yu's cat is eating. He, for his part, has finished everything on the table. Carmen says she will clean up and that he can go take a shower. The night passes, and inside the house, Yu comes out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Carmen asks if he's finished. He replies that he is, and she can go. Seeing him, Carmen looks at him for a moment, but then asks for permission and enters the bathroom. Carmen takes a shower after him. Thinking about what she saw, she tries to distract herself, telling herself it's just work. When she first saw him, he was just a skinny student. But now he has gained weight, moving up to the middleweight category. Not only that, but he has also become more toned. She repeats in her mind that she doesn't want to think about this. When she gets out of the shower, Carmen feels a bit startled. But Yu shows her where he sleeps. She asks why he sleeps in his separate room. Yu replies that it's more comfortable there. She wonders why Yu sleeps without a blanket. Yu says it's uncomfortable so she can sleep in the room, but she insists that she needs to be able to respond quickly if there's an unexpected event. The two enter the room and say goodnight and lie down next to each other. Carmen thinks for a moment about Yu, imagining that he might be cold and distant. She wonders if he truly has a human side, as she noticed an expression on his face that looked like he was about to cry. Their eyes met across the table, leaving Carmen reflective about his humanity, because she wants to believe it exists. The two are now asleep, and outside the house, one of the security guards moves, delivering a memory card. He says it's all about today's recording. Coach K thanks him for the good work while watching the video. He was seen doing his morning run with his guards, noticing that they struggle to keep up. They ask how long Yu will run at this pace. Other guards wait at the entrance of the house, and those who were running arrive completely exhausted. One says Yu isn't a champion in 4 different weight classes for nothing. Another admits he was confident in his physical strength, but realizes he underestimated Yu. Yu, in turn, is surprised by something. Seeing Carmen, who looks tired after waking up, she notices Yu is in front of her and quickly closes the door. Then she comes out of the bathroom, looking put together. The two stare at each other for a moment. Yu asks if something is wrong, and she replies that she couldn't get up in time, advising him not to leave without her next time. After that, Yu simply gazes at her. Coach K asks Yu what happened yesterday. Nothing, Yu replies. K tells him to pay attention. It's a video of Fabrizio's match yesterday. In the video, the narrator greets everyone and introduces the world middleweight champion, Santorino Fabrizio, versus challenger John Renault. Well, judging by your condition, you were quite lucky, says K. In the video, an angry John Renault questions how his opponent can be so confident, but his coach tells him to calm down, insisting he is calm. Meanwhile, the opponent taunts him, sticking out his tongue. Looking at him, John Renault repeatedly claims he will take him down. The referee starts the match, and John Renault is hit hard by Santorino. He glares at his opponent, and they exchange punches rapidly. Yu watches the fight intently. His coach asks if he is surprised, noting that this is a boxing style similar to his. It's probably the first time I've seen such chaotic boxing in a championship match. Well, there's one guy who's even worse, but he's out of the question, says K. He mentions that John Renault doesn't care about defense or scoring, while Santorino embodies raw violence used solely to knock out an opponent. But there's nothing better than that, says the coach. He explains that Santorino's boxing is full of energy, a magic that excites the crowd and drives the opponent into madness. In a rage and frenzy he's never experienced before, the other fighter loses himself in his boxing style. What remains of the boxer who has lost his technique is a primitive form of fighting. John Renault keeps swearing revenge on his rival. His fighting style is that of a brawler. It's his domain. Coach K points out a specific move, saying it's not a normal human movement. Improvements from substances, which K isn't sure about, but it seems Santorino is using a lot. The audience is packed watching the fight. A reporter comments that the Santorino brothers always fight this way. He recalls interviewing Santorino Marco and Santorino Fabrizio. When asked what boxing means to him, Santorino replies that he's paid by people who enjoy seeing their opponents fall, and that's it. Thinking about it, Fabrizio's brother adds that you can make money by hitting people for the audience. It's the best job he's ever had. The reporter asks what boxing is for him, and he honestly says it's a business show about driving people wild and making money. Well, journalists like you and self-proclaimed boxing fans criticize our arrival, says Marco. During the match, his brother takes a headbutt, and the opponent laughs as he strikes him. John Renault tells the referee that it was an intentional headbutt, but the opponent denies it. But that's the reality, claims Santorino. We'll give them the best show, and the audience pays to watch our match. Renault then looks at the referee, saying that's it, and he retaliates with a headbutt to his opponent. Seeing this, the referee interrupts the fight. This decision surprises John. The narrator questions what is happening and highlights that John Renault is warned for headbutting. The referee, who previously ignored the opponent's fouls, now warns Renault. K mentions that Santorino must have spent a lot of money, and that after all, it's about money. Marco states that some people take pleasure in cursing the older generation. People come like a flock to our matches and pay for it, claiming to be the best in boxing. He adds that at the end of the day, that's what it is. The reporter watches the fight closely. Starting with the match, it has become chaotic. In the rematch, John takes a direct hit and becomes extremely furious afterward. It recalls the time his daughter told him she had a boyfriend. He reacts positively, asking for the name. In the fight, he channels his anger to attack his opponent. In his memory, his daughter hesitated to answer, but then says she will be honest with him, responding that the name is Santorino Marco. John receives a hook to the jaw and becomes even more furious. That day, he tells Natalie, his daughter, that she knows who Marco is, but Natalie insists that all they say about him are just rumors, claiming he's actually a nice guy. She adds that her father doesn't know anything and walks away. In the fight, the narrator mentions that John was hit in the back of the head and the match turned into a lawless zone. Everything that happens only adds to his frustration. He remembers his daughter coming home with tears on her face. John gathers his rage to fight. His daughter, upon returning, apologizes, saying she was foolish. But as she speaks, his expression is filled with anger. Fabrizio tells John that he raised his daughter well and asks why he won't let her marry him, that at least he could lose a match. After hearing this, John is consumed with pure rage, while his opponent looks extremely pleased. Soon after, Fabrizio lands a precise blow on his opponent, glaring down at him with a fierce look. In this context, almost every foul a boxer could commit has been used, comments the brother. John falls to the ground in a disastrous way. Once again, Fabrizio Santorino laughs victoriously, which somehow pleases Coach K. John's family cries upon seeing his state. How to send a warning to the next opponent, says K, as Santorino appears boasting. This match proves to be the dirtiest in Santorino's history. He goes out for another run while Carmen follows him on a motorcycle. He runs with his usual vigor, and his cat rides in the basket of the motorcycle. However, Carmen notices something, that someone is following them, and another is hiding filming. A drunk man walks ahead, his expression indicating he seems nervous. At another moment, we see this man, next to a beer bottle and a bundle of cash, confirming that all he has to do is spill a bottle. Exactly, replies Marco, saying all he needs to do is make a mistake on the way to the target, simple enough. But before he can do that, a security guard grabs the man, leaving him confused. As the man asks what's happening, Marco tells him he's just going to get vaccinated. The man panics, but sarcastically, Marco says it's not that safe, so he needs to be careful. After the injection, the man feels nervous and asks what's in that bottle. But Marco simply says it's for him to spill on you and then get away quickly. Just as he is about to do this, Yu notices. He remembers Carmen explaining his behavior regarding Santorino's brother. Yu manages to dodge the man with the bottle. Recalling Carmen said that first he shouldn't make contact with anyone he meets on the street and should avoid everyone except her or the director. There are many people on the street who will do any favor if they can be paid, she tells him. It's better to think that everyone you meet on the street is a man from Marco, she adds. On a motorcycle, she sees the drunk man fall. She says that secondly, you shouldn't answer any questions from reporters. In front of his house, Yu hears the reporter's questions, but he ignores all of them. Carmen explains that it's not the first time they tried to manipulate the media. They will spread and fabricate rumors. She reassures him that he doesn't need to worry too much. We see elsewhere that Marco is carrying a drunk woman, and Carmen says they aren't the only ones using spies. In front of the house, Carmen shows a video to the reporters, and the press goes to Marco's house to press him about the governor's first lady and suspicious boxes, but he doesn't respond. The consecutive maneuver is a battle of capitalism. That's all it is. They have a lot of money, but it's very little compared to our gym, Carmen says. While preparing dinner, she explains the third step. You should eat only what she offers. The fourth step is to burn all packages as soon as they arrive. If you needs anything, you can ask her separately. For the fifth step, she will accompany you whenever he goes out, no matter how close he is. The sixth step is that there's a risk of you being hacked, so he can't use his PC or phone for now. And lastly, there's his cat. They don't commit serious offenses because they have a certain line of defense. But if a target isn't a person, that changes. Carmen says she will do her best as well, so you can't let his guard down until the end. Yu listens to all of this, holding his cat. However, the coach looks at the animal strangely. The cat just stays still. Carmen tells Yu that he did a great job today. It's been 5 years since she met him. The young high school student is now a world champion in 4 different classes. If I can safely take you to the top of the ring, we'll get the middleweight title, she says, wondering how far he can go and if the director is really trying to match Aaron with Yu. If that's the case, even if Aaron wins, what will happen to Yu? Will Yu, like all the other players, disappear? Carmen asks. After this, some guys tell her that girls shouldn't walk the streets at night, claiming this is their territory and they need to collect a toll, regardless of whether people have money or not. She asks if these men are with Santorino, as they don't seem like it, and she's sure they've taken care of all the gangsters around, but these seem new. It's a mistake. We haven't finished looking for spies, so we'll reduce security authorization to a minimum, she says. First and foremost, Yu's safety is the top priority. Carmen asks Yu if he remembers what she told him last time, that she can protect herself. But without hesitation, Yu takes the thug's weapon, pointing it at them. Carmen is startled by this. Yu fires at the men's legs, noticing the shots are from an airsoft gun. Determined, he scares down the men, holding the weapon aimed at them. But Carmen stops him from going further, thinking she's now sure that Yu would have taken them out if he could. Still, even in his last fight, he hesitated at that moment. Yu, the boxer, it's a champion. Carmen realizes what is clear. She tells herself she is sure, holding Yu's hand with the weapon raised. This reminds her of something, when a man stared at her. She begins to sweat with nervousness, recalling Yu in the past, and says she knows this isn't the right time to say this. Yu looks confused at her, but he asks if she wants to go on a date with him on the next holiday. Yu replies that he doesn't know how to go on a date. Carmen responds that it's nothing difficult, They would go to fun places, eat delicious food, and talk about boring things. That's all Yu needs to do, she says. For his part, Yu doesn't know how to react, but he agrees to go on a date with her. Yu opens the door of his house, admiring the bright sun in the sky. He simply gazes at it normally. Meanwhile, Carmen comes down the stairs, apologizing to Yu for taking a while to get ready. Then she says she's ready to go. But when she sees Yu, she frowns. She tells him he's going on a date for the first time in his life, so he should dress better. Yu asks if how he is dressed isn't good enough. She replies that it isn't and takes him to get ready. While fixing his hair, she asks what he thinks, saying Yu is the type to completely change his style just by changing his hair. She remembers he has a specific hairstyle for fighting, but he says he didn't choose it. Carmen thinks for a moment and says he will use his current hairstyle for their upcoming dates. Yu agrees upon hearing this. She finishes fixing his hair and says they are going to buy some clothes now. Even his cat reacts to this. She picks out an outfit and asks what he thinks, but he doesn't seem to like it. Carmen insists he tries it on, but Yu doesn't want to. She says he knows her and that he should wear nice clothes like that on a date. That's enough. She urges him to get dressed. As he puts it on, Yu asks if people really wear this on dates. Carmen sees him and struggles to hold back a laugh. Yu notices she finds it amusing, but she changes the subject and shows him another outfit. This time, Yu is wearing floral clothes. Next, he tries on some Spanish outfits. After that, he experiments with a holiday-themed outfit and a bear costume for sleeping. But Yu steps out of the changing room one last time, wearing a completely formal suit. Carmen seems to have enjoyed this, holding the cat, and Yu looks like he finally got it right. His appearance seems to please Carmen. While Yu isn't sure if it looks good or not, Carmen is pleased with his look. With that, Yu buys the chosen clothes, and Carmen adds the bear costume too. Her outfit still looks great. Carmen mentions that it's been a while since she went to an amusement park, and invites Yu to join her. They are on a roller coaster, and during the drop, Carmen is having a blast, while Yu stays calm as always. Even the cat, carried by Carmen, seems to enjoy it. Her expression reveals her joy, but Yu keeps his usual look. After that, they go on a dinosaur boat ride. A T-Rex roars at them, and the cat gets startled. Carmen tries to calm him down after the scare. Next, they head to a claw machine, but Yu can't catch his stuffed animal. This makes Yu's cat very happy. The next stop is the aquarium. Afterward, they go outside holding balloons, wearing animal ear headbands. They pause for a bit to rest, and a photographer approaches to take a picture. Carmen notices Yu's expression, saying he needs to do something with his face. She thinks he should practice. First, she says Yu needs to relax his face, using his muscles to gently pull the corners of his mouth and open it naturally while showing his teeth. At that moment, he should slightly close his eyes to create a smile. Then she tells Yu to repeat the steps after her. He tries to follow her guidance but looks a bit awkward. Carmen notices his expression and tells him to forget about it for a moment. Then she heads to the entrance of a haunted house, saying she will go in, thinking that a haunted house is a great way for men and women to get closer. The distance between them naturally closes as they pretend to be surprised. The racing heart is simply from fear, she says. But she pauses for a moment and thinks about why she wants to get closer to Yu, as she just wanted to remind him of his human side. She reflects on this for a bit and considers what to say next. So she tells Yu that even if a ghost attacks suddenly, he shouldn't fight back because he's a professional, only if he gets surprised. However, inside at the first scare, she screams very loudly, hitting the actor with her bag. She realizes he falls and appears hurt. Seeing this, she gasps, but she disguises it and tells Yu she wants to leave. Several fake monsters are in the area and seeing them makes her anxious. She thinks this is her chance to grab Yu, imagining them together. Then she is surprised when Jin Pierre appears. He looks at him with his usual cold stare. She and Jin's wife are taken aback. Everyone feels a bit awkward, as the two former rivals stare each other down. The women exchange glances as well. After the unexpected encounter, Jin's wife introduces herself as Carmen, Yu's manager, and says it's a pleasure to meet Jen. But in her thoughts, she wonders if he was paid by Marco. However, she believes Jen is an honorable boxer, not someone easily swayed by money. Jean, in turn, says it's also a pleasure to meet her and introduces his wife, Estella. Yu remains calm and silent, but Estella gets nervous upon seeing him and shouts that she hates Yu. He doesn't quite understand. Jean scolds her for being rude, but she insists she still doesn't like Yu. Carmen, however, says it's fine. Receiving hate and jealousy is also part of being a winner, and Yu is used to it. Estella claims Carmen is calling Jean a useless weakling who doesn't help his wife with household chores and other things. But even with Jean scolding her, she grows angry at Carmen, who doesn't back down. The two become frustrated with each other, while Yu's cat remains happy. Elsewhere, a waiter brings a drink. Sitting at a table, Jean says it's surprising to see Yu there. He agrees. Carmen and he sit in silence for a moment. Jean looks at the two in front of him, saying he remembers the match where he fought Yu very closely, the atmosphere of that time, every little movement he made. And he thinks that compared to that, Yu has changed a bit, according to Jean. After looking at Yu, he turns to Carmen and says he sees something in her. But then his daughter says she wants ice cream, and he pulls out 8 scoops at once. making her incredibly happy. Jean says he has changed too. Estella is surprised by the number of ice creams her daughter has. She asks how Jean can give her so many ice creams, saying she can't eat them all, even though she wants to. The two of them argue over the ice creams. This causes Sum to fly away. One ends up falling on Yu's head. Carmen asks if he is okay. Estella apologizes but secretly finds the situation amusing. Jean asks if she is really apologizing. After having a few drinks, they say their goodbyes. Before leaving, Carmen asks Jean what kind of fighter Santorino was. She mentions that from what she knows, he fought Jean for the title when he was still an active champion. Jean says he was a very strong challenger. He was a boxer who compensated for his weaker physical skills with smart boxing. In terms of boxing intelligence, he is the best boxer Jean has ever met. That was the first and last time he was pushed out of the fight. Marco Santorino was unable to defeat Jean. He adds that perhaps if he had been a good athlete with strong physical abilities, the belt would be his. But beyond all that, Jean felt a certain obsession with him. There was a terrible persistence about him. He's aware of Yu's strength, but he says it's best not to underestimate the opponent. After that, they say their goodbyes. Jean's wife hasn't calmed down yet. However, he worries a bit about the couple and watches them leave. Carmen asks Yu why he didn't avoid the ice cream, since there was no reason not to. She laughs as she remembers, but Jean continues to watch them cautiously, thinking Yu could lose if he makes a mistake. Later that night, still at the park, Carmen says she never thought she would meet Jin's family today. Yu agrees. She reflects on this for a moment. Yu does the same. Carmen asks if he has found the light he mentioned before. He says he thought he saw it again for a second, but he really can't say for sure. Carmen feels uneasy with the answer. She asks if he doesn't find the light in the future, will he continue boxing? Yu says he doesn't have much else to do, so he'll just keep going. She asks if he won't look for it elsewhere if he doesn't find it in boxing. Wouldn't it be okay just to live normally? She asks as she enjoys life and does fun things. She also asks if it wouldn't be possible for Yu to find someone he likes, someone normal who accepts him as he is. She says he doesn't have to look far for someone. After saying this, a beam of light appears in the sky. Fireworks go off. Carmen says that person might be right next to him. But after saying this, she feels a bit embarrassed. Yu doesn't show any reaction after that. The two watch the fireworks in the sky. However, someone approaches them. The woman asks if he is Yu. He looks confused. She says she is a big fan and can't believe she's seeing him in person. Carmen apologizes but says Yu can't have contact with strangers. The woman says she knows that. She becomes alert after that. The woman says she isn't there for him. She is there to negotiate with Carmen. She says Marco wants to meet her in person. Tomorrow at midnight, at the location described in this note, she says. Then she says goodbye and leaves. Carmen becomes serious after the unusual encounter. Yu asks what that was about, but tearing the paper, Carmen says it was nothing. Yu says that doesn't make sense. She says an unexpected guest shows up at the end and ruins the mood. But the rest of the day was fun. Now she says they should return to their normal routine. Yu says if she doesn't mind, he would like her to come back next time. Carmen is surprised by the invitation. She says it was nice of him to say that. Far away, someone watches everything on a screen. It was Marco with a sarcastic smile. The next day, Yu goes for a run with Carmen on the motorcycle. He eats the meal she prepared. Later, he trains with Kei. At night, Carmen goes to sleep. The routine repeats the next day with Yu eating and training with Kei. One of the undercover security guards is discovered. Carmen improves her cooking techniques. However, during one of her training sessions, Kei corrects Yu. He says he's getting frustrated with Yu's mistakes. He stops the training and tells Yu he wants Carmen in his office. Kei scolds her, saying he didn't bring her to play house with Yu. She says that's not what she's doing and that she's trying to do her best, but Kei insists she shouldn't have gone to the amusement park with him. Carmen is surprised by the reprimand. The trainer tells her that she got close to Yu to win his heart. He put her there because he could trust her, but the things she does are pointless. She tries to justify herself, but Kei says he doesn't want to hear excuses. In the end, he tells her she's out of Yu's inner circle. Outside the gym, a new supervisor introduces himself. With that, the two head home. The moon is full in the sky. Carmen arrives at her house, feeling sad about being alone. As she enters, someone who followed her lifts a cloth. As they approach, we see that the stranger is Santorino. In the dark, someone asks if it's fun, while an IV bag is hanging nearby. He asks if it's enjoyable to hurt people. We see that Carmen is hospitalized. She is badly injured as she seems to have been attacked. Yu sees her and looks visibly upset. Kei says she was found unconscious in front of her apartment last night. The enemies notice that Yu and Carmen had grown close recently. He says he knew this would happen and blames himself for not protecting her. He warns Yu not to falter, saying that losing his emotional composure is exactly what they want. Yu doesn't react to this. His trainer tells him to leave the rest of them, and that Yu just needs to focus on his work from now on, and to get his revenge in the ring. Finally, he mentions that the press conference will begin soon. As Yu leaves the hospital, he notices something different about himself. But then he also exits the hospital, leaving Carmen alone in her room. The day of the press conference arrives. Marco tells Kei that it's the first time he's seen him in person and that he's honored to meet him. Kei calls him a clown. saying he came all this way to meet him, concluding that it's a good idea. Marco takes this as a compliment. He mentions that Marco has been rather rude to his manager, but Marco shows no reaction, asking if he honestly didn't expect that. He tells them to just continue and act. Trainer K says Marco better be prepared. Now the presenter is getting ready for the next question. He refers to trainers Marco and K, both of whom are the most famous in the boxing world. He would like to know what they think of each other. Let's start with Marco, he says. Marco responds that he thinks it's rude to compare himself to K as he has much less experience. Being honest, he says he respects K because his desire to win is truly formidable. He asks K how many boxers have left him because of that. He understands Aaron tied to a degree, but believes no one should have to live as a plaything for an intimidating older man. Anyone normal would run from that. Sarcastically, Marco adds that if a plaything is a psychopath of a similar level, that's a different story. The presenter asks for K's response. K thinks for a moment before replying. Then he tells Marco that he wasn't very well mannered by his mother, insulting her in the process. Everyone is taken aback upon hearing this. Marco charges at K, but is held back by his brother. K says Marco could try, but even though he's older, he believes he could easily defeat him. Marco, on the other hand, becomes furious. His brother, still holding him back, tells Marco he needs to control himself a bit, but Marco himself has the desire to take on both in the ring. The presenter asks everyone to calm down, saying both fighters will have a word before ending the interview. Santorino scoffs at everyone present. He says they must have heard what he said before, that he's going to take down his opponent in the ring. If the referee interrupts, he'll deal with him too. The presenter awaits Yu's response. Yu thinks for a moment before answering. He recalls the times he had dinner with Carmen and how she stopped him from using his weapon. Along with that, he remembers his trainer asking if it's fun to hurt people, while Carmen was fixing her hair before their meeting. The trainer says the answer is quite obvious. Yu remembers the moment he saw the aquarium with Carmen and the last time he saw her at their meeting. In the hospital, he responds that for him, it's very enjoyable to hurt people. This prompts Yu to say in the interview that a knockout victory is very little for him. He seems to enjoy hearing him say this. Unlike Santorino, who becomes irritated, the reporter interviewing the boxers also hears and is intrigued. Yu concludes that he will punish his opponent for 12 rounds. In his mind, he remembers Carmen teaching him how to smile. He tries to repeat the steps she taught him, but instead he gives an extremely eerie smile. The reporter is visibly shocked to see him. Marco is also startled, trying not to show it. His brother reacts the same way. He is the only one who seems pleased by this. The reporter notes that Yu always responds that he will give his best or something similar, wondering what has changed for him to have this expression now. Not understanding what's happening, the presenter wraps up the interview. Elsewhere, Santorino is hitting a punching bag while insulting K. His brother watches from a distance. He asks if it's working. We see that Santorino took something before training, but he only replies that it feels great. He doesn't believe how effective it is with such a small dose and asks his brother what he means. His brother responds that he's putting in extra effort because of his opponent. Santorino says he can't believe a monster like his opponent has always existed in this world. After taking the substance, he feels like he can dodge bullets. His brother warns him that it's enough for now as it could harm his body. However, Santorino asks what would happen if he pushed it to the limit. He's looking for that. We return to the hospital where Carmen is. She is receiving medication through an IV. However, she tries to move because she has regained consciousness. She is still badly hurt and saddened by what happened. The narrator greets everyone and announces that the day of the fight has finally arrived. He struggles to find words to describe the fighter entering, only mentioning that he has 3 years since his debut and 4 titles, aiming for a 5th today, the fastest rise in boxing history. Can you maintain this in the future? Asks the narrator. Meanwhile, Yu enters the arena slowly, hooded. He is cheered by the crowd as always. The narrator highlights the roar of the audience, the electrifying atmosphere creating a new story as Yu arrives. His opponent approaches. The lights on his path go out. The crowd awaits Santorino's arrival, while some cheer, others boo. But he walks toward the ring, stopping in front of the spotlight. Laughing beneath his hood, he walks with some applauding and others jeering. The audience is divided about him. The narrator is surprised to see this, asking if there is any other fighter who can drive the crowd wild just by appearing. And can he keep this up in the future? Santorino's associates throw money into the crowd as he passes by. His brother notes that even with Yu's frequent appearances, Santorino still gets the biggest reactions in boxing history. He then gives the middle finger to the audience, declaring that Fabrizio Santorino has arrived. There are special rules for this match that only apply to Fabrizio. One was established because Fabrizio had too much tape on his gloves when he defended the title for the first time. After that, Fabrizio bribed the referee to fight with tape, and now he will be prepared by the referee right in front of the audience. The reporter watches the fight and remarks that this is just a show outside the ring. Fabrizio has dictated the middleweight division since commentator Bob retired, and the narrator asked Bob what he thinks about today's match. Bob responds that this fight is about whether Yu can make it into the ring successfully. because Santorino has no chance of beating you under normal conditions. However, Bob notices Santorino's physique. When he enters the ring, everyone wonders how many enhancements he has used and that the doping inspector should be held accountable. Kay can't figure out how Santorino managed this but acknowledges he's definitely gotten stronger. And he doesn't need to say anything more. You can do whatever he wants, just like he always has. Now is the moment all boxing fans are focused on, points out the narrator, the title match for the middleweight championship. The strongest challenger in history versus the weakest champion ever. Who will win this clash? Both trainers watch their fighters intently. Even the narrator and the commentator are tense. The two boxers stare at each other for the last time, and the referee signals the start of the match. Right away, Santorino charges at his opponent. Bob notices his incredible speed. This is an unexpected development. Yu is being pushed back by Santorino from the start. Marco says it doesn't matter how monstrous his brother's opponent is. There are countless ways to handle it. First of all, he thinks they should be called monsters, regardless of meaning or methods. In the fight, Santorino's reflexes allow him to see everything. You can't land a hit, only evade. Santorino tries to close the distance, but Yu senses his movements. Marco says that secondly, while physical ability can be monstrous, there's still a person in his head. Santorino is filled with rage. While his brother thinks anyone can match him in a psychological battle, Santorino believes that Yu's inability to land a hit, combined with the fact that he's letting himself be struck, suggests something else. For some reason, Yu is obsessed with not getting hit. The opponent tries to deceive Yu with a low kick. Fabrizio thinks that a normal boxer would be disqualified if they didn't react in time or if the kick was intentional. The choice to be hit intentionally doesn't exist for Yu, Santorino thinks, and Yu will definitely dodge this. An unexpected situation and an unforeseen dodge. What does that mean? Preparing to throw a punch, Santorino notes there's a blind spot for just a second. Marco thinks that if his brother tries the same move he used in his debut, he'll get crushed. But if he puts in a lot of effort, the story changes. With his body enhanced, he can end the fight with a single punch. Santorino prepares and attacks his opponent. However, Yu manages to evade the blow. He wonders how that happened. Looking down, he notices the shadow of his feet, saying that now he can see his movements and will land a counterattack. Yu, very close to him, meets his gaze with a look never seen before. Then he delivers such a powerful punch that Santorino flips over in the ring. His brother is negatively surprised by this. Even the reporter in the stands is startled, along with the narrator and the commentator. Santorino lies on the mat bleeding. The narrator announces his fall, calling it incredible. Everyone is confused by Yu's strike, and he appears like a furious force. His body seems to have changed, leaving his trainer extremely excited. In his mind, Yu declares it will be an eye for an eye. Before this, we see a flashback of Kay asking if the right item was brought. The seller confirms, mentioning it was created for military purposes, and that they would have big problems if revealed, but Kay insists on discretion. A type of enhancer has been applied to Yu, making him even stronger. A force created to face another force. In the hospital, Carmen finally awakens, but she's not pleased to remember what happened, as it seems much more frightening in this state. Still in his fierce form, Yu faces his opponent, and as the count occurs, Santorino rises from the floor. The referee continues the count. He says he understands now and is ready to return. The match resumes. At this point, Marco thinks he's going to lose, and Yu definitely hit first. He says he already knew that. His brother is angry, but the opponent declares 12 rounds, glaring at him with a fierce look. Marco notices that the opponent plans to toy with his brother before defeating him. Carmen is not at all pleased to see this. She recalls the moment she was captured when Santorino caught her off guard. He took her to a confined room and restrained her under dim light. Carmen says her first memory as a child is of being taken by captors with her parents, but she doesn't remember their faces. Her father was a diplomat, so he was the first victim. As a child, she witnessed it all. Strangely, it felt unreal, almost like a dream. She believed that if they went to a hospital, things would improve. Days later, her mother became the second victim. Only then did she understand the harsh reality, the fear of how distorted the world can be, humans harming other humans. Excessive stress made her stop thinking. Carmen gave up and sat there quietly, feeling sad. When she returned to reality, a man was looking at her, asking if she was okay. The man rescued her and continued sending donations even after that. Thanks to him, she was able to recover psychologically and grow into a healthy person in a good environment. As an adult, she sought him out to help him, realizing he had become someone else. Now, in her current moment, Carmen finds herself bound in a room with someone urging her to wake up. She awakens and realizes nothing is wrong with her body. Noticing that if she hasn't been attacked yet, it's because they want something from her. Thinking this, she continuously repeats that everything will be alright. Carmen remembers doing the same as a child, but she still has hope that everything will turn out well. Someone enters the room where she is. Marco introduces himself and comments that it's rather rude to meet her for the first time like this. Carmen simply glares at him with disdain. He says it would have been much nicer if she had met him when he politely invited her. Sarcastically, he says it's a pleasure to meet her. He asks Carmen about the terms and conditions, saying that she's doing well and doesn't need to be afraid, because he won't hurt her, not now. but he realizes he has unintentionally threatened her and apologizes, saying it's an impulse he can't control. Marco says he would like to make a suggestion that will help her. He asks what Carmen thinks of you. She doesn't know how to respond and simply says it's a manager-fighter relationship. Marco asks if she doesn't think Yu wants to live a more normal life. The two share a moment of eye contact, and Marco concludes that his sad smile indicates a normal relationship, a normal life for Yu. Do you really want Kay to control him? Marco asks. Carmen remembers that Kay took her away from Yu's security. This makes her a little nervous. Marco says that will happen again, and she knows this given Kay's nature and why many disciples have left him. He wonders what Yu will become. It will happen again, and you know the truth. Thinking about Yu as a fighter, she feels a bit sad. The way he has to live makes her sad, being a plaything for an older man who never cared about anyone else and is obsessed with victory. Marco says the way to save Yu is simple. Carmen just needs to make Kay lose interest in him, little by little. That way, Yu will be free. Carmen doesn't like hearing this, and she thinks maybe Santorino Marco is right. Director Kay isn't the same person he used to be. He will make Yu into something more than a monster. But that's not enough for her, because she wants to believe in him. She's sure there's still a human side inside him. Just as he saved her once, even if he fails, she wants to help him until the end. Carmen asks Marco if he really thought she would accept this deal. Beside her is a table with dangerous tools. She calls Marco useless, which is different from his reputation. He frowns at this. Carmen asks if he's a boxer. Why doesn't he fight with confidence? But Marco doesn't answer. Back in the hospital where Carmen is, she gets up from her bed and encounters a man who greets her, saying he's happy she's doing well. She asks if the fight is already happening. The man replies that it is, and Yu just knocked down Santorino. He says he thinks Yu is pretty angry because of her injuries. Carmen feels sad about this. Back to her memories, Marco says the negotiations are over. He says he's scared of what comes next. She feels apprehensive about what will happen next. But with a knife, he simply cuts the ropes that bound her and tells her to get up because he's going to take her home. Carmen doesn't quite understand. Marco says that news is always more exaggerated than reality. The Santorinos have to follow the rules too. In fact, strategies that frustrate your opponent and throw them off balance are useful and skills are similar. It's not a good idea to provoke Yu, he says. Carmen tells the man that Marco let her go. He asks what happened to manager Carmen. In the fight, Santorino gets extremely furious. He tries to go toe-to-toe with Yu, but things are different now. Carmen says she was released and was walking home when she encountered some thugs along the way. But Yu is furious in the fight. To the man, Carmen asks if what happened to her isn't strange. She mentions that the thugs stopped pursuing her completely some time ago. The man listens to her attentively. Back in the fight, the commentator says it's a one-sided round. In summary, a lopsided round is happening. But Yu isn't delivering the final blow. What's going on? Marco asks what Coach K did to Yu. His whole body is different. Bob comments that even without that, Yu's strength is at a very different level. It doesn't matter what fouls Santorino commits or what substances he takes. It's absolutely impossible to defeat Yu. The commentator says Kay must know this. For him, it's just entertainment. Before the fight, Yu asked what was being injected, but Kay said it was just a nutrient for competition. Kay claims he's just an old man, and it's only fun if you crush your opponent. In the hospital, Carmen is confused. The man just smiles at her. She asks if they're going to harm the cat too. But he says no, because what happened to her should be enough. While Yu's new manager stares at her, Coach K laughs, pleased with what has happened. Carmen, upon discovering everything, says they are crazy. At another moment, we see John talking to his family. He says he couldn't win, but his daughter replies that at least he returns safely. He tells her that if she goes to court against them, it will turn into a money fight, but he will do his best. However, his daughter doesn't want that, because at the time she was so surprised and scared that she couldn't speak up, but now that she is calm, she can think about it. Marco intentionally scared her with that atmosphere and made her run away. In reality, nothing happened to her that day, so her father doesn't need to fight them anymore. John is surprised by this. He asks if it's really true, and his daughter confirms it. After that, she feels a bit sad. Back in the fight, Marco watches angrily. His brother is also furious. He takes a punch that cuts his face. He tries to retaliate, but his body can't take it, and he realizes that soon after. Yu notices this and uses it to his advantage, making others see that they aren't as bad as the rumors say. But Santorino is struck, and his blood spreads on the ring. The commentator says this sight reminds him of Yu's debut, and notes that the ring is turning red with blood, spreading to every corner. Once again, back in the hospital, Carmen steps away and the man asks where she's going. He asks if she's going to call the police, or hold a press conference, maybe even jump around and cause a scene during the fight. He says, as she knows, everything is pointless, and he's sure she now understands how dangerous Kay is. The man asks how many people she thinks he killed when he was in the army. For him, taking a life is second nature, so Carmen shouldn't do anything foolish. This is sincere advice to keep her safe. Even though she really wants to leave, Carmen holds his hand tightly. This makes her reconsider her actions. Back in the fight, the ring floor is stained with blood. Santorino's face is all bruised. Outside the ring, he is enjoying himself. Marco expected something to happen, but can't believe it turned out like this. He concludes that this time it's a situation where doping might not work. He remembers what you said in the press conference, stating clearly that he didn't intend to end in a knockout. Unlike all his previous interviews, he was very straightforward this time. So it's not a psychological war or a bluff. Marco says he really will fight his brother for 12 rounds. Santorino insults you during the fight. Marco says the answer is a bit cliche, approaching him with dirty moves, and if his brother gets too close to you, you will lose speed and power. Before the fight, Santorino said he wouldn't need to do that. His brother thinks that a typical opponent would avoid letting Santorino grab him and would immediately knock him out. Santorino tries to punch his opponent, but he doesn't intend to knock him out. The commentator exclaims that Santorino, who dominates in grappling, has completely dropped his guard like a grappler trying to take someone down. His brother believes you will just hit him with smaller attacks. And if Santorino can catch him in a clinch, he'll have a chance. A clinch is a way to escape a flurry of attacks by immobilizing the arms with a hug. Santorino says the fight is leaning a bit more in his favor. No matter how fast Yu is, once he gets comfortable, he will definitely come at him. Yu stares at him from a distance, and Santorino prepares his feet. The opponent charges at him. He says he's going to catch Yu and make him look ridiculous. Santorino tries to grab and immobilize Yu, but he can't and realizes Yu has vanished from his view. Then Yu appears behind him, leaving him startled. Immediately after, he is bombarded with punches, making the commentator wonder what is happening. In the ring, an incredible scene unfolds. Seeing this, the commentator remarks that he can't believe Yu is human, and Fabrizio is literally losing ground. His brother can't believe he's taking so many hits. Furiously, Yu attacks him from all directions. Carmen appears briefly in the light. Santorino continues to take hits from his opponent. As Santorino struggles, Carmen appears bandaged. Yu lands several blows on his opponent while the woman adjusts in her bed. Yu's opponent can't react, just like the woman lying down. He is beaten up just like Carmen. Yu remembers for smiling, which makes him hit Santorino even harder. His coach thinks Yu is playing tricks on him. No matter how much wisdom and strategy the opponent uses, Yu has a strength that surpasses everything. Everything feels meaningless in the face of transcendent strength. Santorino simply cannot do anything but try to defend himself. Furious, Yu continues to attack. The opponent moves his feet, trying to strike Yu, but he dodges, ready to hit Santorino. Seeing this, he is surprised. Yu lands a solid punch to the abdomen. The reporter is taken aback by this, along with the referee. Even the commentator is in shock. His brother Marco is also startled. Santorino screams in pain from the punch. The audience goes wild at the sight of the hit. The commentator emphasizes the impact, noting Santorino's face contorted in pain, but he thinks the referee judged it as a legal body shot. Marco questions if the referee will really overlook this low blow and wonders how much K paid for that. He says he was completely mistaken, as he thought K was the type to fight with a wild sense of pride in boxing. Boxing was just a means for that man, Marco says, while K smiles watching the fight. He claims Marco was starting to notice that he thought he was the only predator among the weak. He asserts that the Santorino brothers are a pack of wild dogs. Taking hits, Santorino finds everything ridiculous. He is bombarded by his opponent, but remembers what Coach K said in the press conference. The words in his mind infuriate him. He tries to hit Yu, but Yu dodges. Again, he strikes, but fails to hit his opponent. Santorino feels something different in himself. There's something wrong in his body. He thinks it might be due to taking too many hits. The referee announces the end of the first round. Yu stands firm while Santorino is in terrible shape. He starts to feel nauseous as soon as the round ends, having taken a significant blow. The audience doesn't quite understand his current state. His brother glares at him in anger. He just feels unwell in his corner. Coach K is thrilled about this. Far away in a church, a woman prays, asking for the children to return home safely. She continues praying inside the church. Outside, another woman waits, smoking her cigarette in the open air. Back to the fight, Marco enters the ring and approaches his brother. As the audience boos, Marco carries him out. Even feeling unwell, Fabrizio is angry. His brother asks if he's okay. He says yes, and that it was nothing. At another moment, Marco tells their mother not to let Fabrizio drink milk before the fight, but she says she heard his opponent is really strong. She wants him to drink to feel energized. However, Marco insists he can't, but Fabrizio says it's fine and that it doesn't matter. He grabs the milk and drinks it, asking if everything is okay now that he's had it. She says yes because she cares about him, saying that if he thinks he can't win, he can just give up. Their mother will be very sad if Fabrizio gets hurt. He asks what she means, implying he can't win. Santorino declares he will crush his enemy, telling his mother not to worry and to go home quickly. Back to the present, Marco wipes his brother's face. In his mind, he remembers their mother. Fabrizio asks her to make a meat pie for him as he will eat after the fight. She agrees and reminds him to be careful. He nods. In the fight, Marco tries to talk to him, but his words aren't understood. Fabrizio is dazed and tells his brother to be quiet for a bit. He says it's worse than he thought, not just from a buildup of punches, but something is different about Yu. the color of his lips. Marco is surprised by this. He wonders what's to come. While Kay talks to Yu, we see that earlier a milk delivery person arrived, and the Santorino mother received him. But she asks what happened to the usual delivery person. The man replies that the other delivery person had an obligation, so he had to fill in just for today. The smoking woman is still waiting outside the church. Meanwhile, Kay smiles, having replaced the delivery person. And inside the church, the mother continues to pray. Marco realizes he has fallen into a trap. Since their mother isn't the brightest, her intelligence is a bit below average. The Santorino brothers are 3, and they have different colored hair. Their home is where they, along with their mother, struggled due to the debt left by their father. Their mother always served them milk. At first, Marco had no feelings of aversion to poverty. He had never lived as a wealthy man, so it was natural for them to live this way. Their mother always insisted they drink milk to grow up healthy, almost like a ritual. One day, a man knocked on the door to collect the overdue rent. They soon realized that the world is a cold place, and they could only rely on family. On the same day, the 2 brothers left, and their mother wished them a good journey to school. Fabrizio tells his brother that he doesn't have to tell their mother they aren't going to school. Marco explains that they can't pay the tuition. He tells Fabrizio that they are different. According to Marco, a wild dog has to live the life of a wild dog. He also says that if they can make some money, their younger sister, Giulia, can go to school normally. Fabrizio admits he isn't smart, so he will just do what his brother says. They spot a tourist and decide to approach him. The 2 boys catch the old man's attention. Marco pretends to be lost and asks where the man is going. While he distracts the old man, Fabrizio quietly takes his wallet. The man tries to help them by looking at a map, but he can't assist, and the boys just say goodbye, wishing him a good trip as they plan their next target. The Santorino brothers made money by pickpocketing day after day, but Red was still being charged at home, with their mother not knowing how to pay. The landlord says there's a limit to his patience. The mother seems to know this, but she has no way to pay. She says she's not making good money and works at the factory, trying to apologize to the man as she approached him. The man says he knows their circumstances are unfortunate. Night falls and their mother is not home. She would sometimes go out late at night and come back in the morning. Marco thinks his mother needs to hold on because they will help, as he stared at the ceiling of his room. Fabrizio remembers that on that night their mother didn't return even after morning came. The 2 waited for her to come back, while thinking that soon they would be able to help. But the world is equally cruel to everyone. A good man or a bad man, rich or poor, or for boys living in the lowest part of the world. While they were pickpocketing, a man approached them saying children shouldn't do such bad things. Later, at their home, the big man dragged the 2 and threw them to the ground. He asks if the woman is their guardian. She tries to attack him, frantically asking what he did to the children. The man holds her back, saying they were stealing money from people, and that they had collected quite a bit. The woman, at first, seems confused, so the man gave them a lesson, saying he couldn't do otherwise, since he was lacking educational fees. The man tells the mother to think carefully if she doesn't want her children to go to the police station. The 2 brothers hear this with anger. Their mother didn't return after morning that day either. Late at night, she comes back, with a weary look and seemingly beaten. She stares at the 2, who are also worn out. With a stick in hand, she asks if they really stole money from people. They stay silent, not knowing what to say. But the mother punishes them with the stick, saying they can't do that, because stealing is a bad thing, and they will become bad people if they continue. Marco thinks he knows stealing is bad. He remembers a day when he saw his mother coming home late, asking if they weren't asleep. Marco was surprised that day, and thought he had no choice but to steal, even though he knew. He wonders if it's a good thing to take out anger on a wife, or if it's good to abandon your family without taking responsibility, leaving a woman with mental illness to cover your debt, and showing no mercy to those struggling, living in a world full of malice. All of this Marco is aware of. He knows, but he concluded that he had no choice. His mother wants them to become good adults. Thinking about this makes him certain that you will grow up to become a villain and live like one. The stick their mother was using broke from hitting their legs so much. Noticing the excess force, the mother becomes worried. She looks at the 2 and asks if they're okay. Apologizing and saying she's a bad mother because she's a stupid mother, she laments and says they wouldn't have done it if she wasn't such a fool. The 2 brothers wonder why the world is so cruel like this. Seeing their mother in this state saddens them, and now the boy wants revenge. At another moment, they try to read a newspaper, which features a world boxing champion. Loki Barbosa won the middleweight world champion title. Fabrizio asks if the champion has money. Marco says he has money and probably eats meat every day. His brother thinks it's really cool, and Marco agrees with him. Back in the present, the fight is already in the 4th round, but it's a one-sided match. The crowd is cheering for you to kill the opponent. Fabrizio Santorino is suffering a lot in the fight because he's getting beaten and can't fight back. He remembers when he saw the champion in the newspaper, and now he curses at the crowd cheering against him. Back when he was a child, Fabrizio asks his brother what they're going to do now, and why don't they stop lying to their mother and go back to school. Fabrizio tells his brother that if he asks the teacher, he'll probably be able to go without having to pay. Marco thinks about it for a bit and tells his brother they will take action. He hands Fabrizio the newspaper and says that first of all, he needs to learn how to write and read, because it's useless if he can't read the books. He goes to school just like that. He also says Fabrizio should circle all the words he doesn't know because he'll teach him as soon as he gets back. But Marco only returned in the afternoon. Fabrizio asks where he had been, and Marco responds that he was checking which school they should go to. He likes to hear that Marco says it's late and they should go home. Those who get forget, but those who are hit don't. Marco located the man who hit them in a bar. In the following days, he started behaving strangely. Marco wandered around alone. Night would fall at his house, while his mother slept with his younger sister, and Fabrizio also slept alone in his bed. He misses his brother. Seeing that he was about to leave, Fabrizio asks where he's going. Marco hesitated before answering the question, but then he says he's going to make the man pay. He adds that his brother doesn't need to come along because he has a plan and can handle it alone. He also says that their mother told him to become a good adult, but he thinks he probably can't. However, he says that Fabrizio and Giulia can grow up to be good, normal adults. Marco advises Fabrizio to go to school and learn boxing, as that will make him a world champion in the future. He's about to do something bad, so he pleads not to be followed, because he's going to protect his brother and mother as long as Fabrizio stays at home. The man is walking casually through the city, but he sees something on the ground that catches his attention. It's a bill of money. He bends down to pick it up, saying that luck is on his side. But Marco is hiding, ready to strike him with a wooden stake. When he hits the man on the head, the stake breaks and Marco is surprised, as he wanted to knock the man out in one blow. But his strike wasn't strong enough. Furious, the man recognizes Marco. He runs, saying that he'll have to make the man suffer more, while the man says he hadn't considered killing the two. But now he promises to kill the boy. The man chases him, threatening to kill him. During the chase, Marco pulls a rope, causing several bricks to fall on the man. Then he tripped on a rope in his path, realizing it was a trap. The man falls on the ground covered in grease. As he stands up, he becomes even angrier. But without wasting time, Marco throws a rock at him. The rock hits the man's forehead. He throws several more stones at him, using all of his anger with each throw. The physical difference in hand-to-hand combat was something Marco could never overcome. Marco attacks from a distance. Furious, the man gets up and runs toward him, keeping his promise to kill him. The boy realizes the man is furious. Strategically, his best option is to run and go to his house later. But an idiot like him would never think that way. The man's strength allowed him to bypass some traps, and Marco notices his approach. So he pulls another rope, causing a giant stone to move toward him. The stone hits the man in the back. His face was already bleeding, and now he feels even more pain. This pain, combined with his anger, pushes him forward. Marco becomes slightly more scared. He pulls another of his ropes. The man ducks to avoid being hit. However, at this time, a low-hanging stone hits him directly in the face, striking him squarely on the nose. His rage reaches its peak. This makes him break through the ropes and charge at the boy. Marco becomes anxious about the man's endurance. The man in turn says the boy is going to die. The man gets closer. Marco points an improvised spear at him, but the man says it won't work. The boy is determined to get his revenge. Seeing this, the man asks if he's ever played butcher with someone before, saying that his son is a killer who's been stabbing people since he was a little boy. He asks what the boy's mother would think about that. After saying this, the man kicks a rock on the ground, which hits the boy, distracting him. Now he can't defend himself. The man prepares to punch him, and succeeds, landing a blow right in the boy's abdomen, making him scream loudly in pain. Just one punch was enough to disarm him. The man grabs him by the hair and asks if he's trying to steal people's money and kill them, saying that's why mothers like his shouldn't have children, because the trash in the world keeps growing since they have to deal with boys like him. He also says that if the boy grows up to be a piece of garbage, killing him now would be a favor to society. Marco says he thought the man was a dumb idiot, but he's right about that. This confuses the man. The boy says they are the type of trash that's bothered by people like the man. So killing him now is a contribution to society. Distracted, the man doesn't notice another boy approaching, ready to hit him with a bat. A scene of a normal family contrasts with them. In the fight, Marco hits the man in the groin, then immediately punches him. Again, a scene of a normal family contrasts. But back in the fight, Fabrizio attacks the man, hurting him a lot with the bat. Far away, normal kids play as usual. However, they are fighting a man twice their size, using their anger as strength to fight. Both boys take revenge on the man. Not even their mother could change their minds and stop them. Their revenge was complete. Marco searches the man's pockets and finds only a small amount of money, and says that he will serve as an example. For the rest of his life, an image of Jesus in the church appears. The boy's mother says she always prays, hoping her children will grow up healthy and strong, and that they won't do anything wrong. The city lights are on. The two talk, and Fabrizio says he's a bit dumb. Even though he goes to school, he says he won't achieve anything, so he'll just help his brother. They walk for a while. Marco says they will have to learn boxing. The boy says they will become world champions, so no one will ever ignore their family again. He also says that he will be the strongest, so he'll silence everyone who ever looked down on them, and Fabrizio agrees. The next day, a man was found paralyzed at the end of the alley. The two boys came home with a piece of meat. The mother asks where the meat came from, and Marco replies that the butcher gave them the leftover meat from the day before, and the mother is happy. On a joyful and sunny day, Julia, their younger sister, wakes up, and the mother greets her with a pie in hand. However, deep down, Marco knew that the pie was made with meat bought with dirty money. But everyone ate the pie happily, because that was enough for them. On Sunday at church, the mother asked God to always keep her children healthy. Santorino says he likes the beautiful stained glass in the church, and is okay with eating soup and bread. When he's there, he feels like his family is in another world. The two brothers went to church with the family. That's why they liked being there. Their mother always asked them not to fall on the wrong path. After that, the brothers went from place to place to learn boxing. But there wasn't a proper gym in that part of the country, and the doors were always slammed in their faces. They were told the place wasn't suitable for kids as it was just an illegal fight club used for gambling. Once, out of anger, Fabrizio said they weren't interested in learning from people like them. However, a drunk man noticed them. He caught the boys' attention. They heard the old man calling them. The drunk man asked if they wanted to learn boxing. Fabrizio asked what was wrong with him. The old man said his name was Luciano Mondi. Marco became irritated upon hearing this. The old man confirmed his name. Fabrizio asked if his brother had heard of the name, but Marco replied he didn't know, and the old man asked for their names. They replied their names were Fabrizio and Marco Santorino. The old man replied he had never heard those names before. The boys said the man was just an old fool, but Mommy said he had never heard of their names, but he knew what they had done. Marco realized he was a witness, and thought it was better not to mess with him because of that. Mommy stared at the two boys, then laughed mockingly, saying he was scared of them. He told the boys to relax because he was just interested in them. The old man drank an entire bottle of liquor. After finishing it, he said he would personally teach the two boxing. That was their first meeting with their coach. Mommy asked them to fight each other. Marco asked what the old man was doing, as he promised to teach them boxing. However, the old man replied that brothers are supposed to fight, and if they don't, he won't teach them. Immediately, Fabrizio kicked his brother, saying that if they don't fight, they won't be taught. Marco asked if his brother wanted to provoke him after all this time. This pleased the drunk old man. Meanwhile, the brothers started throwing punches at each other. The old man seemed to notice something, and thought that Fabrizio was born to fight, because he wasn't backing down from his older brother even with the weight difference. He was pushing his brother back. His face showed determination. Mani noticed that he was brutal, aggressive, and brave at the right moments. But Marco crossed his feet and knocked his brother to the ground. The old man realized that Marco, on the other hand, was born with intelligence. He had precisely predicted his brother's worst move and immediately counterattacked with a very effective blow. Marco has the fire in his eyes to fight. The old man notices that he is calm, technical, and full of enthusiasm. Now, it seems like a win for the older brother, but considering the weight difference, it's a win for the younger brother, yet in the future, they will go far in boxing. Mondi is very intrigued by this, so he tells them both to stop. He tells them to listen carefully because there are two aspects to boxing. Boxing as a fight, which damages the body, and boxing as a sport where intelligence steps into the ring. The old man says each of them was born with one of these aspects. Fabrizio gets excited, thinking this means they have talent. Mondi says that depends on what they claim they will do after learning boxing. They say they want to be world champions. The old man looks at them, saying he doesn't think that's possible. Fabrizio asks how he could know that. Mondi responds that a world champion needs to be born with both aspects, the fight and the intelligence to have a chance, not with just half the talent like they do. Actually, there's another hidden element in boxing. Fabrizio asks how he knows if it works or not. Marco says they will be world champions no matter the cost. The old man sees perseverance and obsession in them, and thinks both of them were born with it. Mondi stands up and says the brothers are lucky. He adds that if they learn from him, they will be the next world champions. However, after that, he feels something, and starts vomiting, making Fabrizio realize he must just be drunk. Since that day, the two have learned boxing from their coach. On a training day, Fabrizio calls the old man, but he corrects him, saying he wants to be called Sir. Fabrizio asks if they need both intelligence and strength to become champions, should they learn what they lack. Mondi says, if it were that easy to learn what you don't know, every boxer would be a world champion. Know your limits and admitting what you can't do while improving what you're good at is key. The coach gives exercises to the two, telling them to jump faster and push their opponent forward. Move with more precision. Don't just predict, but read the opponent. After each training session, they rest, but they don't stop training. They drink water during breaks and return to their routines. Time passes and they start fighting professionally, and they win their first opponents. Time flies and Marco wins in the ring. His brother isn't left behind either. The boys grew up and kept getting better, and then they became adults. Once they went to a house, and upon entering, they wished Merry Christmas, and the couple, they were startled by them. Marco is unsure how to introduce himself, so he says it's been a long time since he saw his father. After getting beaten, the man asks who he is to do this to him, and asks if he's Maria's son, and if this is about the debt. However, Marco responds that he's already paid for all the debts the man left behind, so the man asks what he wants. Marco asks if he doesn't think he owes something. "Sign here," he says, handing him a paper. The man asks what happens if he doesn't want to. Fabrizio tells some people to come in and show him how fun it is to sign. This terrifies the man. Afraid he agrees to sign, charisma always attracts people of the same kind, whether they like it or not. The brothers became gang leaders. Their strength increased. Their coach says he hasn't seen the two in town recently and asks what they've been up to. Marco replies that Christmas is coming soon and someone needed a present. Monty says what they do is their business, and he doesn't care if they're aiming for the world through boxing or want to be gang leaders. But either way, the old man thinks about them for a moment and concludes that he's not their father, so he shouldn't worry about it. Marco notices him and asks if he would like a present. Monty replies that he doesn't accept gifts from others, and Fabrizio simply says he wouldn't give him one even if he wanted it. For a moment, Marco reflects a bit. He says it's Christmas, so he asks why Monty doesn't come to their house and eat with them, since he'll be alone anyway. "It's been a while since the whole family got together and enjoyed Christmas," Marco says, and reaffirms the invitation, since it's Christmas. The old man doesn't know how to react to the invitation. A nativity scene is set up next to a Christmas tree. Inside the church, the family attends Mass. The brothers are inside together, but after that, they grabbed a man outside, and along with a gang prepared to beat him. Inside the church, the priest speaks about the cross in the name of our sins, and Christ says that we too must repent of our sins and forgive those who have sinned against us. Honestly, Marco thinks it's a great story. At home, the old man knocks on their door. Fabrizio answers and asks why he's wearing formal clothes, and he responds that it's because of Christmas. Fabrizio says he thought the old man was just a drunk, but he looks great. The old man agrees. Marco asks a favor for the old man to keep it a secret that they are boxers, and Fabrizio says that to the family they work for him and his boss. Monty says he's never worked a day in his life. Fabrizio says neither have they. Fabrizio looks up and notices that snow is falling on them. The child walks with his father and gets excited about the snow, wanting to play with snowballs. The scene catches their attention. They arrive home and greet their mother, who welcomes them. She sees the bearded old man and asks who he is. Marco responds that he's their boss, and since it's Christmas, they invited him to eat with them. She understands and introduces herself as Maria Santorino, thanking the old man for taking care of her sons. He introduces himself as Luciano Mondi and says he is grateful for them as well. Maria says it's cold and they need to come inside as she's cooking something very good. The younger sister appears and greets them. She asks who the bearded old man is. Maria scolds Julia for being rude to the guest and tells her to apologize because he's her brother's boss. Mondi insists that it's okay, but Julia looks at him and notices his messy beard, a strawberry-colored beer nose, and clothes that seem several decades old. Marco realizes she's made some conclusions and asks her to keep quiet. She, in turn, seems to agree. Julia approaches the old man and apologizes, saying it's the first time she's met someone like him. She says their home is humble, but he can feel comfortable. She asks if she can touch his beard, and the old man says yes. His beard is very furry and she feels like petting him, but her mother warns her not to play with the old man like that. Mondi politely asks Maria to stop her daughter, and she tries to calm Julia. Maria approaches the old man. She stares at him for a while, but she too becomes fascinated by his beard, saying it's so furry that it makes him look like a puppy. The old man doesn't know whether to feel embarrassed or happy. Fabrizio notices that the old man is quite pleased. Night falls and snow drifts down outside the house. The food is ready, and the mother asks them to say a prayer before the meal. She thanks God for bringing a wonderful guest today and also for this delicious meal. She gives thanks for the falling snow and for having a joyful Christmas this year. Everyone has their eyes closed to pray, except for the old man, who doesn't seem accustomed to religious practices. After the prayer, Maria wishes everyone a good appetite and to enjoy the meal. They all eat and delight in the meal. Mommy thanks them for the meal as he says goodbye, and the brothers offer to walk him home. Maria tells him to go safely. They walk to the old man's house. The old man thanks the two for providing him with a beautiful meal, saying he had a wonderful Christmas after so long. Fabrizio tells the old man he doesn't have much time left and tells him to visit them whenever he feels lonely. Marco suggests that instead the old man could just live with them. He thinks while looking up at the sky and tells them not to spoil the Christmas spirit. He adds that the streets seem better suited for him. The two brothers reflect on this. Mondi says that earlier he mentioned it didn't matter what they did in boxing and asks why they don't just focus on the sport. The old man says he heard they've been complaining about not having many opponents in this small neighborhood. Whether in the world or in boxing, there are always bad people. Moreover, the streets have been more active these days. It's a humble rural area, but a large mafia organization might want to come in to expand their interests. Mondi says they think they are sentinels, but they are just criminals. It's not too late, so they can stop now. Marco reflects on what he heard. However, as if wanting to change the subject, he suggests they have a snowball fight, and Fabrizio agrees. The old man tells them to pay attention to his words, but immediately he takes a snowball to the face. They ask him if he's not too old to inspire anyone. With that, they start a real snowball fight. However, they stop as something catches their attention. A father nearby is playing with his children. They seem to want something similar and to have fun. Marco comments that he likes the snow. Fabrizio, in turn, is also having a lot of fun. Even the old man joins in on the fun. When the whole neighborhood is covered in white snow, the ugly original appearance seems to disappear for a while, and that's why Marco likes the snow. He says they haven't abandoned their dream of becoming champions, and someday they'll wake up and go out into the world. However, there are still many things to deal with in this city right now. Marco says he knows the two of them are just criminals. But there's so much trash in this world that someone has to take care of it. When trash is separated from the rest, the world becomes a bit cleaner. And when the day comes that they catch you barking a life that will end someday, I'll accept it calmly, says Marco. Mondi says that no matter what they do, it's not his job. Everyone will eventually face the consequences of what they've done. So at least for today, the old man will wait and see how far they're going. A few days later, the teacher was killed by the mafia. At home, Maria drinks something warm. Julia asks her mother if the guy who came to their house wasn't cute. She replies yes. The girl asks what her mother thinks of him. Maria asks what she means by that. Julia says they seem to get along well alone and seems so innocent and nice. But something interrupts her thoughts, because she notices her mother is bleeding, and a thought crosses her mind that the boys need to fight more. At the church as always, Maria prays for her sons. Meanwhile, Fabrizio is fighting against you. The mother prays that her boys won't go down the wrong path. Santorino, on the other hand, has taken a serious beating. She hopes they don't get hurt and return home safely. Julia approaches and says it's already late, and Maria agrees to leave. In contrast, Fabrizio is completely beaten in the ring. As Maria tries to stand up, she ends up falling. Santorino's face is completely covered in blood. Julia holds her mother, and she says she's just a little dizzy. In the fight, ironically, Fabrizio asks if that's all his opponent has. He adds that his punches are nothing, calling him weak. The commentator says that Yu is torturing Fabrizio to death. It's as if something beyond boxing is happening in the ring. Bob agrees with the commentator's observation. He says he can already sense a finish by stoppage or knockout. It wouldn't be strange to call in the doctor to end the fight. The crowd can't get enough of this top-tier entertainment. The entire audience applauds the fight. They are entertained by what they see. Kay thinks it's as good as throwing stones at the villains of this world. There aren't many things more interesting. The referee ends the current round. The commentator says this hellish round is over and there's still a fourth round to go. Marco tells his brother that they're going to quit the fight. And even if they lose the title, they'll still have their characters. There are many ways to make money by entertaining the audience. Fabrizio asks what his brother is talking about, saying that he knew this day would come. The rest time is over. Fabrizio says he won't quit shamefully. A memory of someone with an injured abdomen comes to mind. He says he will fight to the end. Fabrizio remembers the day he arrived at the scene and found his sister, who said she and their mother were fine. But Mr. Mondi wasn't. The two of them became worried about the old man. They saw the old man in the corner bleeding. Marco shouted for them to get bandages quickly, but the old man told them not to make a fuss, because people always die someday and his day had just come. He told the boys to listen to him carefully. Back in the present, the referee announces the fifth round. Yu stares at Fabrizio with a bloodthirsty look, but he doesn't back down from his opponent. Meanwhile, he remembers the old man's last words saying their talents fit more in the mafia than in boxing, and that maybe they could become big figures. This motivates Fabrizio to fight, but the old man said that's the one path they should never take. Monty tells them to take their family out of there and live their lives as boxers. Of course, the bright future they want probably won't come. There are prodigies in this world that they will never surpass no matter how hard they try. Fabrizio returns to the fight more frustrated. The old man continues, saying that even if he pushes all the wisdom he has, no matter what he does, sooner or later, he'll get weaker, and the strong will keep rising. And if he's unlucky, he won't be fighting a human, but perhaps he'll face a monster. Fabrizio finally realizes that the old man might be right, and he understands how unlucky he is to be fighting you like this. The old man also warns them that they'll grow older and sicker, and one day they'll go bankrupt, then someone stronger will come and take their place. He asks if the boys understand what he's saying. Even Julia listens closely to his words while holding her mother. Life is an unfair game where winning is impossible from the start. Dying for fame and happiness that doesn't last long without always being strong or victorious, that's human life. That's the old man's description of life. He says he's not sure if it has been meaningful or not, if he's teaching them boxing the right way. He remembers the day he met them, and the look in her eyes at that moment. Along with that, he remembers a portrait of his own family. This made him see something in the boys, the brothers Marco and Fabrizio Santorino. Even if Marco can't become the champion, and even if Fabrizio is just a boxer without much talent, that's how they should live, says the old man. Fabrizio gives his all in the fight. As memories of his past surface, he remembers the training he had, alongside his brother Marco. He also recalls when he received the news that his mother had a brain hemorrhage, and when he heard about the cost of the surgery. Marco fought bravely in the ring, using his anger against his opponents, while Fabrizio looked down on his challengers, because he thought he was superior to them. The surgery on their mother was successful, but the doctors warned that they would need to be careful, as they didn't know when it might happen again. Several punches land on Fabrizio during the fight, but he remembers the old man saying the world would try to consume him, and that motivated his journey, because he believed that if he had wings, he would fly high until he burned in the sun. The old man also said that even if life tried to crush him, if he had big feet, he would have to stomp on it and fight to the end and survive. Those words echo in his mind as he battles Yu. That's how they should live, said the old man. Yu keeps landing punches on Fabrizio, pleasing his trainer. Fabrizio, in turn, screams in pain and frustration. His brother hates seeing him like this. Their mother once again feels the symptoms, and is comforted by her sister Julia. The day the old man was injured floods Fabrizio's memories. Mommy concludes that he doesn't know how they'll turn out, but in any case, he'll be watching. The crowd roared at Fabrizio's predictable defeat. Elsewhere, in the hospital emergency room, Julia waits outside, praying for her mother's recovery. In the fight, one of Fabrizio's eyes won't even open anymore. His brother almost cries seeing him like this. Once again, the round ends. Marco tells his brother to think it over, that there's no reason to continue because he's going to die. Fabrizio says he doesn't know if he quits and steps down everything he's lived for. Everything he's lived for up until now will end up being meaningless. The referee announces the start of the next round, and Fabrizio gets up, ready to return, defying his brother's decision. The only thing waiting for him is pain. In any case, Fabrizio concludes that it's impossible to beat Yu in his current state. Marco knows what his brother is going to say, but if he feels that his brother's life is in danger, he intends to throw in the towel without hesitation. The commentator announces that they're now past the halfway point and heading into the 7th round. After 6 rounds, Yu knocked down Takeda. The 7th round begins. No one has lasted this long against Yu. As expected, Yu is aggressive. Fabrizio Santorino is being violently beaten. He's lost. Meanwhile, his sister Julia waits at the hospital. In the fight, Yu doesn't hold back as he attacks him. He lands a blow on Fabrizio that sends him flying. The only thing Fabrizio can do is insult him verbally. Several punches hit him from all directions. Marco watches anxiously. Fabrizio recalls his last moment with the old man, and it makes him sad and angry. The memory of them all gathered at Christmas for a brief moment hurts him more than the punches he's taking. He remembers that, as a child, he asked his brother what he would do if he became champion. Marco answered that he wanted to live in a giant house with his family. Fabrizio said that dream was too small and was immediately retorted. He responded that he would create his own country, where only the good people would live and the bad guys would be executed, but Marco called him an idiot. Santorino keeps taking a beating from his opponent. The 7th round ends and the 8th begins. Marco wonders what's the point of continuing this hopeless fight. He feels frustrated for not being able to help his brother. One night in his mother's church, Marco walks in and stares at the empty space. In the fight, Fabrizio continues getting beaten. Fabrizio says he doesn't care. While thinking about his mother's situation, he decides to keep confronting his opponent until the fight is over. The punches he takes feel increasingly stronger. Another round ends and the 9th begins. Fabrizio tries to stay on his feet in the ring, but gets hit again. As the crowd cheers, he wonders what the world is back in the hospital emergency room. His sister continues hoping for their mother's recovery. Fabrizio wonders what human life is. His face is completely battered and covered in blood. He remembers falling and getting hurt as a child, apologizing to his brother shortly after. Marco watches him closely from outside the ring, after being beaten badly on her legs. Fabrizio had trouble walking, complaining about the pain. In the current fight, the 10th round arrives, and he feels sad. The crowd celebrates his defeat. He concludes that this world is full of hatred and unhappiness. Fabrizio, while fighting his opponent, thinks that he's had to fight his whole life. Even though he's taken a lot of hits, he's still standing. He struggles but doesn't give up. Outside the ring, his brother can't bear to see him in this state. Julia, on the other hand, continues praying in the hospital. Fabrizio feels devastated in the ring. The 11th round of the fight begins. Seeing the ground covered in his own blood, he thinks that living in so much pain for the rest of his life and then disappearing from the earth with death makes him feel sad and scared. This is a person's life. Finally, the last round arrives, and the commentator can't believe the fight has reached this point. Marco tries to hold back his emotions as he watches his brother. Fabrizio's face is unrecognizable, and the commentator says it's a miracle he's still able to stand. His brother says it's enough and he's done a great job. About to throw in the towel, he is stopped by someone. Marco looks to see who's holding him back, and finds 2 security guards who tell him that the organization doesn't want the fight to end in a boring way. Now he's truly scared and reflects on common sense. Images of a bombing appear, along with the firing of a war tank. Common sense is broken more casually than expected. At the hospital, Julia continues praying, desperately trying to reverse their mother's condition. Marco, prevented from throwing in the towel, insults the men who stopped him. This match was never just an ordinary boxing fight, seeing his brother completely vulnerable. He realizes this is an execution. Julia, even while staying with her mother, also hopes that her brothers come out okay. Marco tries to shout to his brother, begging him to get out of the ring immediately. But as Fabrizio looks at Marco. Distracted, he takes the hardest punch of his life. Immediately, he falls onto the ropes. Marco can only see his back. Not satisfied, the opponent hits him once more, making his brother even more worried. At the end of the match, he was attacking fiercely. His eyes clearly show it. Fabrizio, on the other hand, is getting pounded by him. Bob comments that Fabrizio's consciousness is gone. From taking so many punches, he can't even keep his eyes open anymore. Yu is going to kill him if this continues. A series of relentless punches that don't let him pass out, and a barrage of merciless blows. Yu really seems like a demon in the ring. In a brief moment of consciousness, Fabrizio wonders what's going on. He looks at his brother but can't hear anything he's saying. As he sees his opponent in front of him, he wonders if Yu is still mad at him. Fabrizio says Yu has punched him a lot and asks if he can please stop. With that, he pulls himself away from the ropes, and Yu steps back a little. Fabrizio realizes that his opponent is about to finish it. He tries to stand up and raise his guard, using the last of his strength. Marco panics, fearing the worst. Fabrizio only wishes for his opponent to come at him. Memories from his past flood in: his mother in the hospital bed, and walking with his brother, and even Mondi injured on the ground. He says he won't hide or run until the end. With a look of revenge, Yu stares him down. His sister Julia prays for the entire family. Fabrizio calls out his opponent for the fight, insulting him. On a timer, there are only 5 seconds left until the fight ends. In his mind, Fabrizio says he knows that someone who has done wrong deserves punishment, so he waits for it, because he says he will accept the price for what he and his brother have done. Just a few seconds of the fight remain. Julia continues praying incessantly, but this time, Fabrizio begs, as he faces his opponent in the ring, and repeats that just this time. With only 3 seconds left in the fight, he remembers the image of Christ in the church, and asks if he can forgive them just this time. The doctor calls for Julia Santorino. Fabrizio keeps pleading for forgiveness. Julia tries to hold back her tears, remembering the moments they went to church together. Just 1 second remains before the fight ends. Coach K wishes for Yu to finish it quickly. He charges toward his opponent. Fabrizio wishes that just this time a miracle could happen. But a lot of blood splatters across the ring. Everyone who witnessed the scene is shocked, including Marco and Coach K, because someone stopped Yu from proceeding, telling him that they'd meet him again when he got stronger, and says that he really has become very strong, the one simply called the boy. At the hospital, Julia enters the room where her mother is and cries with joy upon seeing her, because her mother is doing very well. Unlike Yu, who doesn't understand what just happened in the ring. The man who appears to be J-Block's Yu's punch and gets slightly injured on the face. Yu doesn't quite understand when he sees him. Chi's aura comes back to his memory, leaving him very confused by this. Cade, from outside the ring, is not happy at all. He's furious to see that the fight didn't end the way he wanted. The crowd wonders who he is and why he got into the ring. Some ask if he's Jay, as they seem to recognize him. The commentator asks if everyone saw that right there in the ring. They celebrate the return of Jay. Jay tells Yu that this is a reunion after a long time. He tells Yu that they'll meet again formally in the ring another time, calling him boy. As he leaves the ring, security surrounds him. Even Kay watches him angrily. Still with a bleeding face, Chi walks out of the venue. Kay calls out to him and says that one day he's going to kill him. Chi just smiles upon hearing that, while Fabrizio is lying unconscious in the ring. His brother shouts for someone to bring an apple as the fight is over. The ground around Fabrizio is completely covered in blood. The reporter covering the fights analyzes yesterday's middleweight title match. An obvious result, it was a one-sided match from Yu. The only weakness he could have was physical problems in a long match, but now that's insignificant, as the impression is that he's becoming close to being complete. The reporter thinks that Yu might be complete. He's not just human, that expression during the fight. His unique coldness is becoming more defined. In any case, there was another incident in this match. The retired boxer Ji appeared. If any random fighter got involved in a match like this, the association would simply file a lawsuit. But if the person in question is Jay, the situation changes. For the association, a more interesting situation is developing. The reporter wonders why Ji appeared in the ring again and why he interfered in this match. Yu is increasingly resembling a monster, Kay is fulfilling his desires, and Jay has appeared again. It's all very intriguing. Yu's gaze during the fight scared everyone. Stella, Jim's wife, was frightened when she saw him in the fight. She asks Jin if he wants to return to fighting, but Jin tells her not to worry because that's not going to happen, and that Yu is not someone to be afraid of. But he points out that Kay and his insanity are different from what he experienced, because Jin's coach treated him like a son. He wishes that Yu would let someone like that reach him. Elsewhere, another person watches the fight. A girl greets him and asks what he's watching. The person was Takeda, and he replies that he was watching because it was a title match with the last person he fought before retiring. Seeing Yu on TV, the woman is shocked and asks if Takeda really fought someone like that. Takeda says it wasn't a fight because the opponent beat him up. She notices that Yu looks sad. Takeda tries to understand that about Yu. He thinks that there was a time when his friend Yamaguchi had that same look. The woman asks if it's the same Yamaguchi from the fruit shop, and Takeda confirms that it is. He thinks that Yamaguchi's gaze doesn't compare to Yu's. watching Yu on TV like everyone else. The tattooed fighter comments that Yu is dominating the entire middleweight division, making him incredible. He asks if Yu has always been this violent. The boy responds that he hasn't, and he's sure it's something to celebrate. But he feels like something's off. His coach tells him not to worry about it and just focus on the next match. He tells the boy that if he wins, he'll finally be able to aim for the title. The boy agrees with his coach's words. Later at the nearest hospital, Marco, next to his brother, notices that he's woken up. Fabrizio, upon waking, asks if he's alive, because he thought he had already died at the end. Being alive still surprises him. Marco says that she got involved at the last minute, and Fabrizio asks if it was really him. He's shocked, as he didn't expect that. Fabrizio asks why he was saved. Marco thinks about it for a moment, and apologizes to his brother, saying that he ended up making him go through this. Hearing this, Fabrizio feels sad. He scolds his brother, saying that he only got what he deserved, and that the Marco Santorino of this world can't be weak. Fabrizio seems completely different after the fight. He tries to talk to his brother, asking if they can be free now. Fabrizio remembers when the two of them were children. Now, he just wants a peaceful life. His brother seems to have understood that. These memories make Fabrizio cry. Marco shares the same feeling and cries as well. The two remain silent for a while, and as they observe the moon in the sky, he remembers the day they slept after being beaten on their legs. Their mother came to their room and covered their legs, which were sticking out. A life spent fighting until your strength fades, perhaps that's most of life. Back home, their younger sister announces their arrival. Their mother had been waiting for the two of them. Marco enters and says he's home, and Fabrizio comments that the smell is wonderful. However, if there's someone who will truly support you, the meaning of living is enough. Elsewhere, a punk is also watching the fight. Seeing you fight, he celebrates. He seems to recognize him from somewhere. The punk stares at him through the TV and says they can take Victor down. He is Andrei Blasenko, trainer of Grigorjev Victor. Sometime after the fight, Yu is at home, this time alone without any security. He stands still, staring at the empty rooms. Remembering the post-fight, reporters say he's now won 5 belts, counting this one, and ask how it feels to enter the Boxing Hall of Fame. They also mention that he'll receive the biggest payday of his career and ask if he knows what he'll do with all the money. Yu has already won 5 belts. They ask Yu what he thinks of Jay and what he thought about him interrupting the final match, and they also ask if Jay said anything to him, and if Yu expects him to return. Yu didn't answer any of the questions, and as he recalls all this, he only remembers the noise they made. At his gym, Yu asks when Carmen is coming back, but Kay says that Carmen has left the gym. The coach says this quite coldly. It's not that surprising. You never know when guys like Santorino will show up again. Carmen getting close to Yu is a problem. Yu remembers the moments he spent with her, when she helped him choose an outfit for their date. He also thinks about the date itself, and about her smile at the end of the day. Lastly, he remembers the meals they had together. As he stares at his empty dining table at home, Coach K says that no matter how strong Yu is, he must be tired now. That's why the coach advises him to rest for a week. What is a human existence? Walking through the city, he reflects. He passes a homeless person, which makes him thoughtful about this. Later, he passes a construction site and sees a worker with bleeding hands from working so hard. Night falls over the city, and he reflects on it. And the lights illuminate the streets. Women smoke under the lights. In a hospital room, a child is comforted by her mother as she cries from the intense pain. In the crowded city traffic, in an office working on a computer, the tall buildings surrounding everyone. Protests erupt all over the streets against the current president of the United States, who is infuriated by it. On the other side of the world, terrorists execute hostages, who are then buried at home, with his family bidding them farewell. The look of sadness takes over a man's face. What is human life? Yu asked himself again after reflecting on all of this. Yu returns to his house holding a gun. Dark memories of his past take over his mind. His entire shadowy past torments him in such a way that he describes it as noisy. Trying to silence all the noise, Yu points the gun at his head. He's about to do it, but his cat appears in front of him, smiling cheerfully at his owner. Its presence fills Yu's house. He stops for now and lies down in his bed. His cat accompanies him as always. Then the stars fill the sky. Aaron watches them intently. He seems to enjoy what he sees, but someone asks what he's looking at. He tells his wife Angela that the stars are beautiful. He asks her about their daughter Emily, and his wife says the girl is sleeping. Angela says the stars are really beautiful, but Aaron tells her that she's more beautiful than the stars, and his wife blushes at the compliment. Aaron catches his wife's attention and says that sometimes he feels strange and asks if it's possible to be so happy. Because if his happiness continues like this, he feels that something bad might happen one day. Angela holds his hand and says that he's a bit crazy, and that he's also a coward. She tells her husband to feel free to come back to her if something bad ever happens. No matter the problem, you'll be able to overcome it, says Angela. Aaron is surprised by his wife's words and feels happy to have her by his side. He tells her that he loves her, and she responds that she knows. Back to Yu in his bed, he struggles to sleep. Along with his cat, he tries to drift off. The lights of the stars are beautiful to him. Back to his routine, Yu trains with Kay. The The coach enjoys seeing his strength. K asks if he remembers that there's another monster in this world besides him, and from now on he's going to prepare for the match against Aaron Tide. He says there's another champion named Victor, but they've set him aside for now, because the only one who can pose a threat is Aaron. In other words, Yu is also the only one who poses a threat to him. K says he's going to give Yu a strong body to face Aaron, and it's going to be an even tougher training regimen, and Yu needs to be prepared. Yu is in the ring again. The referee authorizes the start of the fight. Yu moves toward his opponent, about to attack him with everything he's got. The opponent is surprised by his speed, and then takes a punch to the face. The reporter notes that after the fight against Santorino, Yu's movements have completely changed. The opponent's coach says that the first round is everything. He tells him to keep his guard up until the end because Yu doesn't show all his strength in the first round, and that's their only chance. He tells the fighter not to think about the next round because he'll be finished if he doesn't get Yu in the first round. The coach tells him to give it his all in the first round. He stares at Yu and admits that he's a genius the likes of which has never been seen in the boxing world, but that all geniuses like him have the same weakness. He says he's proud of himself. For Yu, who sees boxing as a game, he says he'll show what real boxing is like, coming from a guy who trains until he can't take it anymore. However, none of this prevented him from being hit. Invincibility versus the #1 super middleweight Breeze was a KO in 1.5 seconds. Another of Yu's opponents is coached by his trainer, who says the answer is simple. It's impossible for Yu to maintain that body and defend himself forever. The moment he attacks, his body will be within reach. Reach him and hit the body, concludes the coach. Meanwhile, the commentator highlights Yu's massive arms, abdomen, and neck. This fighter is determined to win, because he's been molding his body to withstand every kind of impact specifically for this day. He observes Yu's strength and speed and wonders if he'll be able to keep up the pace if his body gets hit, saying he'll tear the flesh and break his opponent's bones. However, when the referee authorizes the fight, with the opponent's first strike, he falls. The super middleweight champion Luke Stone loses by KO in 1.9 seconds. Yu's next fight is against an opponent who's terrified. He thinks the day has finally come. Looking at Yu's body, he thinks it's definitely worse. Yu looks at him seriously. This makes him think that he wants Yu to end it with one punch, without causing too much pain. However, his thoughts are interrupted. Because his trainer tells him that he can run, he just has to stay alive for now to hang on for another chance. He shouts to the fighter that if he's alive, he'll have a chance. He just needs to hold on to hope. But hope is the one thing he doesn't have right now. He tells himself that if he thinks positively, he might become a celebrity by winning a title. Somehow, he really believes he can win. Hope fills him, making him think that life has endless possibilities. However, not much different from the others, Annie and Chichi lost by KO in 1.7 seconds. Yu's next opponent mocked the previous fighters, saying they didn't trust their own fists and didn't work on elaborate strategies. With this guy, you don't need strategy, he says, because men talk through punches. It thinks he'll show the weaker competitors how strong they can be if they trust themselves. Gojoria Mukuku suffered a KO loss in 0.9 seconds. Yu increasingly takes on the persona of a monster. The reporter observes this more and more. He feels a slight chill as Yu shows his skills without any attempt at entertainment. After the middleweight title, now we have a clear target. He agrees that Yu and Aaron are on the same level. But the first opponent is none other than Grigorjev Victor. The reporter thinks about this and tries to guess what the outcome will be. Victor's trainer says that he's going to break everything. He sees that Yu is going to win against the top-ranked cruiserweight John Darna in the first round in 2.1 seconds. He jokes with Victor, saying that he's doomed. Victor has just arrived at the venue and surprises him. He asks what the trainer was enjoying. The last disciple of K, he replies. 7 belts without losing, and asks if Victor has heard that before. Victor is surprised by these stats, and his trainer says that this means Yu is coming after him too, and it will destroy him. However, Victor says Yu doesn't seem that strong. These words surprise the trainer, asserting that Victor doesn't know anything and he's not capable of winning. He adds that for Victor now. However, before he can finish, Victor says that he's the only one who knows nothing, leaving the trainer angry. Victor declares that there's no such thing as the strongest man. He brought with him a dead boar. After leaving the trainer's office, he goes to a hall and shouts to everyone that the Mohawk is the best. Those who heard the shout cheer for him. The trainer notices Victor's attitude and doesn't seem happy about it. Victor, on the other hand, is super happy with his followers. Elsewhere, the reporter asks an assistant to cover the story, because he says he's too old to cover such a fighter. The intern at Everyday Sports, Tommy McGuire, agrees to take the job. When he arrives at the interview location, Tommy is startled by the exterior. He arrives at the gym where Grigorjev Victor trains. Inside, he sees punching bags with pictures of Yu on them. In the ring, 2 punks are training fiercely. One punk sees the intern and says he doesn't know him. He asks what a guy in a suit like him is doing there, and if he got lost, but Tommy tries to explain that he's there for an interview. The intern is completely surrounded, and the punk asks if he wants some herbal tea, and asks if a guy like him really thinks he can interview his boss. The punk realizes he's a rookie reporter, and if he wants to ask something, he shouldn't be afraid and just ask whatever he wants. After scaring him, the punk leads the intern to the boss's office, telling him to watch out for the tall steps. He asks what the kid would like as a snack, and Tommy responds that he'd like a banana pie. In the interview, Tommy asks the trainer what kind of fighter Victor is. Trash, he replies. Tommy is confused, but the trainer says that if he didn't understand, he can repeat it as many times as he wants, reaffirming that Victor is trash. But he corrects himself, saying that he's not just trash. His very existence is an insult to boxing, says the trainer. The answers leave Tommy extremely frightened. The trainer says that 8 years ago, he was a trainer who sought technical and solid boxing. His dream is still the same. He says it was his dream to create a champion like Jean-Pierre, as he was famous for being a boxing genius back then. The trainer remembers when he taught others to create a concise spear, saying that boxing is a science. Back then, the gym was always crowded. It was an excellent gym represented by diligence. But when he appeared, everything started to go wrong. He sees Victor entering for the first time. Someone welcomes him. However, upon seeing his punk hairstyle, the trainer asks the others who he is. One of them says that Victor just walked in and has been like that since the morning, while another says that he came in and just started punching a heavy bag. Instead of enrolling like a normal person, Victor just walked in and headed straight to a heavy bag and began training with it. The trainer notices that he's a Russian with considerable strength. He tells Victor that he has a good punch. Then Victor decides to show something different. Victor plants his feet on the ground and moves quickly toward the target. He prepares his strong punch, hitting the heavy bag squarely, saying that's what he was talking about. At that moment, the trainer was impressed by the sight of his punch. He introduced himself as Andrei Blasenko, the director of the gym. Victor introduces himself and Andrei compliments his name. Andrei asks Victor if he wants to take on the world with him, saying he can become a world champion. Victor says that sounds fun. Back in the present, the trainer says he was an idiot because he shouldn't have said that at the time, and he was blinded by that punch. Tommy asks the punk if Andrei is okay, but the punk reveals that he always does this, so there's no need to worry. In his memories, Andrei says that first of all, Victor should cut his hair. Other gyms may allow that, but his gym values discipline and order, because professionalism is not just mental, but physical too. That's his motto. Victor says the trainer doesn't know, but the strongest thing about him is his mohawk. The trainer doesn't understand, but Victor insists on the mohawk. Andrei thinks this is the kind of person Victor is, someone born with exceptional ability and nothing but confidence in himself. But he says it's fine for now. Whoever controls his left hand controls the world, and Victor must keep an eye on his left hand. He says he wants to see Victor start with many different matches, and he's going to teach him all the basics of boxing. Victor states that he doesn't throw weak punches. He believes that a man must punch with all his strength. That's how it should be. Andrei thinks he has to humble his arrogance. But he tells Victor that he's become quite confident, so he can do as he wishes. Victor is surprised because he thought that would be a problem. The trainer says if Victor can reach the professional scene and win at least once, he'll respect his style. Victor is impressed by these words and says he'll become world champion with just one punch. Andrei says that if Victor becomes world champion, he'll listen to anything Victor says. Victor's debut finally arrived. His opponent notices that Victor has been throwing wide punches for a while now, and his power seems lethal. No matter how strong his punch is, he won't win if he doesn't connect. Andrei thinks that boxing is a scientific sport perfected by the efforts and theories of countless athletes. No matter how strong Victor's punch is, he can't do anything with just one punch, and this fight will be a good lesson for him. However, an incident happened at the end of the fourth round, just as the fight was about to end. Victor was losing, and his opponent was boasting about being lucky enough to face such a slow-witted rookie. He plants his feet, ready to attack, but a punch coming his way catches him off guard, and one punch from Victor is enough to knock him down. Victor goes out to celebrate the victory, saying that this is a punch with all the soul of a man. Andrei says that's what happened. It was just a lucky punch in his debut fight, thinking that it would never work on the next opponent. But in the next fight, Victor repeated the feat, winning the match again with a single punch. He gets super excited about the victory. His trainer thinks this is because his opponents were dumb rookies, and that Victor shouldn't think this will work against a fully trained professional fighter. However, in the next fight, Victor knocks down yet another opponent, celebrating the victory, cheered on by the crowd. He always gets excited when he wins. From there, his trainer felt that something was wrong. Victor entered a streak of consecutive knockout victories. His trainer couldn't believe it was possible, and something like this couldn't exist. He even wondered if it was because Victor was Russian, or perhaps it was a destructive force comparable to Aaron Tide. But looking at Victor himself, he was the only one who could do it. The crowd always celebrated his victories. A new event happened for Victor. He was going to face a different opponent, the Cruiserweight World Champion, Gilbert Einstein, and the announcer comments that the fight will be insane. When Andrei regained his senses, he realized he was surrounded by Victor's followers. They all imitated Victor with their mohawks. He won the title fight. Victor reminds the trainer that he promised to listen to anything he said when he became world champion. The trainer is shocked to remember the promise. Victor says that since he's the champion, Andre has to get a mohawk. Upon hearing this, Andre is stunned. Among the stories left by Bruce Lee, one of them says, "I'm not afraid of a man who has practiced 10,000 different kicks. The only thing I fear is meeting someone who has practiced the same kick 10,000 times. And of course, that doesn't mean you're just practicing one kick," Victor says. That's the point. A man with only one type of punch is close to winning the title. As he thinks about this, a cruiserweight title fight begins. The announcer introduces the challenger as the new sensation of the cruiserweight class, Grigoriev Victor. His opponent is a mad scientist of boxing, the best brain in the cruiserweight division, Gilbert Einstein. He says that for this match, former champion Non Norris will join him as a commentator, and they will work together for the first time. The announcer asked Bob what his opinion is on the fight. Bob honestly says he doesn't know because Einstein's boxing is excellent, but Victor's is trash. However, strangely, Victor has come this far. Comparing with the champion's skills, all of Victor's previous opponents were more skilled than him, but Victor won in the end. Either could win or lose. Victor thinks that a boxer can beat anyone with a single punch. At least once in the long history of boxing, it's possible for a champion to defy common sense. The referee authorizes the start of the match. Einstein says that force is mass multiplied by acceleration. Then he lands a punch he nicknamed the F equals MA punch. Victor takes a direct hit. Strangely enough, his trainer celebrates this. The announcer says, as expected, Victor is getting completely beaten in the match. He keeps taking hits. His opponent uses time, mass, speed, and energy. Andre cheers for Victor's opponent, saying he's the only one who can stop him now. Distracted, Victor takes a hard punch and falls, knocked out. This is the first time he's gone down like this. The announcer wonders if Victor will do what he's known for. However, this was the fastest fall he's ever seen. His trainer hopes Victor won't get back up. He thinks his opponent is a freak and very strong, but he can affirm that Victor's soul is screaming and howling because he is stronger. But it was just an illusion. Victor was horribly defeated in 12 rounds. His face was completely swollen after the last round. Andre comments that he always believed there was no such thing as a lucky punch. Every punch from a boxer is the result of countless efforts. A lot of hard work is involved, and it was believed that there's only one punch that detonates. However, the trainer thinks Victor has 100% luck and asks who he thinks he's going to hurt with his punch, saying that Einstein should show what he's made of, not lowering his guard until the end. Victor is bombarded until the very end. His opponent comments that Victor has done quite a lot with his technique, but this is the end. A lucky punch is just a lucky punch in the end. Every movement requires space and kinetic energy. Einstein believes that as long as he doesn't lower his guard, accidents won't happen. Victor thinks he's only taken punches so far, and his opponent should let him hit back just once. The opponent simply says that Victor is a bad student. The announcer comments that Victor is getting beaten unevenly, and his opponent is tearing him apart. However, for a brief moment, Victor notices that his opponent has stopped and he thinks he'll finally be able to punch him. So he takes an attack stance. He gets excited as he's finally going to hit back. But the opponent remarks that all mass has corresponding energy and all energy has corresponding mass. Thus, energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared, and he lands a punch nicknamed the E equals MC2 punch. After being hit, Victor staggers and falls to his knees in the ring, bleeding. The announcer calls it another knockout. Victor was an opponent who shocked the boxing world, but he thinks this is the end of his adventure. Victor's punks are desperate, but they have hope that he'll get back up. His opponent already had a victorious look on his face. Even Andre celebrated Victor's fall. Einstein said that this is the difference between them, and Victor should just give up and stop suffering. But Victor's trainer is shocked. He realizes that Victor is getting back up. The opponent is irritated by his persistence. A memory from Victor's past appears, from the moment his parents had him, to his youth with his punk hairstyle and motorcycle, from his muscle gain, his attempt at starting a relationship, and his first heartbreak, which left him burning with anger. He used that as motivation to train. Victor says that he only joined boxing and didn't have any particular reason. Back to the present, he rises from the ground with full energy. The commentator notices that he seems incredibly fine. Victor says that he wanted to stop getting up, but here he is again. This surprises his trainer and irritates his opponent. Victor asks his opponent if he knew. Einstein is confused by the question. Victor continues, saying that smart guys are always afraid of the future, maybe because they are smart, and Victor concluded that it seems really heavy. But Victor doesn't think about those things, he only thinks about one thing in the future. Einstein comments that this is the mentality of a single-celled organism, showing no interest in what Victor is saying. He tells Victor that for his own good, the conversation will have to wait for another day. However, Victor says he always thinks about living with maximum power. Then he attacks his opponent, knocking him straight to the ground. While falling, Einstein is hit by a punch coming his way, and Victor hits him squarely for the first time in the fight. Einstein falls, knocked out, and the referee stops the fight. Victor, in turn, says that this is the power of the Mohawk. His trainer is shocked by the turnaround. Rebirgev Victor becomes the Cruiserweight World Champion, leaving him mega excited. Back at the interview, his trainer comments that in the beginning, he thought Victor's punching power was his talent, but he was wrong. Because Victor's talent isn't his punch. It's just pure luck. What he has is natural luck, Andre concludes. Tommy asks if everything really was just luck. Andre confirms it, reaffirming his words. He says Victor also has a lot of power in his punch, but it doesn't make sense to be a world champion with just one punch. Tommy says that can't be the case. The trainer says that now he understands that Victor's existence is an insult to boxing. But everything said about Victor makes him seem even cooler to the intern, which leaves the trainer confused. He asks the trainer what's going to happen in the title defense against Yu this time. Andre says that Victor won't be able to win, because he saw that Yu has been strengthening his body lately, and he doesn't care about them because he's sure that Aaron Tide is after Yu. Tommy comments that you never know the result of a fight, but the trainer gets irritated and says Victor won't beat Yu. He can't do it. However, someone kicks open the door, interrupting the interview. The trainer begins to pray, while the intern is startled. Victor sees the kid and asks who he is. He introduces himself as Tommy McGuire from Everyday Sports, and he's there for an interview that will air on the title show. Victor thinks about the interview. He tells the kid not to be annoying, and says he's about to start a special training session now, inviting the kid to come along. Outside they walking through some alleys in the city. Tommy asks what special training Victor is going to do so suddenly in Nepal. The trainer responds that whatever it is, Tommy shouldn't expect anything within the bounds of common sense from him. Victor asks if the intern really wants to know, and although the trainer says no, Tommy excitedly responds yes. Then Victor says he thought he wanted to be the strongest creature on Earth, a man worthy of the Mohawk. But what should we do to become the strongest creature, he asks, saying that the answer is quite simple. If you want to be strong, you must find a strong man and defeat him, says Victor. That's why he fought so many strong men. Not only that, but he faced a wild boar completely naked. He also fought an enraged bull, and even fought a kangaroo. Once he tried to face a horse too, but ended up getting kicked in the face, and he came face to face with a gorilla, mimicking its movements. After that, Victor finally found the opponent he was looking for, a wild, furious grizzly bear. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he believes that if he defeats the bear, he'll be a little closer to the top of the earth. The bear in turn stares at him, thinking that a snack has come to him on its own, and it stands up, ready to attack Victor. The animal attacks, grateful for the easy meal. Victor doesn't just stand there and tries to punch it too, but the bear trips over a rock. By a stroke of bad luck, it falls right in front of its prey, making it easy for Victor to land a punch on it. While continuing to push himself to become the strongest, he suddenly thought of something. What could be the strongest creature on Earth? Maybe dinosaurs, or would a T-Rex be better? That's when he realized and asked himself the real reason for their extinction. Perhaps it was the power of nature that wiped them out. Victor concludes that's the answer. No matter how strong the creature is, it has no choice but to submit to the power of nature. In other words, if you want to be the strongest, all you need to do is harness the power of nature in your fists, says Victor. To him, no matter how strong Yu is, he's just a weak human in front of the forces of nature. Victor asks Tommy what he thinks of his perfect plan. The boy says he's a genius. He points to Everest, saying it's the best mountain in the world. Tommy and the trainer are wearing clothes prepared for the extreme cold, unlike Victor. He says the power of the earth is rising and punches the mountain. After that, they go to another location, and the two of them hold tightly to separate poles, as they watch Victor face a tornado all by himself. Without any protection, he tries to punch the wind. Later, they visited a village, and Victor punches magma from the earth. He doesn't get burned because he's under the light and frost effect. The next step was visiting the ocean. The ship's captain says he's never seen anyone so foolish in his 40 years of sailing. At the front of the boat, Victor stands face to face with a tsunami, determined to punch the giant wave. Our video ends here. To ensure you don't miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.